them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words. I won't let them take me. No, I won't let them break me. No one on this earth can bring me down. Now I'm standing tall. I won't ever fall. Concentrate on the tightrope. The hope that you'll make it through to the other side. Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words, 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 Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? should pretend you had your last days, calling for me to disappear. I cannot be so easily set forth. As you descended on them, you carry their memories of endless pain. As remnants to their end, one after one, you sever them, sever them, sever. Sever your demons deep within, a shadow that's been long and still. Oh, cast down the weak, those who deceived us, those who would let us burn. Liars and cheats, brittle and weak, another day will come. Torment so easily dispensed. You tried to break our will, but you failed. Calling the Sabertine flame until we were just dust and remains. As you descended on them, you carry their memories of endless pain. As remnants to their end, one after one, you sever them, sever them, sever. Cast down the weak, those who deceived us, those who would let us burn. Liars and cheats, brittle and weak, another day will come. Cast down the weak, those who would see us, those who would let us burn. Liars and cheats, feeble and weak, I see them. Another day will, another day will, another day will come. I'm shouting, I'm barely breathing. I never thought a girl could make me feel this way. We got down and she was leaving. I was paralyzed without a single word to say. I keep shaking, I'm so cold, my fingers are numb. Since she's gone, left this only empty inside. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. A thought stole, a sense of freezing. is she ever gonna call? I haven't slept in days. I keep rewinding. I'm still believing that it was more than just a high and that she feels the same. I keep shaking, I'm so cold, my fingers are numb. Since she's gone left, there's only empty inside. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. Pretty, pretty, pretty. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. I'm drowning, I'm barely breathing. When the nights were long and the sky was painted black, had a broken soul. Then you came along and I'm never looking back. Made a house a home. Now every time I close my eyes, I feel like I can fly. Like a butterfly, never been so high. Now I'm letting go. When I lost it all, no tomorrow, no way out. Couldn't take no more. No. Suddenly you're here, and I never need to doubt. Nothing left to fear. Now every time I close my eyes, I feel like I can fly. Like a butterfly, never been so high. Now I'm letting go. Now I'm starting over. Gonna take it all. Never what I've chosen. Never let you go.
我们都有自己动画的同学明白了，有所恢复。接下来的话会努力改进一些问题，然后逐渐的改进。这是我们在春节之后第一次交手，相比他们的话，我们优势在于阵容比较稳定吧。两边的项路组合其实在打法上面都比较相似吧，大家实力方面其实都还差不多的。 그냥 그런 건 없고 그냥 좀 더 자신감을 있다.
我们要战胜 W 的话，其实也不需要太深度学吧，因为我觉得我们队伍个人实力也都不比对面差。我觉得我的优势更擅长于跟队友的配合会好一点，沟通会好一点吧，然后以及抢龙吧。
虽然康迪抢龙很厉害，但其实我最近也不差呢。如果我们想战胜他们，可能我们需要5个人打得更有默契。
接下来我们与 RNG 交手，我相信是场非常精彩的比赛，我们也会尽全力去赢下比赛。
What's up, guys? Welcome to Week 7, Day 4, the very end of Cross Conference. It's been a long time coming. Some teams have done well, some teams have done not so well, but in the end, they'll go back to their own groups and make their final run towards playoffs. See if they can actually make it, because there's been some surprises. A lot of them have also come from Suning, who you're seeing right now on your screens. They'll be facing down Snake as well in our first match of today. And then themselves, we know they can be strong. We know what they can do. They took wins against the top of the table. They've beaten out WE. But are they going to be a blue shell forever? I don't know, and hopefully not. My name is Richard Pauls Cam. I'm alongside today for our first matchup. It will be Brento Raz Mohammed. Hello, friend. It's the rush hour desk for the start of the show. How are you feeling?
I'm doing right. I'm feeling okay, especially since I knew there was not going to be a third wheel. There's no one here. No one, absolutely no one in this general direction. That just means we have a little load time.
Yeah.
Don't even look at the camera. Don't look at the audience. You and me. Just make it.
Did you just call the audience a third wheel?
Yep.
Yep.
That you guys are
You're
all
along
not
for the
invited.
ride, my
Yeah.
friend.
Oh, well.
Get involved in this one. But all right, so let's talk about how cross-conference has gone, honestly, for the last couple of weeks, Raz, because we've reached the very end. We've got 2 more matches to go, 2 more sets. And Group A and Group B, pretty similar in terms of wins and losses, actually. Maybe not in the places that we thought it was going to be. For example, like Newbie has made a pretty big surge in the last couple of weeks. At the same time, Dan Gaming went from up here and then plummeted in cross-conference. So there's been a couple surprises, but overall, both groups have been somewhat even.
Yeah, you came out with the spoiler right there. It essentially comes down to the fact that Group A has 16 set wins versus Group B that has 18 set wins. So you look towards the teams playing today, and you'd hope that Snake and WE come out and even that out. Of course, it means absolutely nothing in the sense every team is out for themselves. But you're right. The question is which teams actually benefited off of that, and it was Newbie. The fact that they were able to only lose 1 set throughout the entirety of cross conference, now in 2nd place within their own group. As well, you know what? You look towards Dan Gaming, haven't won a single set at all in cross-conference. And so you can kind of blame that towards the fact that they really weren't learning throughout the cross-conference because they were putting in new additions, just putting out their entire sub-lineups at times. So now they're back with the last set we saw from Dan Gaming. They put out their entire A-team, everyone who we expected to play. In fact, everyone that did very well in the first side of things, as you see into the standings. That they're in 4th place. There's still a bit of a buffer zone between them, Aimee, and Snake, but it's not that big.
Yeah, I mean, just to demonstrate your point, Raz, I mean, like, Newbie, look at them. They're in 2nd place right now. They had that 1-game buffer out of RNG, who'll be playing later today as well. But, I mean, pretty much all down Group B, it's like a 1-game difference. Like, JD could make it into 5th. Suning could make it into 4th. And it's literally just 1 game all the way. You're counting just from 3 to 8.
Exactly. So the team that's going to be starting us off, Snake specifically, 2 and 8. This looks a bit disastrous, but it's not done for them just yet, especially since Dan are on a downward trajectory. If they can start picking up wins now, they can still slip into playoffs. Of course, keyword is now. They have to do it now. So before we have to start doing the math and seeing, well, is it really done for them? Do they start having to look towards the next this next season even? Yeah. So they're close. They have the talent. They have the wards. They have the theory. And a lot of the times they're finding themselves early game wins, and then they'd find themselves in mid-game, late game, just falling flat.
I mean, like, I agree with you, Raz, but, like, we look at the LSPL teams, and this is the first split, after all, you know? Like, not every team is going to come into, like, their big region, like Origin, for example, and it's just like, hell yeah, we're going to go from Challenger, and we're going to go all the way to Worlds, and hopefully not Worlds all the way back to Challenger, which has happened in some cases. But, you know, we can't expect that from every single team, but what we do want to see is growth, and we saw that from Suning Gaming. It was, like, kind of slow ramp. We're seeing more of it now, and we'll get to see that in Game 1 today, but you look at Dan Gaming, it's just like, they're my type of team. They come in, they come out of the cheese, but then they just plateaued with the cheese.
Of course you like the cheese.
That's all that happened, right?
Yeah.
I was hoping there was some ramp on the cheese, but there was nothing. It was just flat, and that made me a little bit sad because while they had some roster changes, didn't quite work out, I saw potential in that team, and I still see potential in those individual players, but you know, it's Suning we're talking about today, and this is a team who has actually been just getting better and better and better.
Yeah, real growth in that sense. They're not subbing out every single member of the lineup. They're subbing out key members because there are strengths in FenFen. There are strengths in Hacker and Avoidless. A lot of the times they do bring out their own strength, be it the Kassadin in the mid lane for FenFen, or if you look towards the jungle, the Kha'Zix versus the tanky, methodical jungle playstyle. So you look towards these individual players, and it does drastically change the strategy. And if you are Snake going into the set that will play the same versus every team, they still have to look immediately towards pick ban and start focusing on who is in front of them, which is going to be FenFen immediately.
Yeah, FenFen's going to be a big one, but I actually think the jungle matchup is huge in this one, Raz, and we'll touch on that a little bit after lineups as well.
Yeah.
This will be seeing who's going to be playing today, and it will be over to Suning first, so you can see Xiao Ao in the top lane, Hacker in the jungle up against SOFM, of course, FenFen in the mid lane with Fury and Yoon, the star bottom lane for this Suning lineup.
And the fact that they're on blue side makes it all the more important because going up against red side, that means you're going to expect Snake to start banning out the Kassadin because if the FenFen gets his Kassadin, he'll start going off.
Of course he will, but he will be facing down Flandry in the top lane, SOFM in the jungle, Zatai in the mid lane with Crystal and that's Hoodie in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and so here's the funny thing, because we do want to talk about the jungles. SOFM's doing really well, even starting to showcase that Kayn gameplay, which has been a major focus for them, and it really does work for that jungle playstyle specifically. But you still have to talk about Crystal and Hoodie, because Crystal's back into the AD carry role. This is the second set that he's coming back into. We haven't seen him playing AD carry for a long time, mainly support.
Yep.
And it's mostly because it's just showcasing the fact that Snake have started to be a lot more comfortable with Hoodie. They've had a lot of problems with that support position for quite some time. Funny enough, the last time before the two sets this week that we saw Crystal play AD carry, it was with SOFM support. And the reason why that was key is because they didn't have that faith in Mo. Mo was their support for the beginning of the split. It didn't work out with him, and so they started to find anybody that can fill that position. At first it was SOFM, but that obviously did not work. And then it was Crystal, and then they had OQ as their AD carry. And that stuck for quite some time, but they weren't comfortable with that position, which makes it even better for Crystal to say now that he's back into the AD carry role, and they can swap between OQ and Crystal. And now that Hoodie is playing well, that it seems like this could be a good start for Snake, although a bit late.
Yeah, hopefully all the pieces can come together, but I think that's the key word really, Rise. It's like late, but better late than never, right?
That's
true.
True.
That's always going to be the end of it. But still, when you look at the teams around them, and it's just like JD Gaming been getting better and better. Like you look at IMA as well, and it's just like, man, this team, no matter what happens to them, they always have heart, and then they still get those wins against the top teams. It's like, all right, Snake. I mean, the way that you get these wins feels very like the blue shell, you know, like sometimes everyone will fire at the same time and suddenly you have like a top of the table team and you're like, man, if you could play like this every single game and every single set, you would be a top team. This is the team that we said in spring would be a top 2 team, and all the analysts unanimously was just like, yeah, Snake gonna be great. And when they have the pieces, like they have all the pieces on the table, they can't use the tools correctly.
Yes, and it's a lot of the who do we actually pinpoint the blame on, because a lot of times the early games are strong, right? They actually have a strong focus on vision control. They back at the right times. They all purchase that control wards, and then they go down to the map. They light up the enemy jungle. You're like, this is beautiful. But then they make the wrong decisions with that vision that they do have. The last set we saw them, then they started making weird trades. Sure, that last set was up against RNG. But then they start diving onto Tristana, trying to go for tower trades when they have double tank of Sejuani and Maokai. These are just weird decisions, and we need to see Snake utilize their early resources in a proper manner. Now, Kayn is a big focus. The reason why, because they're immediately going to get into pick ban. You would expect Snake to want to get a hold of that Kayn. You might see Suning Gaming ban it out, but if it is Hacker, maybe he looks to pick it up. Meanwhile, Snake, they're on red side. The Kassadin is already gone. So that's not even a factor. There we go. That's a Kayn ban.
Yeah.
That's a Kassadin ban.
Those are two massive target bans that you just kind of have to. Like, if you give Kayn to SOFM, he might just 1v9 the game and win it for you. If you give Kassadin over to Fen, he'll probably just win the game by himself. So why not just take it away here?
Yeah, take it away. And Maokai has been something that's been sprouting out. I think it is right now is the strongest champion on the patch because it is very flexible. And with the items being changed up, it works very well for Snake because you can pick it up to Flandre. Flandre has historically done very well on the Maokai. And of course, SOFM has played the Gragas out, so he wants to be that engaging force. Maokai could do it for him.
Yeah, but it just means that Hacker gets to pick up the ladder for the junglers, and it will be a Lee's coming out for him to start us off. But plenty of junglers left for SOFM if you want to get it on the first phase, instead of Suning Gaming looking towards those bans. However, Galio did make it through those initial bans.
Yes.
Zach was the final ban from Snake.
We've been seeing more Galio play just because there's a lot more priority bans that are necessary. Cho'Gath is a good example of a champion that is up and available, and it's up to the teams right in front of your face that actually have to decide whether they want it on their team, want to play it or not. Now, Galio could go support. I would be surprised if Hoodie wanted it for himself. I would think that it's more so Zetai's Galio, which means that suddenly Snake have a more of a proactive look because they have a good scaling on an AD carry, good tanking of the Galio, but if they add that Camille in the top lane, which they've been really looking for Flandre or Jarvan, for instance, then they can have that go button in the top side of the map in the first, let's say, 6 levels of the game.
It's a formula that has worked for many teams in the LPL who, are not Snake. Some of the top of the table teams.
Yes.
We've seen it out from MG. We've seen it out from WE, who are some pretty big proponents of the Cogmore plus a bunch of tanks and maybe a Camille on the top lane. And it works out. So if they can replicate that formula, we'll see if it will work out for them. Suning lock in Cho'Gath for I don't know where, not the jungler.
Yeah,
but it could be top lane, mid lane.
You never
I don't
know
know.
lately.
Put it in support. Like, who knows?
It's
in
actually
the LPL.
kind of sad. The fact that literally the moment that Icon picked it up for mid lane, you're like, all right, throw everything out the window. We've seen Cho'Gath mid far in the past, but now you have to like really just recognize that that's just going to be life for you.
Yep.
That you know that the Cho'Gath could do it absolutely anywhere, which has made it all the more stronger. Sure, 7.14. He's just a strong champion regardless, but the fact that you can flex it in 3 positions is that much stronger.
Ash was also going alongside that Cho'Gath. Snake last picked their jungler here on the first rotation, so as expected, SOFM doesn't want the Rek'Sai to be taken away and then the Lee Sin to be taken away, and so it's like, well, I have to go to a C-tier jungler now. Lucian ban against Fen presumably here, and a Rumble ban against Flandre.
Rek'Sai may be a C-tier jungler, but for SOFM, it turns into an A-tier jungler because the reason why Kayn feels so natural for SOFM is because he plays it like he plays Rek'Sai. He's very farm heavy. He tries to, he gets that Tiamat, he goes camp to camp to camp, try and aggress on the jungler. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes Warriors Rek'Sai just to be able to assert that dominance. That would mean I would look towards the top side of the map being all the more important. I would have said that we might see Rumble, but Suning Gaming were smart enough to ban it away.
So do you expect to see something like a Camille pick, or rather a Camille ban here?
It could be a Camille, it could be a Shen, because I think the Shen composition would work very well. The Jarvan is another smart ban just because they don't want that Jarvan-Galio combination, but I still expect Camille.
Yeah, Camille does a very similar thing to Jarvan, allows the Camille to get to the back line, put the Galio on top, perfect, works out. Though there isn't too much that can go into the Camille now, since the ban on Rumble has come out from Suning, actually, so... however, it's going to be Shen in the end for Snake, so moving away from the Camille.
What the Shen means is that it's going to be a lot more focused on SOFM, because the Shen versus Camille have 2 completely different focuses, where the Camille, you start camping for that Camille.
Yeah.
You go top side, and you want to get Galio to immediately ulti on top of it. You have a 3-man dive immediately, just like that. But with Shen, suddenly focuses on Rek'Sai because you want to Shen ulti the Rek'Sai really early on into the game, and so you can get that bot lane dive all the more easier. But then you lose so much focus top lane, and that's why Suning Gaming hovering over the Jax is very real, because suddenly, okay, let's take advantage of that.
Yeah.
Let's go for a split push composition and pull in all of that focus towards Xiao.
It's just like, well, if you pick Shen, then you're going to have to just keep Shen in that one lane to block the Jax for the rest of eternity, because he's just going to take all of your towers in your base. At the same time, you're also focusing down onto Crystal, because you just have a front line, pretty much nothing else right now from Snake. I mean, we still need a mid laner, and I'm expecting maybe a bit of damage to come out of that, maybe even like a Karma, something that can build supporty for the Cogmore. In fact, no, we already have the Galio, so we're looking for a support straight up.
So the Janna would be an interesting start, because that would be 2 forms of shield, both Shen ulti and of course the Janna shield, to be able to protect that Kog'Maw. It's really funny because of course it's Crystal, and now when you look to the history of Snake and what has made them strong, their first split into the LPL, juggernaut compositions. Absolute juggernaut compositions with Ella, Anjana, and then of course Beast in the jungle, playing Nunu more often than not. But of course you have SOFM. He's not going to be going onto that role. He wants to be able to create that early game action. So that's why it's that protection composition, but a little bit of salt, you know, a little bit of that extra flavor.
But it is Crystal at the end of the day as well. We've seen a bit of him in AD carry. He's been there for a little bit now, but you know, this is still his kind of re-debut phase back into the AD carry position. And this game is just like, we're putting a lot of stock in you, Crystal. We've seen this out before from composition from like OMG, where it's you've got SMLZ in the bottom side and AD carry. You're like 100% of the time, I can rely on SMLZ. I saw the first bad game I've ever seen from SMLZ yesterday, and that was literally it. Like, I've never seen a bad game from him before. So you could 100% say, well, 95% say that you know, SMLZ is going to have a good game. But this is also saying that, Crystal, we have the same confidence in you to perform on the pick and to position well in those team fights and get out of laning phase.
Exactly, and that's really surprising to me, and that speaks a whole lot towards Crystal, because with his first competitive set, you know, coming back into it for AD carry for quite some time, you would expect rustiness. You would expect him to say, you know what, give me an Ashe, give me a Varus, something that I could be a lot more utility, because I don't have that much faith in my AD carry skills after not having played for so long, because that when he was a competitive AD carry constantly was in August of last year in the Chinese regional finals. That's when he was legitimately just an AD carry player. But no, he still has that confidence in his mechanics, in how he wants to play out the game, and he's always been that hyper carry AD carry. So now that he's coming back onto the roster, back onto that AD carry, I would say, mentality, I want to see how he performs, because the last time he's played, last set, I would say, I was impressed.
He's been facing down Fury and Yoon as well, who have definitely been making a name for themselves in the LPL. Even they made the splash in like the first week that we saw them. You know, Suning's bottom lane was just like, wow, they're actually pretty good. Yoon comes out with the Blitzcrank, then you've got Fury on a carry like Kog'Maw as well, you know, and it's just like, these guys are actually pretty good.
That's what I love about the LPL. You know, you bring in the new teams, and specifically Suning Gaming, AD carry superstar from LCK, Fury. When they were in the LSPL, that man had the highest numbers in terms of AD carry damage done, because he was just always on that Kog'Maw play. And of course had the instant faith from the team, and the instant faith from the coaching staff, which is a Korean coaching staff. We don't get to talk about a lot about Suning Gaming's coaching staff. Simsu, former Samsung coach, and of course the coach behind them, Lilac. So there's a lot of faith there, and a lot of times they do get rewarded.
You know, Raz, I am terrible at getting my tips in. I always forget. But where are your tips for this game?
Oh, that's a hard thing. You know, I would just go.
We're cheating a little bit because we've seen the draft already. But
yeah, I would say Suning, but
Suning.
Yeah, but that's just, it's hard. It is hard.
Because unfortunately, you just don't really know when Snake are going to turn up as a team. Like, if all the players turn up at the same time, this is like, great, you know, Snake's probably going to win this game.
Yeah, and you could say the same about Suning, who has lost 0-2 to IMate, but at the same time 2-0'd EDG on Clear Love's birthday. So you get those little tidbits, and you're like, well, damn. What's fun is that now FenFen is on the Cho'Gath, and that's for me, that's a big takeaway, because it's like, well, do I have faith in this game? Because I have challenged FenFen's champion pool. When he gets casted and banned away from him, what can he play? He hasn't been too good on the Talia, for instance. In fact, if you want the Talia, you would want Dien. He's a lot more, I would say, he's a lot better, a lot smarter around the map when he gets those champions really early on. But FenFen on the Cho'Gath is really safe. Sure, the pick oftentimes has bad laning phases, which is why they would want to pick it into the Galio. So you can scale along with the Galio, you can have that safe farm. So in this case, he's honestly just a big, disengaging, large silence beast of a man. So it'll be interesting to see how he stacks up, both literally and of course just on the matchup.
And we've seen the power already of the Cho'Gath in the mid lane. Now I'm looking towards the junglers because SOFM is just casually stealing the Krogs. We'll probably look for the smite here as well. And just smites it away from Hacker. Oh no, and we'll take the blast plant over. So SFM has just taken literally everything away from Hacker.
And just
turns the corner, it's just like, oh man, you actually took my Krugs as well.
Absolutely everything, and that's a pure punish based off the fact that Hacker did full top side. You know, he got Gromp, blue buff, Wolf Camp as Fury is just getting his butt whooped right here.
Oh my god, Hoodie's going in.
And all of that, Rek'Sai was like, okay, I'm not going to do my own blue buff. He just took 2 camps top side. And then was able to go in and just absolutely punish them. The Crow.
Oh, Zatai has a bit of kill potential. He flashes away from the Rupture. Probably didn't need to. Probably could have flashed aggressively and got the auto attack.
I was thinking the same thing. Flash forward, get that auto attack.
Flash over the Rupture. But he must have noticed, just like, hang on.
Oh, no.
Oh, sidestep in the cocoon. Hacker's going
Are you kidding me?
Underneath tower against Zatai. But gets first blood anyway. Should be dying to this tower. Oh man, gets the 1-for-1 trade, but first blood, I guess.
You know what? Thank you for your donation. SOFM is saying, you know, I can maybe take a little bit more. Just kidding. He backed the base. So yeah, ultimately, first blood in favor of Hacker. He gets that money. He has now the jungle wards, the extra amp tome. He's going to come onto the map a little stronger now. That was hilarious just to see him look to flash in for that one. Guy has faith.
Yep, I know exactly why. Well, Zatai's just going to keep trading against Fen. He knows that Hacker's at base and still walking back, so he can get a big trade against Fen now, who is teleported back into lane. So a lot of this is going to stick if Fen can't see us underneath tower now. But big minion wave coming into him, so should get a lot of this health back. But I understand why Zatai actually went for the flash defensively, because it's just like, why would Fen be stepping up right now unless the jungler's here? I've not got a ward, I might as well back away instead of just going for the 1-for-1 trade, but then Hacker turns it into a 1-for-1 trade anyway by diving the tower.
Yeah, so I guess you can very easily get drawn into these random skirmishes into the mid lane, especially with both the melee matchups. Speaking of melee matchups, SOFM. Maybe. He's thinking about it.
He wants it.
The Observer's not interested.
There's going to be a lot of damage. Zatai doesn't really have the kill pressure here since he's already used Flash, but still a really good trade. And it zones him away from the creep, so he can't get his regen off. And Zatai has actually just straight up won this lane.
I actually didn't even see the knock-up animation coming in from Zatai because I think it was locked in with the knock-up from Cho'Gath. This is a ridiculous matchup, by the way. So yeah, you're right. Zatai's having a great time. Fen has to naturally just walk back to base. I mean, walk from base to the lane with this massive minion wave. Now, thankfully, it is a cannon wave. And the reason why I say that is because he might be able to get there in time for the rest of the minions with the cannon being able to take that much
at least he gets the experience so he can start stacking.
So I guess the only thing I can say as a criticism is a small one. Hacker just took a small creep that wasn't taking aggro. Don't do that. Really don't. You know what? Fen's already behind. He could have been able to actually take that minion. That's a small criticism. And even as a smaller one, he just lost Crux while that was happening.
Yep.
The coach will be looking at the backstage saying, you know, what are you doing? You're losing so much experience. You better steal that Krugs on the enemy side. You're not doing that.
You know what a lot of junglers in solo queue and a lot of non-professional junglers don't understand is that if you're showing yourself on the map, you're taking a minion wave, then yes, it's great because you're soaking up experience, you're soaking up gold for the team.
Yeah.
What you're not doing is just being in Fog of War. Like, that immediately gives information over, and SOFM's like, well, I'm in Fog of War. I'll just go to your Krugs, take your Krugs away, and now you've got no jungle.
Especially when both of these junglers have completely different focuses. Elise is such a strong early game jungler that wants to be in Fog of War as long as possible because she wants to be able to threaten ganks, get the ganks off, and get the lanes ahead. She descales as the game goes along, unless of course she turns into a pure pick role. Rek'Sai, he farms up. He wants to farm. He wants to counter jungle you. If you give him the excuse to be able to get that done, it's up to Hacker to find those opportunities and to weigh the odds here. And that last odds of being able to soak up the wave, he didn't have to do that because the wave was actually decent enough for Cho'Gath to come back in. So he actually lost a lot on something he didn't need to do. If he needed to hold the wave because it was not a cannon wave, it was just going to die to turret, that's fine. He actually gets the minion wave, he gets the experience. But in that case, he got nothing off of it.
Just kind of back and forth trades in the solo game, Raz. And, you know, once we get to late game, we're always looking at Crystal on the Cogwall, obviously, but you're also looking towards Xiao in the top lane on Jax. Like, this is kind of an answer. Like, it's not a direct answer, but it is something that's going to be in side lane, pulling Shen away, and something that Snake had to respond to. And if it does get a kill here and there, if it does start to farm, once it gets to like 2-3 items, Snake are going to have to send maybe even one person to deal with Xiao in the late game.
Yeah, they do. And with that being said, you need to get to that point. And I think SOFM is getting to the point where he's doing well to be able to help topside out. He doesn't have to do it now because Shen has a pretty good first few levels, like first 5 levels up against Jax.
Yep.
Jax needs to get like the Sheen and Phage components to be able to actually trade up against Shen, who has pretty strong, I would say, abilities, especially being able to dodge out an attacks with his W, with that barrier. Has the shield, Q, empowered Q, has good sustained damage. So once Jax can start to get that damage, to get that build, he can start winning out the one-on-one. But it's up to Elise to actually impact very early.
SOFM's going to catch Hacker in the jungle, turns around, hits the cocoon, gets a bit of damage down, but ultimately SOFM has tracked his enemy jungler, and Hacker, he'll get his, what I actually think is his first Crow camp of the game.
Thank the Lord. Actually, thank the Lord. He lost so many camps, lost blue buff, lost the last Krugs.
Lost his red buff at the start.
He's unhappy.
Not having a great life, but he's still level 7.
And he's not even, he's not the type of Elise that goes boots him really early too to get as much pressure out, because there's no pressure being made. He got the first kill, turns it into the, I guess the, you know.
It was Tracker's knife.
Exactly, Tracker's knife and a little bit of AP with the Wisp, because he just wants to be able to get to that first, that AP item first. He gets it now, so hopefully now he's going to be looking to get the skirmishes done. You would think that he would go topside because he wants to get Xiao Ao off on a good foot.
Yeah, but ganking Shen's always a pain in the ass. Like,
it is.
Like, diving him, almost impossible. You know, he's got to be poked out first by Xiao Ao, and that's not going to happen because it's Jackson to Shen. So it's like, well, good luck. It's going to have to be like at least 2 ganks to 1 burn his flash, and then 2 have like all of the stars aligned to get the gank off. Yeah,
a lot of it is in the faith of Xiao Ao to be able to get those trades really early on, which, as you already mentioned, it's going to be really difficult if Flandre is on his game. So we'll have to see. He's already moving towards topside, but that control ward being pinged off, oh, I love this. Don't have Elise do the dirty work. Value the Fog of War. I think he's actually, no, he's doing Scuttle Crab.
Yeah.
What's great about Elise is that she can actually do the
Herald.
Oh, yeah, Herald really early
Ultimate
on.
using the bottom lane. Who is he? Popping the Monsoon for the disengage. So it's ultimately just an ult for ult trade.
Okay.
And a heal, actually, from, hang on. Hoodie's got a heal.
Oh, okay, yeah, we do have to hit that. I actually didn't see that. Okay, so Janna going Ardent Sensor first, rush Ardent Sensor, get the heal. Janna having heal, procs the Ardent Sensor.
Yeah.
So that's like one tidbit that a lot of people have to worry about. And of course, with the cleanse on Crystal, he actually gets so much safety from Fury having ulti. So if Fury ever ultis Kog'Maw, gets cleansed, he walks away. So that's why the focus has to be on Hoodie from Fury and you. So I'm pretty sad I missed that.
Yeah, I was just like, wait a minute. But Crystal's taken cleanse because of it, so he didn't have to carry the heal.
Exactly.
It means you don't have the exhaust, which kind of sucks because there's a Jax on the enemy team, but he's most likely going to be a side lane anyway.
Yeah. So it's just a double whammy. You not only get the extra benefit of the Ardent Sensor in like team fights, but also you get, I mean, what are you guys doing here? Wait a minute. That's my wave.
Actually just came down, taxed the Crystal. I was like, all right, see ya.
IRS coming in.
What was this? Okay, Yoon's gonna just disrupt the recall and lose all of his health.
Beautiful. Well done. You get a raise.
I don't even know what that was about because Crystal's still staying in lane.
They're definitely looking for a gank with Flash on Zatai to get a taunt off. Didn't happen.
All right, well, Hack is in the jungle. It looks like he's about to be picked. Good cocoon. He's out. Yeah. He's all good.
There we go. I love how tense this situation is currently.
Crystal's still staying in lane. He's completely out of mana, but he's able to just like CS underneath tower.
Yeah, so it's good for Fury and Yoon to keep them in lane right now. Just because, of course, Crystal has no mana. He's going to get pressured by Elise, and you would want the Ashe-Elise combination really to just get on top of Crystal. Even if he cleanses one, he won't be able to cleanse the next one.
Yeah.
So it's the follow-up stun that matters.
Jax is just heading into the jungle now. And probably just getting a ward down on red, it looks like. To try and set up for a potential... No, he's just going to take it. Okay. I want to see Jax taking the red buff. That's what I want to see.
That's what I want
to
see. Here we go.
He's warded over the wall.
What?
Flandre? Oh, he stopped the blast cone. Okay, she's just fucking a flash the wall. Flandre's still coming though. Flash is on top of Xiao Ao without the shadow dash, and Zatai's still coming. He'll flash after, dodge out of the counter strike, and that was really well played by Zatai. S2FM wanted that kill. You saw him hunting for it.
That was really well played. And the funny thing about that, Flandre flashed so he can get the small little bit of slow from the shield, the sword coming back for him. So he didn't have the shadow dash because he used it to go over the wall, but he wanted anything he could just to get down Xiao Ao. Well done, and it's going to be Let's see. Who got the? Yeah, it was a tie that ended up getting that red buff.
Yes, it was. So, buff transfer complete. Of course, SOFM's not going to be super happy about that because he values everything, whether it's his red, their Krugs, our Krugs. Like, it's all mine.
How do you know, man? This guy could be a team player. I've seen some changes in the man.
That's true. I've seen some inventive builds on his supportive junglers.
All for the greater good.
All for the greater good.
All for the greater good. It may not come out well, but the intent is all that matters.
Like, I understand SOFM because it's kind of like passive-aggressive item building, because when I play with Frost and she's like, go in, and I'm like, Balamergon. It's just like, all right, I'm going to purchase Boots of Mobility, or I'm going to purchase Boots of Swiftness, and I'm going in. It's like, that's a horrible purchase. Like, you told me to go in. So I fully understand SOFM right here. It's to say, you told me to be a support. Ardent Sensor, a Fiends of the Holy Grail.
And in this case, you go for it, and you always have to give them that look, the elongated look, just so
it's
you
like,
know there's
I'm
a
being
meaning
supportive.
behind
I'm just doing what you told me.
That being said,
they're probably just going to shove this tower in. I'm not going to get the dive off. You can see the positioning of Yoon right there was not like, I'm going to go behind the Shen right here.
where's that? Oh, they're using it on the bottom side of the map to see if they can stun somebody. But it's been seen on the ward, so it should not stun anyone. But yeah, they should definitely be able to catch that one. So it doesn't get a stun on Crystal, so it doesn't really speed up their push at all, but they're fast enough, all right? That's all that really matters. And what I love about Yoon on Tahm Kench, this is not the first time he's done this. Go for that instant swap. Some would call it random swap, but he does it just because once you hit 6, you're going to be much faster in tempo back to the lane naturally, just because you're going to have to use your ulti in one way or another. And it works out for them. Why? Just because they're able to come back into these lanes, have the faster push. They might even stop them from basing.
Oh, so close.
So close.
If only that arrow had landed.
Yeah, if only.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the arrow should have been where you'd be stepping up to auto-attack the tower instead of like them backing away.
Yeah,
Unless he was predicting them to back away from the tower, but it's going through mid lane. So
Agreed.
they're going to see the arrow going down to bottom lane anyway.
You have to hope that he threw the arrow once he was glancing over at the tower instead of just using the arrow on the minimap.
Yeah.
That could have also
could have been a
that
minimap
option.
arrow, yeah.
Yeah, it could have been a thing that happened. Oh, the gold! Hoodie, get
40
more!
gold.
Oh, it's mana. No one wants that. You didn't use much mana, but he's going to get it anyways. Of course he
I'll
is.
take it. Still like, what, 8% or something?
Yeah.
It's crazy. Insane.
Gold? No gold for Hoodie. He's a mad
40
man.
gold is very, it's so nutty. Like, you look at Relic Shield users, and it's so important for them to get those cannon minions because as a source of income, that's like most of your income as a support. So you got to get those cannon minions. But you get 40 from coin.
Coin
That
is
feels so good.
Here's the thing about this. Coin is ridiculous, and it's also great for Janna because Janna is the most non-interactive champion in the game. And what does that mean? Well, she's A, going to get so much gold off the coin because she's strong in lane, going to have to push up, she's going to get the coin. B, that also means that she can go into gold for 10 rune pages.
Yep.
Because she doesn't need the extra armor. You're not going to hit her. So she's a very rich champion. I can only assume that Hoodie has gold for 10 runes on.
I mean, you'd think so because he's already picked up the Ardent Sensor and has gone into Nomad's Medallion as well. So he's actually, he's very rich right now.
Yeah. You know what? I actually don't even think he should have gone Nomad's Medallion. I think he stunted his Ardent Sensor purchase by going Nomad Medallion very early on. That's a small criticism, but it happened. If you ask Five is going to be like, why'd you do that? You spent gold on something that
Well, that gold feels so. It's just it's like popcorn, right? You're like, or going for another fry. It's just like, it just feels so good, you know, getting another 40 gold.
It does feel good.
Even though in terms of gold income, it's probably inefficient. I actually don't know the numbers on that one, so I'm just gonna trust that Hoodie knows.
Oh, he knows. No, he doesn't. Here's what's great about this current play. Okay, yeah, he has to use it here. A lot of people would be like, why is he using it here? Well, the Observer just showcased the fact that SOFM was just running out on it. So he had to use it at some point. This might not even, like, that means that they didn't really prep this at all. So this could be very bad for Snake, that they're moving in on this and without no preparation.
They were all standing still as well, so they couldn't even sit. There was a lot of healing going down, but it was not enough to save Hoodie's life. So Ty turning as one around, though Hacker will drop. Teleport coming down. And Flandre flash over the wall, but Fury will flash away from the Shadow Flash Dash.
Oh!
In comes Herald, and we actually get the siege off in the end. It was messy, but it worked out.
Yeah, end of the day, it still works out well. It could have been really bad for Snake. They didn't have the initial planning. They're like, all right, we have this arrow. Let's throw it out there. It's starting to run out, and let's just run down the mid lane. Sunning Gaming were waiting for it. Sitting Gaming get the initial pick off on Hoodie. He couldn't even use his Janna Monsoon. But then I guess what? SOFM just has so many minions on himself. He's a pretty rich man himself. He's pretty beefy. He's going to be able to destroy you. Hacker at this point, very squishy as a champion. So he just gets bursted down.
It's almost like he hasn't got any gold from the early game because we all went over to SOFM. Though he is ahead of levels because it looks like he's been soaking up a lot of experience from these lanes. He's gone for double penetration item as well, so he's probably the squishiest Elise you could possibly be right now.
Yeah, but if he catches you sleeping, if he gets that cocoon
by yourself,
you're dead.
And your name isn't Shen.
Exactly.
Or Rek'Sai, or Galio, or Janna.
Just specifically, just specifically Kog'Maw.
He's got you.
Yeah, probably can actually burst down Hoodie. So he just has to find Hoodie in that alley.
All right, Zatai's going to very slowly down the top lane. Hacker lines up. Whoa, what a flash from Zatai.
Nice.
And he'll probably just walk this one out now. Did he have vision of that, or was that all reaction?
That had to be reaction. But thankfully, Cocoon is a slow-moving ability, so he was probably just hovering over his flash because he was just running down that lane for quite some time. He's like, all right, Jax is hitting me, Jax is hitting me, Jax is hitting me. Is he hitting me for a reason? Is there someone in that bush? That's his mentality. Because Jax wouldn't continue to chase unless if he just wanted him to base, if he thought there was a real chance of killing him.
All right, next Dragon's Infernal Raz, so I'm expecting these teams to probably... Oh, no, Suning all going to the top. No, just kidding.
I know I was reacting there, but Janna just got so much gold. That's my reaction to Janna cashing out. But yeah, they went topside randomly. You know what? Crystal and Flandre, they just find this round. The reason why this worked so well for Snake, because that should have been contested by Sinning Gaming with Enchanted Crystal Arrow on Fury. Fan's pretty big. Sure, he doesn't have ulti, but he's still Cho'Gath. Should have contested it. They just didn't see it coming. So this is good from Snake to catch him sleeping with Flandre and Crystal just doing it solo. I guess duo.
I was a little bit confused though because everyone from Suning was pathing towards the top side and I was just like, oh yeah, we're going to make a push play onto top lane, trade tower for Dragon. And they just went back mid lane and then lost Dragon.
Yeah, their eyes were probably on Galio. They were like, maybe he can get Zatai. No, we can't.
Nope. So just losing that Infernal Dragon right there. Next one's going to be Ocean, so not as quite as hype as the first two Dragons. Though, Suning Gaming,
watch
waiting
yourself.
for the arrow, but they reveal themselves and give Crystal a chance to dodge.
You know what? They weren't even thinking either, because even if that hit, what do you get? Cleanse. That's what.
At least you get cleanse. They didn't even get cleanse.
Yeah. Yeah. At least, okay, I still like that play, right? You burn out cleanse, especially since you're so close to Kog'Maw. You're behind that terrain. It was well planned. It was just you're using your Asher Enchanted Crystal Arrow on
Why step out?
You know what?
Why telegraph it?
Well, I mean,
it's like a boss fight, and it's just like, I'm bringing it on a hammer, and then 2 seconds later, comes in with his big smash attack, and it's just like, well, thanks for that. You just, I mean, yes, it's good game design, but like that's not how you try and kill someone in League of Legends.
It's like any anime, since I know you're a master of the subject, where you're just coming out, Ash Arrow attack! And you're like, well, I heard you say it. So
I guess I'll just sidestep.
There we go.
And we're good. Good job, Crystal. I can't believe that volley hit, but it doesn't matter. He's going to get shielded. And Fury will lose all his health. Cottonmouth's getting pretty big, guys. That's what I've just discovered.
Yep. And the funny thing about it, I know that Ning understood this one when he was going up against the Kog'Maw himself. Kog'Maw does a lot of damage really early on. 20 minutes into the game, maybe even, let's say 15 minutes into the game, does a lot of damage. All he has is Blade of the Rune King at that time, and he gets an Ardent Sensor from Janna. That's a lot that you just don't expect. Because right now, Hoodie is just going to stand beside Crystal at all points of this game. Unless, of course, if he's looking to get down wards with SOFM. Right now, his job, stand by Crystal, stand by Rek'Sai as little time as possible, because that then eats time from you standing beside Crystal. There we have it. That's his life for the next, let's say, possibly 20 minutes.
Yep. I'm looking towards that bottom lane as well, the Shout Out versus Flandre matchup, because Jax, you know, he's getting there, but he definitely needs those 2 items. Because while he has Triforce and it's a nice spike, Flandre has actually just ruined his day, because he's just gone full armor, has the Sunfire Cape, Bramble Vest, and Warden's Mail, and that pretty much just, oh, okay. Crystal, we'll see that one coming as well.
Yeah, you almost got his cleanse this time. Almost. Throw it at the Janna next time. So you're right about the bottom lane point about Flandre just being a beast, and that is in part due to 7.14. Thank you very much.
Thanks, tank items.
Yeah. Just because every one of those items, you're like, well, that's a standard item, except for that Bramble Vest, which honestly looks like a Legion of Doom jacket. So it's one of those moments that it looks crazy, and every single time he gets the auto attack across, you're like, well, I've just, you know what? I can't sustain anymore. just losing, because it's such an efficient item at 900 gold. You get like 35 armor really early on off that point. So FLICKR is set, just sitting underneath that tower. He doesn't have to worry about the trade up until he really like Xiao gets Titanic Hydra. So that's why a lot of the Jax players recently, they'll try to, you have to be a little bit more creative, because at this point you're just looking towards trying to get the tower itself. And if you're trying to get the kill, well, now you actually need hacker. You need a second person to walk over and help you out in doing so. And if you do that, especially 23 minutes into the game, Baron is a major objective that you cannot send 2 members on the opposite side of the map for.
But for now, the brick wall is still holding. Shen's still good.
That's true.
And he's completed full mail as well, so have fun with that one, shout out. I actually wonder who would, not who would win, but whether FLICKR can just like still sit there against shout out once he completes Titanic Hydra if he's 2 items.
Yeah, he can sit there. Especially since he's, like, if he's underneath this tower, he's just going to be playing
Feels
it
like
safe.
yes.
He can, and he will. So it's going to be up for Xiao. He's probably just going to start building tank. Like, he just finished his Titanic. He should start building like a Randuin's Omen, some armor item. Maybe, I know what's efficient is Gargoyle Stoneplate, just so he can start joining team fights. He should, like, you usually see Jax start becoming teamfight presence and saying, okay, well, FLICKR is not on this side of the map. I can come in, get a stun off, and then we can get something going while FLICKR is trying to channel his ulti or trying to channel TP into the fight. And so you come off as a numbers advantage. But then you're like, well, maybe we shouldn't be picking Jax. So I want to see what his mentality here, if he still sticks to the sideline.
It's a good subject to talk about, Raz, because he just completed his Titanic Hydra, so we get to see that one in action. I'm also looking towards FenFen because he's finished up his Gargoyles Stoneplate. This is my favorite build as Cho'Gath. Pop the Gargoyles, hit the R button, absolutely demolish someone.
Scumbag.
Absolutely love it. And you can do it on like 1 item as well. You can be like, Righteous Glory, perfect. I can get on top of them. Gargoyle Stoneplate, now I do like 6 billion true damage to you.
Yeah.
Have fun with that.
And he's getting the Fire Hose too. He's getting that Fire Hose build, the GLP. Just give you a slow spray. And afterwards, I know that we saw Warmogs coming out of Icon.
Yep.
So you just get so much HP. You double it with Gargoyle Stoneplate, and you just, yeah, you mentioned it. You just ulti them.
Yeah.
And
Beast has a pretty low cooldown as well.
Yeah. And if you just like, let's say Fury uses his ulti on Crystal and gets 1 auto attack off, and then you just pop star Gargoyle Stoneplate, flash ulti.
You know what it feels
the
like?
man is dead.
It's just like, it's like melee Syndra. It's just like, oh yeah, he just hit R and then died. It's just like, great.
Yeah.
This is a great experience.
And a lot of the mentality is, well, you know what? Just kite him out. You play around him. It's not too bad. And that's true.
And then he pops Righteous Glory and Flash, and then he's already on top of you.
And then suddenly it's untrue. so it's I know that a few junglers out there, like Ning is a good example of a jungler that thinks that Cho'Gath is not that OP, right? He's like, you know.
But he just doesn't like it in jungle.
Yeah, well, exactly, as a jungler. And because he doesn't output pressure early on. Right now it's FenFen in the mid lane. And you can still say it holds true mid lane because it doesn't have that outright pressure early on. Icon picked it into a Karma. And so he had a really rough time in the early game. But it's when you scale up. It's when you become a beast. And a lot of the times, if you have that primary engage in an Ashe ulti.
Oh, we're engaging though in the top side.
Ooh.
Cho'Gath, he's very tanky and he's popped the gargoyles. Use to grab him to safety or relative safety. Will send FenFen away and flash himself.
Ooh, 3-man.
Pops the arrow. Chris was going to cleanse out of that one. Maybe didn't have to, but just in case, Zuni decided to re-engage.
Thankfully, at this point in time, well, FLICKR actually just going to go straight towards Baron. But that's cleanse off of Crystal, so anyone who can jump onto him can make it stick.
I'm going to have to do that, though. Teleport coming out from a shout out. It's going to take a while. In comes the initiate by FLICKR. SFM gets the knockup, but tank meta, boys. No one's dying. No one's taking any damage.
Ooh.
Let's go to Ty, though. Nice. Torn onto the backline. Shout out jumps in and promptly jumps out again. And Crystal's on the front lines, hammering away at Hacker and Fury. FenFen turning around, wants to take out. Oh, there's the feast damage. Finally takes down Zatai and one of the tanks. And Xiao gives an opportunity to jump in, but there's the Howling Gale. So mid tower will fall to Suning.
And Yoon played that one absolutely beautifully because a lot of these members could have died, should have died. In fact, at the very beginning, FenFen on the Cho'Gath got caught out, but got gobbled up. Same happened to Xiao, got caught out, got gobbled up. And so you see the cooldown coming up time and time again because of these long, elongated engages. Yoon is able to really save the game out, save these plays out. for Suning as we watch the replay here. And yeah, Yoon gets caught out, and a lot of people will ask, is that the right play? You just got onto a tank, right? But you have to kill Yoon. They just didn't have the damage to burst him out, and so you see Yoon saving subject number A. Yeah, number A, and the Ash pick. You go into the next subject, and this time around, it's the Tai who dies out. But really earlier on, you saw that saving onto Fen. So there's a lot of value in Yoon in this fight. There's a lot of value into Tahm Kench in general, especially with the patch being more catered towards tanks. So you see multiple tanks in one lineup. So that's why you see, well, before, if it's hard to kill one person, you add in the Tahm Kench, and you just make these longer fights a lot more uninteractive. And you just gobble up whoever is having a problem, especially if they have Warmogs, heal back up, get back into the fight.
So much health to get through, man. Like, you've got to kill Tahm Kench, and then you've got to kill the front line. Yeah. And then you could hit Fury and hack it. It's just like, okay. It's just like you're fighting against multiple health bars. And
usually the way to beat out Tahm Kench is once you stun him, you burst him out before he's gotten that chance to use his shield. They don't have that option on Snake. The real damage is in Crystal, who has that sustained damage. So they have to burn him down, even with the shield. And a lot of the times, that just means that you have to second guess when you actually start the fight. Thankfully, this time, Crystal is a lot more confident in the fights that they have, because they do have their third item in the Guinsoo's Rage Blade. So right now, Crystal is at a very strong point. Probably the strongest point he can get relative to the enemy team.
And honestly, Crystal, he flash forwards aggressive, and if he was like an inch further forwards, he probably would have killed 3 people, but they simply walked away from him in that one. Since they weren't CC'd, they could simply just, walk it off. But there is the opportunity for Crystal. It doesn't mean he doesn't have flash now.
You know what that means?
What's that,
Raz? Back of his head. Frozen Mallet. He's like, I really need this as a 4th item, guys. And it's not bad on Kog'Maw, especially since he needs to chase him down. He's already had problems doing just that.
Especially when you have Runans. Great.
Exactly. So we'd have to expect that being a 4th item. I already said that, strongest point right now relative to enemy composition. If he gets that extra bit of utility, it's going to be much easier to chase them down, in which they already have problems doing so.
I mean, optimally, you get Shen with a flank, and then Galio pops on top, and you're like, excellent. Jan is here to peel. Perfect. And I just free fire. But it's hard to make that happen in practice. Xiao Ao, has he hit the breaking point yet? Well, it's got to the point where Flandre can't kill him, and he can step up to the tower, and Flandre can't kill the minions fast enough. So pretty much that is the Jack's breaking point. Yeah, this is becoming a problem for Flandre, because he's realized that Xiao Ao, yeah, sure, you use Shen Taunt, you get him off the tower, he's going to come back, and Shen Taunt has a pretty long cooldown, so that tower's down, and you got to expect that to be the same case for the inhib tower as well. So Jax has a strategy in mind, brute force the towers, so right now Snake has to do something, and it looks like that option is barren, kind of, a little bit. Flandre is teleporting. He's actually just straight up teleporting, not using the Stun United yet.
Really?
Yeah, Snake have started this one, Raz. And Xiao Ao, he's going to take an inhib. So the goal for the rest of Suning, try to disrupt the Baron, do what they can, but they're still going to be winning off of this one.
They're
Jax
going
takes
up against
the tower.
A Cho'Gath with ulti.
Arrow connects, and it will be the steal out from Suning. Hacker nails it. He backs away, he falls. Yuna's probably going to drop for this one as well, but as long as they can get Fen for now, as long as they can get anyone out of this one, Jax is going to take so much in the bottom side. Maybe Fen falls, but look at Jax, he's still going. Now he backs away as this recall comes in from Flandre, but Suning, massive win.
And what are you doing, Snake? We were talking about what they should have done, what they were going to do. Shen had a proper time staying there. He only really needed to use his Shen ulti if things got bad. Starting Baron, not a big problem, but you have to go for the fight, because you had a Cho'Gath staring you down with his ulti, and you also had the Elise with the execution damage off Q, and of course her own smite. There was no reason for you to believe that this was going to happen unless if Flandre played defense. That did not happen. Take a look at Flandre. Sure, he gets the Cho'Gath off the field. He's going to be able to come back. He actually, there we go. That's the combination. Sure, he didn't use his ulti, but that's enough damage to get it down. Suning Gaming played as well as they could, but that wasn't their choice. It was Snake that went straight towards the Baron.
I mean, you still got to be a good team to catch a throw, Raz.
That's true.
That's the other half of it, and Suning absolutely did that one in the end. And Xiao Ao, that was the Jack's dream right there. When no one's in your lane, the Shen teleports away. He uses a teleport, not a Stun United. And you're like, yes. Beautiful. I could take an inhib tower. I could take an inhib. Then recall. I'm going to take the Nexus as well.
It's like when Caitlyn lays down a trap, and it's a defective bear trap with just the cupcake there. Of course you're going to take the cupcake. Take that damn cupcake.
I mean, that just gets me going, Raz. Watching a Jax or a top laner just push away in a solo lane. 10 out of 10.
It's one of those moments where you just sit silent and just let him do his job. Now we're going to be looking away from it, but once we do pan back into the top
I'm
lane,
looking at the minimap, Raz.
All right.
I never take my eyes away. Okay, let's try to get this pick off here. Fury kiting towards the top side. What a cocoon out from Hacker. Landing where he needed to. Fen might be the sacrificial choker. What is that devour length? Yune's going to pick him up, throw him to safety. Jax with a flank as well. He'll start cleaving into SOFM. The front line's not crippled yet from Zatai. Cogmore flashes away, but Xiao Ao, he's relentless, not getting this Jax off of your carries. SOFM tunnels over the wall, but now Flandre under attack, and they just lost a tie. Snake are falling like flies, and look at the teleport now coming in from Fen. He's looking to take the game, as Flandre doing what he can to just disrupt Xiao Ao, but he's slowly punching him to death. Hootie supporting over the wall. Oh, but he's going to drop to Jax, and this 1 versus 2 is actually going to seal the deal. Suning flash into the base, and we'll be taking the Nexus shortly. SOFM, what's he gonna do? He's a tank. They have no damage. Suning Gaming take the first Nexus of the game, the first Nexus of the series, and take game 1.
Yeah, smile away, Fen. It's funny how fast a trajectory of a game can change in just a minute. Baron steals, my friend. Baron steals. Look at that screen. Take a gander at it.
It's gotta feel real bad, Raz. I mean, I've lost games like that. I think every League of Legends player watching this game has felt that pain.
Yeah,
They've been through a game like that, and it's just like, let's go Baron. They lose the Baron and lose the game shortly after a team fight. It's just like, well...
That's when the real tilt sets in. 3 sets in a row, 5 games in a row, you'd have to think. You're like, man, we're winning this early game. We're feeling good. Get that grime off. That's what I'm talking about, and then you lose. Well, this time around, actually, Suning Gaming, they may have had the goal lead for quite some time, but Snake had the options. They had the Cogmod. They had the build to take the fight.
Snake had a Cogmod, Raz.
Exactly. And so it just came down to the last fight. Sure, they lost Baron, but the fight goes off, and a lot of it is just protect that Cogmod. SOFM got that memo. He does a good job. He stops the Jax from coming in.
Yep.
There are suddenly 2 fronts in the fights. Tanks are trying to get to Cogma. A lot of that stuff. But then you see Elise break through that front line like some sick football game. And he just right there charges that quarterback. Takes down the Cogma. He's down. That's the play. That's over. That's the game.
Yep. And we kind of we poked at Hacker in the early game. It's like, yeah, if he has this full AP build and he gets on the Cogmon, then he's going to kill him. But good luck having that ever happen in a game when you have 4 tanks and a Janna protecting the Cogmon, and in the final team play, he walks up and just assassinates the Cogmon. It's like, well, okay,
well, yeah.
I guess that works. That's fine. All right.
Exactly. And so you're just going to have a moment, and this is when Snake goes back to the training room, the change room, whatever it is. They're going to start talking about the Tahm Kench specifically, because they had a lot of sustained damage, a lot of tanks, but they had no way to deal with the Tahm Kench because Tahm Kench was taking away their picks. They had a great look onto Cho'Gath 2 times in a row that game, but he was able to get out for free because Tahm Kench had W, able to gobble him up and get him out of there. They had no way of being able to burst down the Tahm Kench. They had moments in which they wanted to jump him and remove him from the team fight, but of course he's able to get out of the CC. Kog'Maw has not done enough damage. He shields up, he walks away from the fight, and they go back into it. So it's like there were so many moments in which Snake should have had fights. They should have had those wins, and it didn't happen because Yoon was too good.
Yeah, Yoon's too good, but also Snake are just not very cohesive
as a little bit of both.
Like, we saw the individual plays, and it's like, yes, this is what makes Snake strong. You look at the individuals, like, they are doing exceptionally well. Flandre holding the top side. You look at the rest of the map, it's like, yes, perfect. Like, everyone's performing individually, but if you can't perform as a unit, which we see time and time again from Snake, it's just like, where is the improvement going to come? When is it ever going to happen? And then Suning, this new LSPL team who's slowly been ramping, is apparently enough to take a game against Snake.
Yeah, I think it was at least an improvement in terms of cohesiveness from Snake, right? There were times in which they did work as a team. You just thought that the teamwork was bad, like the thought process, getting Shen out of there to TP in. You're like, that's a commitment. That's a bad commitment. There were points in the team fights where they all end on Cho'Gath, because that's not necessarily a bad fight. They just have to be able to understand when to back off, right? There were certain team fights where they didn't do that properly, but they still had a team goal in mind, which I like from Snake, but a lot of it feels bad for them because sometimes it's just the simple errors that really ruin the game for you.
And I'm sure this isn't the case, but it feels like the members of Snake get some feedback and they're just like, all right, I'm going to touch that point in a second because HACKR will take the MVP. And I mean, absolutely does he deserve this. Gets the steal off on Baron and then assassinates the Kog'Maw. I mean, like, who else could get the MVP in this game?
Yeah, I think it's the assassination on Kog'Maw that got him that MVP. Like, the solo MVP. And I hope the replay comes in after this that just shows him charging into the front line. Just thinking, throwing out that cocoon. I've got you in my sights, and takes him down. I hope that's it. Because other than that, he just got completely demolished in the early game.
His FM, like, took him to town.
His early game was so disastrous, so I really do hope that that was the play that really got him MVP, because I thought that Yoon really played well that game.
Yep.
Yoon played well. You would say that Xiao Al played very well. There were a lot of members of Suning that played well. And sure, HACKR was a part of that, and he was a major part of how that game ended. So, you know, big ups to him.
Yep.
A lot of people in the front of that line. It wasn't him.
But it goes up to the strengths, you know, of SOFM at the same time, because it's like, we know he's a strong individual player, and if you give him the chance, he will outpath you and take everything from you, Raz. So we're going to take a short break while the team's also set up for Game 2. So stick with us. We're back after this for our second game of the set. Welcome back to the LPL, everyone. We're coming in for Game 2 between Suning Gaming and their opponent Snake. Almost forgot the name for a second there. Raz, my name is Paul. So I'm still here with Raz. The Rush Hour Castle Desk is still alive. And you got a small insight as well into how we prepare for the games in between that break. So I hope you enjoyed that one, because I certainly didn't. So Raz, let's talk about this matchup once again, because it seems like, where did you put your tips in, by the way? Because I definitely feel like you deflected my question earlier. It was Suning?
I was Suning.
Okay, all right, that's fine. You think that's going to be a 2-0? Because it sure looks like it in this game.
Ooh, I'll say 2-1.
2-1?
Because I do think that both of these teams showcase like enough of a strength like Snake did that they can actually take a game. I think that SOFM once again had a stellar game, that is, because it's not over, where he just absolutely he tracked down Elise, out-jungled Elise, even though Elise somehow got that MVP, still did a lot of good things, and he can go into the next game. Hopefully he gets Kane. If he doesn't, he can still showcase that Rek'Sai, and I still liked the composition in which you had the Shen Rek'Sai combo. They didn't really use it as much as they could. In fact, I think the Cho'Gath was a really good pick because they tried to do it and they got silenced, so we didn't even get to see the flash pop up from Rek'Sai to be able to get the combination going.
Yep.
So we're looking back at this poster because we're trying to get as much value out of it as possible. It is the Snake poster with a beautifully drawn Snake.
10 out of 10 Snake.
I can't draw
Snake again.
Yeah, I just have stick figure Snake, which is essentially a scribble. That's the swiggly line, everyone. That's what a stick figure Snake is.
That's what it feels like Snake are performing right now. This is the squiggly line.
It is a squiggly line.
What is going on here?
Yeah.
Because you can applaud their individual play. You can say SOFM completely annihilated his counterpart in that game in terms of pathing. And he absolutely did.
Yeah.
He completely destroyed Hacker. But then what happened? Well, Snake come at you like 5 fingers and not a fist. It's just like, hey, let's go for Baron. And then Suning literally finished off 1 push in the next minute. It's just like, well, what happens here?
Yep, and you know what's really funny about that? We just saw who's coming onto the field, I believe. I think that's Dien, who is sitting right beside Fury.
Ooh, I didn't catch it.
So it's going to be interesting to see if that is also... No, that looks like Hacker. Yeah, it's Hacker. Okay, so it looks like it's just going to be Dien and Hacker here.
I thought Fen did very well, but it is indeed Dien.
There we go. Yeah, you're right. Fen did well, and he played that Cho'Gath as well as he could. He got caught up a few times, but as we were talking about that, literally Snake takes away the Cho'Gath. It doesn't matter who is in that mid lane. Give me that Cho'Gath. And I do not think it's going to be on SOFM because he wants to be active really early on. I think that's going to go straight towards Flandre. Or is it Ty? You know, he played Galio last time.
It's a triple flex, Raz. Like,
it's a double flex. I have no faith in SOFM wanting to take that pick.
I don't know, man. I don't even know anymore. They ban out the Kane because that's a must against SOFM and the Zac as well. Don't give them those champions. Not worth it.
And what's funny here is because Snake sees that it's Dien, no reason to ban out the Kassadin. So that's what's really fun to see between both of these mid laners, that they do have their own style, that suddenly you do have to ban out the Taliyah because Dien has an amazing Taliyah, while Fen has a really bad Taliyah, but has an amazing Kassadin. So there are trade-offs, very obvious trade-offs. So they're recognizing that and just immediately getting the bans out.
I feel like Suning got a really nice first rotation though. Maokai and Caitlyn coming out for them.
Definitely.
Caitlyn, of course, like the best AD carry, and then Maokai, we've seen the damage that it can do in the jungle and the top lane as well, just because of an absolutely unkillable super tank.
Yeah, that's fair. And I do think that just a bit of a caveat, because Caitlyn does receive a lot of bans, maybe not so much recently because there's a lot to ban. She did get changed in her attack speed growth.
Yep.
And of course, does have a pretty bad lane versus Varus. Now we don't know what the support picks are going to be here, but Snake getting a hold on that, waiting for second phase, does mean that they're trying to see if Suning can showcase that support. But Suning Gaming are like, you know what, we don't have to show our support anytime soon. We can go into the second phase too, so you might expect a lot of support bans, but we're kicking it off with Adil LeBlanc.
We are, and just some pretty simple pickups as well. It was the Gragas out from Snake and the Orianna in for Dien as well for the mid lane. Why is the Varus into Caitlyn matchup so good for the Varus, Raz?
Just the range, because Caitlyn does have range against most champions, not the Varus, because Varus just has that Q, being able to reach into the back line, be able to hit Caitlyn really early on in the lane. And of course, the hail of arrows keeps a distance, gets that slow off as well, and it just makes it hard for Caitlyn to deal with that. It does, of course, once again depend on the lane matchup, and we might see a Nami. I like the trade of Caitlyn Nami, and with coin users being a thing, you might be able to see that coming back. But once again, it's going to be entirely decided by the support picks. Suning Gaming should have an up onto Snake because they have the first pickings, and they should pick out the best support possible and available. It's good that Snake are just deciding to ban out the Janna and you would expect another ban, I think, not so much Tom Kench. I'm not really high on Tom Kench with that composition, though they have Varus, so they should be afraid of that. I'm flip-flopping here. Lulu, okay.
Hard flip-flop.
Yeah, they're taking away the protection for Caitlyn here.
It does open up the opportunity for Nami, as funny as it is to say, but that hasn't really made a big global splash yet.
Yeah, so there are 2 champions, just to ignore the pun you made, that you can go towards. It is the Nami and it is the Tom Kench. Now, Yoon is a great Tom Kench, should probably just end up picking it up right now, but that does mean that Snake recognized that they have a free pick into it. I would be surprised if it's the Rakan, because Tom Kench does very well into Rakan. I guess Braum makes sense, because you have the Gragas Braum, and I'm just going to keep commenting until he locks in the champion, because I do like the Braum specifically. It's decent into the matchup. It's a bit of a 50-50 trade matchup, but at least you'd say it's good for Tom Kench because he can pick up, you know what, I'm sad. But you say it's good for Tom Kench because he can gobble up whoever is getting the passive stacks. So in a 3v3, strictly on a 3v3 level, Tom Kench comes out ahead. But Braum, you would say, is stronger in team fights because you have Gragas, Braum, great disengage force. You also have the Cho'Gath as well. So if their goal was to disengage, beautiful, you have the 3 champions to do that. But they want engage. They have the Varus ulti, but they don't want to rely on that Varus ulti. So it makes sense that they are going to Braum.
Some great active commentary there, Raz. I enjoyed every second of it.
Beautiful.
And none of it was relevant because Bard was locked in and Jace as well forced the tie. Or Flanger, it could be swapped up there. And Suning will round out their draft of Camille as well.
I wonder if that's going to be... You're right that the Jace is a pure flex. The tie is good on it. Flanger is great on it, and he's one of the rare top laners that are still willing to pick up the Jace. It's just that if you're going into Maokai as Jace, feels bad, man. Like, actually just feels bad because you're going to get Endurance Shield, Armor Boots, Ninja Tabby, and Bramble Vest, and suddenly your life is hell. So...
It's not great. Yeah, because you can't go triple Endurance Ring anymore, so you don't have the mana sustain. Q costs more. It's not like you can farm with Sapling very well. Yeah, it's just bad news bears.
Yeah, I just think that Maokai should be better in that. But you're right. Now it's Camille. I actually think that Jace into Camille is pretty decent, but that's just going to be a Jace mid. Shake that man's hand.
Shake the hand. Snake that hand.
What would be your rating on that handshake? Do you think it's like out of 10?
Probably like a 6. It was like above average, but it wasn't anything special as such. It didn't look like he had like a an iron handshake. You know when you get those good handshakes?
Exactly.
Versus when someone gives you the wet fish, which is definitely like down about 2 or 3. Maybe not even 2 or 3. Maybe just a 1 straight up.
Yeah, it's like Donald Trump and Macron, the French president, just shaking hands. You get the power in there. You just feel the electricity in the handshake. Here, it feels, at the very least, Snake encroached on Suning Gaming's half of the stage for that handshake. So I feel like the coordination isn't even there. So that's why I would give it a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, I agree. I think like if you go for the clasp, if you go for the forearm, that's almost like a 10 right there. I mean, it's a variation on the classic handshake, but I think the power is there, and that's what matters in the end.
Agreed. Suning fan hiding their face.
You should show that face.
Show that face with pride.
Yeah, you're a prideful Suning fan. They just won game 1.
There we go.
They're probably going to win game 2.
Come out proud.
Reveal yourself. Come out from the shadows.
Suddenly just a ski mask underneath that.
And you're like,
Yeah, it's like, perfect. We're going
he bamboozled us all.
full Scooby-Doo mode. At the end of this, we'll find out who it is.
I expect this next game to be Scooby-Doo mode, honestly. It's what I'm expecting from Suning and Snake as we hit the rift one more time. And who are you giving this to? Because you said it was a 2-1. Are you continue with that sentiment after you've seen the draft now?
Yes. Yes, I will. I may be a flip-flopper, but I ain't flipping-flopping that much until I see this level 1. Get out of there!
Oh, he just got licked.
What is he trying to do?
I don't know.
He just lost
all his health.
At 1 minute and 5 seconds. In fact, Yoon should double down.
Walk in again.
Stop his back, please. He doesn't see it back and but.
Get in there.
Oh, well. It's unfortunate because you'd have to believe that Yoon had also listened into that bug where you still hear them backing. So you're like, oh, he has to be still backing. But no, I'm just kidding. Let's see what the...
I'm looking at the keystones. I don't see anything out of the ordinary here.
Yeah, nothing catches my eyes.
No, we're all good. Yeah, Graspedy undying on top lane Cho'Gath.
Yeah, sometimes you would see the Bond of Stone one.
Oh, hello.
Pact, I mean. Oh, get the Krug. Oh,
What? Oh,
That's a lot.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, they robbed him blind.
What a disaster.
What that does mean is he won't get level 2 off that, so he's going to have to get a Mega Leash.
That was a robbery we just witnessed.
Yeah.
Where are the police?
There's no CCTV cameras. Police eating on
They
the
were
job.
hacked by hacker.
Oh my god.
Diane, you need to back up, son.
You didn't expect that. I didn't expect that.
Have you watched Kung Fury, Raz? I know you're not big into pop culture, but this is a bit out there.
Yes, I have.
You have watched
I
Kung
have
Fury?
watched Kung Fury.
Amazing.
I may not understand the references still, but
Oh, okay.
it was a while back that I watched it.
You know about Hacker Man, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
With the
We
glove.
hack time.
That was good.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
There we go. It's the first time I've actually understood a reference on here.
That's true. And it's an obscure one, so maybe this is the blueprint, friends.
Yeah, just gotta
hit
go.
Raz with the obscure references, and he's got you.
The really bad references that you're like, this guy should not know it if he values his time. He doesn't value his time. There we go.
Kung Fury is damn good.
It is good. I didn't believe that it was going to come out because you usually see those Kickstarter movies and you're like, yeah, you know what?
yeah,
I don't
okay.
believe it. Something's going to happen 2 years afterwards and you're like, yeah, it's actually canceled. Thank you for the money. See you later. Not this time. It was an incredible 30-minute film, I think.
Yeah, it's short.
It was incredible.
If you haven't watched it, go ahead. I think it's on Netflix.
Yeah, next time,
Give it a shot.
next time throw Hollywood money at it so we can get an actual 2-hour feature.
We need Triceracop right now on the Rift. Like, he needs to come in and stop that because we've had a robbery. No one's come to investigate. Zatai's just blasting the mid lane. This is an abomination.
Yeah, it's a bit of retaliation. It's a retaliatory crime because SOFM kind of just smacked Hacker around last game round.
Stop it.
Speaking of smacking,
Stop it.
this is unfortunate.
He can't keep getting away with this.
I know there's a lot of talk about Orianna being the strongest mid lane champion because she's so safe in the lane,
And then you take a screenshot of this.
and this happens. I love Jace. I love how Jace is coming back, especially with the buff in lethality. You're gonna see a lot more Jaces. Coco's been still on that train. Zatai's apparently on top of it as well. So there's gonna be a boost in the early game coming out of Snake. No more protection of the Kog'Maw. SOFM is on his active champion if he can finally get to level 6. I mean, I'm not gonna expect it right now, but he is still a level down because of that early game. Oh, thank God.
That would have been horrific.
Yes, I would. I would have called the cops myself.
I have an emergency on the Rift.
I wonder what happens if I actually say that. No, well, I mean, I probably would. Yeah, you know what? That's not a good idea. That's not a good idea.
Don't do that, folks.
I'm not gonna do it.
Don't waste police time.
Yep. Be smart.
Get him, shout out.
Oh, there's a cat behind him.
There is. The cat has been there for a long time.
Yeah, I guess.
This is playing with,
Oh
playing with his
my
yarn. And Flandre, he's
God.
looking for
What?
the kill. He might actually just get this in a 1v1. Yes, he does. 1 versus 2. Flandre kills Shout Out on Camille. And Hacker rocks up and is like, meow, meow. Oh, where's my top laner?
Wow, you know what? Hacker legitimately took time to say meow meow because he flashed, stood still. In fact, no, he went back.
Put that
went
ball of
forward.
yarn back down.
He's pretty unhappy. I'd be unhappy with my performance if I played like that. So I'm saying right now that was pretty unfortunate. Sha'al probably doesn't know what happened. He probably expected the
Oh, he's tilted.
he probably expected the Maokai to come in sooner. Just hope he didn't see the actions of which Hacker, kind of played out there. Oh, I guess we're gonna have
we
to
gotta
see
see it one more
All right,
time.
so he's basing, he was coming in. Okay, he flashes, walks backwards. Still W's, but it's a lot of damage on Grasping the Undying as well.
And it's at this point where Shout Out tilted. Oh no, just kidding. He's smacking Flandre.
Yeah, so it's still gonna be an easy lane for him. Easy lane up, it's gonna be up to Flandre to just scale up.
But isn't that such a good start for top lane Cho'Gath though into a Camille matchup to get a kill this early on and the CS advantage? Like
Thorn Shield.
Flandre's pretty much set. He gets to go Glacial Strap on his first back.
Exactly. So he's feeling really good about himself right now. That he should be able to, sure, it's not going to help if he gets the true damage to the face every time by Sha'al, so he still has to watch out for that. But it's still really nice for him, especially since he should go into Ninja Tabia as well.
Yeah, getting that level 6 means that Shout Out just has such little kill pressure on him for so long. SOFM straight up just contesting Hacker's jungle, takes away all of his little raptors.
They both have Smite. Let's see who gets the final Smite.
I mean, one is level 5, but
Okay.
Hacker combined it with his Q, so that was pretty nice.
Yeah, there we go. I guess that solves that mystery, but SOFM's not going to stop here.
Alright, the Shock Blast have stopped landing in the middle lane. Yoon is losing all his health.
Uh-oh. Thankfully, Crystal and Hoodie do not have much mana to their name, so they can't follow up.
What's happening here? And then it's going to catch the... Oh, in the bottom lane, no. Fury locked in place. He'll flash away. Double flash comes after, and Hootie secures the kill. In comes the Meep.
Why did Yoon... Okay, so Yoon was out of the equation, and suddenly, yeah, the Bard Q comes through, and that's how that happened. Reason why I have to explain that is because we're definitely not going to see the replay on that, just because of how much action is consistently happening on the rest of the map. We don't have time to go into replays. Zatai was looking for a top lane roam, gets caught up by Dien, so he just trades onto him. And then Gragas is just being, I would say, an annoying fly right now to Hacker. He's not really getting anything. Boom. Ooh, I think he smells blood. Just kidding.
Oh, he tastes it.
He tastes
He just licked him.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, he smells it now. Okay. Oh.
What?
Run away.
Oh,
no,
choose it.
No.
Book it.
Ah.
Okay.
Thank goodness.
I'll go in again.
You know, I'd go in again. We would both go in again.
We absolutely would.
It would definitely, you'd hear first blood. I mean, there's 2 kills on the map, so it wouldn't be first blood. But we would definitely die while doing so, but mission accomplished.
Crystal's having a bad time. Crystal just wants the back.
Funny thing about that is that he got the assist gold. He wants the back, so... Oh, speaking of wanting the back.
Whoa, SOFM coming out with a flash here, but Hootie, the CC comes out, and this actually might be a kill. Fury, he has no flash. Hold on, SOFM. Did you just disrespect Fury? Well, Hootie would pick up the kill anybody.
Okay, so that is ridiculous. They stopped Crystal's back so often, wanted to have him stay in lane with Doran's Blade. He finally backs. You're like, you know, I think Fury really wrestled control after dying the first time around. And then he just gets blasted by the fat man himself.
Definitely looked like SOFM was BMing him there.
Yeah,
Stood
maybe.
still, expected the red buff to kill, and it's like, oh, who'd he get him?
To be fair, that was a trap he sat on. So he had a reason. He wasn't purposely disrespecting, but it definitely looks good. He's probably going to tell his friends at the end of the day that I was really just standing there.
Yeah, it's like, did you see that? Check him on Plays TV. How's DN doing? Because it seems like every time I look at mid lane, he's getting nuked. He's gone Swiftness boots first, Raz. What do you make of this?
Disaster. I do think that, like, don't go Swiftness boots.
That's me when I'm tilted on Urgot.
I would never go Swiftness. He's going Swiftness boots as Bard ulti protects him from the hand of God. He's going Swiftness boots just so he can dodge out in the shock blast. That has to be the reason why. Zatai's been throwing quite a bit of them, and he's going to get blue buff once again since it is up. So that's his mentality. Like, he wants to sustain the lane, and he just wants to get out of this one. Let's see if he throws another one. Just kidding. He used it for the win.
Zatai's just having a really good lane right now, and I'm looking at Snake, and you know, you called the second game win for Snake, and I'm seeing it, Raz. I see Flandre with the massive lead in top lane.
Yeah, I didn't expect that, though. That's one of those things. I didn't expect Flandre to do so well in the Cho'Gath. I mean, sure, the mishap early on really costed Xiao quite a bit. But I didn't expect this. Flandre, stop taking tower hits.
He didn't care. He's going to get all his health back anyway from these minions.
Oh, you're gonna regret that, Dian.
Yeah, we all knew that DN was not going to come out of that trade positively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, of course, Zatai would still want to base because he doesn't have much HP. Oh, this is getting a little.
That's why I'm just going to force this one.
I don't know
Just
if he
kidding,
can.
Hacker's coming out. He's going for the full-on engage. Shower pops the ultimate, knocked out of the ring. It's still the 2v2, but SOFM coming into the bottom side, walking right into DN. You've walked the wrong way, and you'll be falling to the clockwork wind-up. Zatai's just like, look, I smashed my lane, and then you give him a kill. Come on. What are you doing, SOFM?
This is, okay, so like this is why it's bad for Snake.
Getting Corruption landing in the bottom lane, and Hootie's following after as well. Flash in from Yoon.
Oh!
And Fury, he's getting stunned by this one, but Yoon with the last-minute Devour saves his AD carry.
Okay, I'm still going to hit the top lane push quickly. SOFM had no reason to do that because Zatai was not moving top at all. Zatai should have moved top first because he had priority within the lane. He didn't do it, so it wasn't a 3v2. It was actually a 3v2 in Sunning's favor, which is a little ridiculous if I'm going to use my own slang, my own saying. So, yeah, Snake comes out behind because they didn't think the whole plan through. First tower gold would have been great for Snake. It's unfortunate that they didn't commit the extra resource for it.
I mean, Hacker knows that Flange is going to keep on pushing over and over and over again, so he'll get the flash burns in the top lane for this.
This is when you get the messy memes right now from Snake, right? Because you see the plan, it's beautiful, you know what you want to get. That first tower gold means so much to you. But then you get greedy, and you don't do that extra bit of work. We saw it in the last game when SOFM just placed down that Rift Herald, and sure they came out in a positive way. They still came out on a win in that specific team fight. But this time around, you can't expect to get gold off of not really planning out these plays. So this is another example in which Snake were trying to go for that tower, but didn't really put in the extra, I would say, brain work for it.
Yep. It's just a lack of coordination, really, from the team that keeps plaguing them. Because individually, you know, like, I don't know, 2 minutes ago we were just saying that FLICKR is beating out Shout on the 1v1.
Yes.
Even when Hacker arrived, Zatai is destroying DN in the mid lane. And bottom lane, going pretty damn good for Crystal and Hootie as well. So we're like fantastic. But then as soon as they come together, disaster strikes.
Exactly. And sometimes you just want to ask for them to come together, right? It's still a play which this is the right call to go towards this turret. Crystal gets the full gold, so that's still, I guess, a positive for him. He's going to be happy about the mishaps really earlier on. But so the play is like, the idea is still correct. It's just how you execute upon it. And it's just Snake that's taken a little bit of a, I guess, the detour. Talking about detour.
Oh, the slow doom as the cats come in. And FLICKR, run, my friend.
Okay. Run, Forrest!
He's not running very fast. This is a bit of a, this is more of like a stroll.
Oh!
Run down.
At least he...
That was a sad death.
He had a few cupcakes in the meanwhile, so at least he was paid well.
Yeah. At least he had a last meal, right? Like, you didn't really get that on some of this rift, but
That's true.
that was nice at least. SOFM, that's easily punishable, but that's fine.
Yeah, Dan doesn't want to do it. You die if you tried.
Yeah, he had fire. He was like, is it worth it? Because I could flash and save my mid lane tower for maybe another 30 seconds unless anyone's around, but there's no Hacker, there's no Yoon really, doesn't have Abyssal Voice, so.
Yeah. Still, at some point, you got to expect someone to get hurt. Specifically SOFM when he just keeps doing it. He just keeps doing it. Keeps throwing out that Rift Herald in weird places.
It's not pretty, Raz, but still, Snake have 2 towers. They have a pretty hefty gold lead. All their lanes are doing well. They're all ahead.
So then we have to start to look towards the ideal play for Snake, right? Because they find themselves with these early leads so often. So Earth Dragon is up. They did the right thing by sending Crystal and Hootie bot so they can push out the wave. Focus on this tower, which is pretty low as well, and get that third outer tower. So these are the right plays, right focus right now for Snake to get that tower, move towards Dragon, ward up the blue side jungle.
Yep.
We just have to see if they do that, or if they find another plan that detours all of that. They're like, you know what, actually, I think I've got Dian.
But that's a simple play, right? And that's what 99% of teams would do in this situation. And just play it smart. You know, you don't have to go into the jungle by yourself. Like if you're SOFM and you're Hootie, just group up, move together. Don't get caught. Or they could look for this gank in the mid lane. SOFM tosses out the barrel, gets the animation cancelled, but Dian luckily was on top of his game with a flash.
That was interesting. I don't even think he thought that he could get the stun off of the E, so he tried to use his ulti in the meanwhile, so that's interesting. But once again, it's a criticism where, yeah, you get flash off of Dian, but the play is still towards the bottom lane. Crystal should still stick to the lane, and if that play is going to happen, don't have the AD carry roam out, because your ultimate goal, your main strategy, not the side mission, though I do love myself some side missions just because, you know, play a few Skyrim. I will never finish the main story, just the side missions. But the main story is important in this game at the very least. They finally finished. Okay,
you do all the side quests, you can get big and beefy, and that's great, but you're still going to finish the game.
Yep. Unless if it's Skyrim.
And yeah, in which case you just do side quests forever.
It's a good life.
All right, this is a good side quest.
It's a nice one.
Take the dragon, great. They got the blue vision, also good. Snaking are doing it, kind of in reverse order, but that's fine.
There we go. You know, at least it's a side quest that has a character that relates to the main storyline. So you're like, you know what? I could probably win without this, but I'll take it along.
I enjoy the company of Mountain Dragon.
Exactly.
Because it makes Baron easier, makes winning the game easier.
And if you saw last game, anything to take down that Baron securely is important. Even FLICKR picked up the Cho'Gath for that exact purpose.
That is true. Snake are not losing any Barons this game. Or I say that and somehow Hacker's going to get a steal off again.
I'm telling you right now, if this goes to game 3, I mean, Snake would have won this for that instance, but they're probably, if they get this Baron stolen from them, even with the Cho'Gath, they're pulling in the Nunu. Get that Cho'Gath Nunu composition. Anything for that Baron.
Callista AD carry.
Yep.
It's like, we are securing this. We're going to nuke at 4,000.
Absolutely no way we lose Baron. Not to a not to a random recon queue. Not this time. We're not going to lose Baron to recon queue because there's no recon in this game. Nothing will steal Baron away from us. They really have bad luck with Barons.
They really do. But it's partially like put on themselves. They partially create their own bad luck.
Yeah.
It's like maybe you could stand behind the Baron, so recon can't queue over the wall. Or maybe you could all coordinate when you're going to nuke the Baron.
Yeah.
And that also allows you to take the Baron.
That's true. I think that ever since those sad games, that they've been in practice school, because that exists, and they've just been playing with Baron. There's no scrim time, only Baron time.
Oh yeah, that's a nice stun.
That's actually
Big
really
knock
good.
up as well.
That
Follow
just
up the
keeps-
Tempered Fate.
That's still
This
good.
could be a big flank from SOFM if he chooses to execute, but no flash. They just want the tower. It's all time so they can hit the tower.
Okay, I can respect that, especially since the tie's here.
Yeah, Zatai is smashing the mid lane. Suning, the time's kind of running out. It's just been objective after objective from Snake, and they're actually playing remarkably well.
Yeah, I think that this has been a really disciplined Snake, I would say.
Yeah.
What's also interesting is that the tie is the few Jaces in this meta that has not gone towards tier, and it's fast tracked towards lethality. Okay, here we go.
Hacker in for the engage, but comes out with the horizontal cat play, and that was that.
That is not the cat he was looking for.
No, no, it was not. Mid lane also getting sieged out, and Suning are probably going to lose double inners right here if this push continues.
Yeah, this is just constant pressure. Zatai is having an amazing game thus far. He stumped out the lane. He's utilized it perfectly in terms of leaning top lane when his top lane needs him, or just sticking to the lane and just continuing to do the damage. And he doesn't even need the tier, which we see from mid lane Jaces recently. He's just said, I'm already ahead. Why am I going to put myself further behind by building that 800 extra bit of gold? And I guess like just kind of detract myself. So, sure, he's going to need a little bit more in terms of blue buffs, but he's doing some good jobs here.
Snake up very far ahead, Raz. That's what I've discovered. They have a lot of gold. They have a lot of towers. 5-0 towers. You know what? This is near a perfect game. If those 2 kills hadn't gone down.
That's true.
I remember both those 2 kills. I remember the FLICKR kill in the top lane. I remember the kill on SOFM. If those didn't happen, it'd be in perfect game territory.
It didn't have to happen. That's why it's always sad.
I know.
But you know what? You can't expect perfection, though you would want it. Sometimes you just got to be able to deal with it. Maybe even say, you know what? It's a perfect game from them, and just hope that people don't look towards the scoreboard.
But if this game continues in the way it has been, Raz, and Snake close out the game in again, perfect fashion, you're just like, man, if Snake played like this all the time, they would be a top team.
That's true.
We said it pre-game, and now you have visual evidence of Snake playing well.
And it's just discipline here. You rarely see this from Snake. They've had strong focus on vision control. You see it here again. Crystal has the highest control wards cleared in the LPL per game. Of course, that's when he was playing support. And even though that's a bad stat, just because they lose control so often that they have to regain control, it's still relevant that they end up focusing on it regardless.
Tell you sell the stat, Raz. This is like highest in the league.
In the
He is
league.
the best.
Yes.
Even though they're behind all the time. But you can say that.
He loves to kill wards.
He's great at finding those wards on the map. Denying that vision.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they're usually in mid lane to get sieged in, you know? Like, you
you
don't need to add the last part.
Well, the last one is incredibly relevant to why that stat even exists. Because you get players like Mako who's perfect, but you know what? He's perfect because that ward's going to stay on the field. You ain't going to clear it. I love myself some ward clears, you know what? When you don't...
What gets Raz out of the bed in the morning is just like, oh boy, I can't wait to watch some League of Legends and see some wards get cleared.
Oh.
Heck yeah.
You know what? You're not going to see actual champions die with 6 champions in 20 minutes of gameplay, but those wards... Okay, actually.
Well, we've caught a catfish.
Wait a minute.
Where did he
Where
go?
did he go?
That wasn't even What was that? Where did it come from?
That's actually Mary Poppins. That guy had an umbrella. He's gone.
Like, that wasn't Feast from FLICKR. I could understand that if a true damage nuke just popped onto him. But I think that was the tie, actually.
It was. I actually legitimately thought that was FLICKR popping.
I don't see that in like 0.25 speed because I think it was a shock blast and maybe something else, but
Yeah, you know what? If you are currently watching via YouTube, you just slow that right down. You replay it. You slow it down to 0.5. And you just watch it. Enjoy it. See, just take it all in.
and Yun is level 9, and that's a 4 level advantage, but still, that was his whole health bar. Lethality.
It's disgusting, yeah.
Yep.
Now I'm seeing the number 20, and I can only assume that is talking about the early game. I don't know what these numbers mean, but I'm just going to use it for a narrative that I'm assuming here. And the narrative is that Snake just gets ahead in 20 minutes of the game so often. All right, their 20 minutes consistently good 20 minutes, good 20 minutes of gameplay. And then something happens once the clock strikes 21. It is 21 right now, Pulse.
Uh-oh.
Well, it's now 22, but you get the point.
The clock struck 22.
It struck 22. And if you're European and you're using military time, 22 makes sense. You're like, oh, so the clock struck 10 o'clock. You know, that's fair.
Yeah.
If you're me, that's crazy. That's crazy talk. That makes no sense, Raz. Clock struck.
So what's going to happen at 10 o'clock, Raz?
Well, if you're Dan Gaming, you start Baron 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
But it's Snake. They might start Baron right now. Because right now, Snake, they're still in a good position. They have double AD with the Jace and Varus. And, of course, with Cho'Gath. It's not AD, but it's still a lot of damage. That they can actually just start Baron, burn it down. They have 2 Earth Dragons. Sunny Gaming have to be aware of this, which they are. They're sending every member they can.
If you can kill Hacker, this is perfect. But you can look at Shout Out. He's getting some damage on bottom tower.
They should start it right now. They chunked down Hacker, so they should just go for it.
All right, we're on a timer. The old classic Baron for tower.
Missed.
He misses the ultimate. Hacker's got a chance. Here come the cats, Raz.
The cats are coming!
The cats are coming for you. Where's Hacker? Where'd Hacker go?
I'll tell you right now, that Baron went to 55 HP. Don't do that. I understand.
The cats could have stolen it.
They could have stolen it. The actual man cat, or at least the tree cat himself, could have went into the Baron with his flash and stolen it.
I know. I was very confused. I couldn't see where Hacker went, but I'm pretty sure you ate him.
I probably did.
He held him back.
Yep.
It's just like, I just want to come in for the steal.
I'm just really on edge every single time Snake are doing Baron, because
I mean, that could have been another steal. Like, literally anything, any bit of damage from Sunny could have stolen that.
yeah. But they still got it. That's all that matters here. Mission is complete. The vision control did its job.
I don't know that the ends justify the means, but I guess they do for this one.
Yep. Every villain out there only care about the end. They don't care about the means, all right? They don't care how many people they have to kill, how many people's foot they have to step on, how much money they have to steal. They still get the job done, all right? Snake got the job done. It didn't have to look clean.
Are you saying that Suning are the protagonists? They're the heroes that we need in this series?
Yep. You have your the smart man, Hacker, hacking into the mainframe. Even though that's directly opposite, he's actually just a very active jock. But you know what? The name says Hacker, so.
So that's the storyline you get, damn it. This is your own fault.
Yeah. Name yourself something differently.
Oh, hello. Crystal. If only I had damage, says Sian.
If only he didn't have sustain.
If only I'd gone penetration boots and not Swifties.
But this should be very easy for Snake. The fact that they're setting up on this Baron. Sure, the traps are going to make it hard, but right now Zatai should actually be mid lane. Like the early setup that they had before with Zatai being mid, pushing up on mid lane turrets so someone has to deal with him, the rest of the team being bottom lane, so even though traps are stopping you, the main goal is not to be in bottom lane. The main goal is to force the enemy team to stick to bottom lane. That should be what's happening on your screen. They kind of mixed it up and put Jace on the bottom side of the map. But that's kind of weird. I guess they're just saying, okay, the traps are here, so the rest of us, we're just going to try and dive mid. I think that's the focus here. Woo!
It's all damage.
You know what? If you keep playing like that, Zatai, it doesn't matter what lanes we're in.
That's why I keep waiting, though, with bated breath. I'm just waiting for something to go wrong. Because Snake have played immaculately so far. Temper Fate hits Yoon. Good flash from Yoon. Right the wave. But it's still inhibited down for Snake. Everything is still perfect. Everything is still good.
I know you're waiting for that moment.
I am, Raz, and it doesn't feel great, but...
Oh! That could be the moment.
That could have been it,
that
yeah. Everyone walks into a trap.
Don't do that.
Just to gauge and they all die.
You don't know where that Caitlyn is. Alright.
Okay. We're still okay.
It's still good.
It's like I'm watching a trapeze artist.
Oh, actually, what's going on
chain of corruption. Shockwave land. Backline just got decimated from Snake. Neither of them die, though. Hacker jumps onto the front line. Gotta be careful, though. Flounder still has Feast. Nice devour from Yoon. SOFM caught out by Xiao Ao off to the side. That was a good pick, but the tower's still down. Xiao needs to get more off of this, and he wants to kill onto Crystal. He's knocked up from the... Oh, the Feast damage. Yoon, the assassin, the would-be. But in comes Fury as well for the backup. Nice sidestep from Yoon as well. Takes a volley of fire out from Zatai, and they'll make their way out. It's a 2-for-1 trade.
I guess that works for what you were looking for. It may not have gone disastrously wrong, but Suning Gaming still keep into the game. That could have been the game-ending push from Snake. They got the mid lane inhib. They're working towards the bot lane inhib. But Dian does the job. He gets the job done. He utilizes his ulti, Shockwave being able to catch 3 people. And they didn't have any wave for Crystal to be able to heal up on. So he actually had to book it. He had to move away from that entirely. And so you saw what happened. Xiao did an amazing job to follow up and get the kill on SOFM. So that was a great defense from Suning.
But still, this is what, an 8,000 gold advantage to Snake, double Mountain Dragon. They've had that Baron, but though I do feel in this game, Raz, we're going to find ourselves with another Baron on the board as a contestant.
Yeah.
There's a potential for Suning to come back into this game.
It just depends, because Snake don't have to. They could actually just take this inhibitor, work on the top lane inhibitor, or just try to end with two inhibs down. But you would have to think that Snake, to hit your point, takes down that second inhib, and then just moves straight towards Baron. That's the second ideal goal, I would say. That's not how ideal goals don't work. There's only one ideal goal. You can't have 2 ideal goals.
Why not?
Because suddenly it's not ideal. You can't have 2 things that are of equal value. Then it's not ideal. That's how that works, Pulse.
I don't know, man. I feel like you can have 2 things that are equally as valuable.
Then I wouldn't use ideal for that.
Okay.
This sounds weird. You can't say 2 ideal goals. It's not going to happen. Not in my vocabulary, God damn it.
All right, well, this seems like at least an ideal goal, damn it. Here come the cats. Gonna lock down Crystal, bang a bit of time for Yoon. He goes into the great health. Dian uses all of his HP on Hacker, maybe fed to the wolves here. Xiao out wanted the flank, but the rest of the team's backing away and Flattery zoning away. SOFM, Zeus's ultimate. Inhib down. We lost Dian in that. I don't even know where Dian went. Xiao Ao jumps away, but he's locked in place. Chase back, and Fladre finishes him off along with Crystal. We are actually looking for the game end right here as Suning tried to defend a door next to his turret, but Snake, they played it well. And I held my breath for a second, for a long, hot second, but SOFM and the rest of the team hammering onto the Nexus, they actually do it. They take game 2, Raz.
And they didn't even need a second Baron. Snake come back. Once again, you get to check out that Snake drawing.
Great Snake. Draw a happy face on that Snake.
Oh, keep drawing. Well, not just yet, because we have to go to game 3.
Draw it in pencil.
There we go. You can erase it. You could probably still see the smile, kind of, if you look hard enough.
But it should be there, because Snake, that was a great game from them. And this is what Snake can do, Raz.
They can.
They can have a great game. They can all play well. They can team up. They can have good individual plays, and you have an incredible team. But we just don't see this all the time. If they did this all the time, they would be a top team. And that's not a hard statement, because they would.
It's a clean graph. Almost as clean as that statement, because I agree with it. Snake can have great showings, and they have. It's a fact.
We just saw one.
It's in the vibes.
Saw 28 minutes of good play.
And so, you get to see what could be a really top-tier matchup. You look at these teams, Suning, Snake, you're like, one of you have to not be orange.
It's a lot of orange.
But you get to see 2 good teams that there's a lot of growth. But with Suning, it's growth because there's team play that's already there. There's talent that's already there in Fury, Dian even, you could say, and Hacker. I'm just going to add another one in there. Going up against Snake that have just a whole row of top-tier talent, but just doesn't have that team play. So you see a team that has solidified team play, has made it a name for themselves thus far in the league, just kind of questionable in terms of certain talent, but they have a little bit that can get them by, versus a team like Snake that have the individual players. They just don't have the team, and we got to see that in this game.
It just means the ceiling is so much higher for Snake. It's right, like they can hit that 10 out of 10, and Suning, if they come at you with like a 5 out of 10 every single time, then against weaker teams or like Snake who perform at like a 2 out of 10, they're gonna win. But if they don't, if Snake suddenly all perform at the same time, then you have like a 10 out of 10 team, and that's going to win. And Snake demonstrated that in this game, but they never do it for a whole series. You know, it actually very much reminds me of like the problems that IG had, where it's just like, which IG are we getting this time? Is it just like the amazing IG? Is it going to be the IG who just doesn't do anything for half an hour? We just don't know, you know? And like heading into game 3, it's so hard for me to predict, because I can be like, oh yeah, well Snake had a good draft here, or they had a good early game and they had a good team fight, but I just simply don't know what the mental state of the players is going into game 3.
That's why I gave it to game 3, because if there's one solid vote that you can give this game, right? You can't say whether it's going to be a Suning win or a Snake win, even though I had to be forced into that position. I will say it's going to go to game 3 because ultimately you roll the dice and one of these teams are going to look good, right? One of these teams are going to come out with an amazing game. You saw it from Suning. You saw it from Snake.
Yeah.
Now you're going to have to roll that dice. You're going to be sweating a little bit. Depends what you have on the line. These two teams have a lot on the line, and hopefully you get to see good play from both of them come into game 3.
At a certain point, Raz, like that becomes, I'm not saying that was an overused statement, but it was an overused statement because we say that all the time, right? Like we go into a match and it's like, so much is on the line for both these two teams, but what does that actually mean for Snake? Because we say that every single time they play. It's like, you're at the bottom of the tables, if you want to make a playoffs run, you need to start picking up wins, and every single game matters, and like, that's great. But it doesn't change how they play necessarily.
Yes.
It does affect some teams. It affects people who are actually like vying for third, for example. You look at OMG and it's just like, these guys are going hard because they need to win this game. Or you look at WE and it's just like, we're going to have immaculate play now because we want to secure the first place out of our league. Great, but does that actually apply to a team like Snake? I don't really have an answer for you.
They have high expectations, and you get to hear about it constantly with how the coaching staff takes it, right? A lot of, like, for instance, some of them lose their jobs off this play.
Yeah.
A lot of the players feel that hurt because their expectations going into the split was definitely high. The expectations going into the last split was incredibly high. The fact that they're finding themselves this low on the ladder, we talk about it time and time again. Last place in Group A, sure, it's just kind of flimsy. If they take this win, they tie up with IME, but it feels bad for them because they see that day after day after day in scrims. They see what they can do. They see what they've purchased in terms of the play and what they've invested in terms of the players. But you get to see this kind of a play out of FLICKR specifically. You get to see this kind of a play off of the teams, off of every member of the team. And it feels good when they get the results.
Yeah, because like my mind is instantly cast back to that initial play that FLICKR had in the early game where he gets the 1 versus 2 kill. Yes, Hacker maybe baited Chow out just a little bit, but FLICKR still got the outplay there and escaped with his life. Just had a great game on that Cho'Gath. And, you know, we saw Cho'Gath in the top lane before from Amazing J. Wasn't so hot, but apparently he won lane. I just didn't see it. FLICKR right there, though, won lane and also won the entire game. So good stuff from him. But this just speaks to the power of those individual players. And, you know, we'll never stop saying that. We'll never say that Snake have poor players or they're weaker in certain positions because they're simply not. They're just good players individually. It's whether they can actually come together as a team or not.
Yeah, this game we got to see every member do well in their lane. A lot of our focus was going to be on that Jace because the Thai had a staler game. Bottom lane had a lot of attention too, but Cho'Gath was just 20 CS ahead. For no reason. He was just bullying the guy, clapping him. So I thought we got to see a lot of individual strength here.
So again, we just need to see more of the same honestly from game 2. We need to see more of that out from Snake as we head into game 3 between Snake and Suning Gaming. Welcome back to the LPL. We're coming in for Game 3 now between Suning Gaming and Snake. The Snake have brought us to a Game 3, and we got to see the good Snake one more time. And we need to see it in Game 3 here, Raz, because if they can do that, then great. They pick up a win, and we've only seen it twice in this entire split. They have those occasional good games. We've seen it, but it never usually gets them a win. They got that one against WM, which is like, heck yeah, this is what Snake can be. And then it just never really happens again.
Yeah. It's like, it's in the wild night. You see, okay, you know, this time around, full moon, you get the beast of SOFM, you get the beast of Snake. And you just want the full moon to come out every day. It's just not how that works.
Yeah, we need to find a correlation on that. Maybe it is something to do with the weather conditions. I don't know, like, you know, lunar conditions, like suddenly they just all turn on at the same time. I'm not sure, but there was differences with the Suning lineup as well, right? So he also brought in DN into mid lane. He's not having a fun time against the Thai. I can tell you that for certain. He was getting demolished by his Jace. So in comes Fen one more time. And if nothing else, it at least draws a ban in the first phase in the form of Cassidy.
That's true. So we saw the Talia ban come through in the first time round when DN was on the lineup. Now you're going to see the Cassidy once again. The Cassidy ban, that's the expectation here. But you're right. DN had a very bad time in the matchup versus the Thai. Couldn't deal with it. So now Fen, who did well in game 1, you'd expect the same kind of value. In fact, now the value in Cho'Gath rises up exponentially. We saw the Cho'Gath getting picked up by Snake in the last game. And you have to believe that's going to be in the back of these players' mind going into the next game, that you have an extra slot that Cho'Gath can go in now that Fen on the field.
Exactly. And I assume that Suning will be going back onto the boot side as well, because it does give them priority there if they really want to try and early flex that Cho'Gath.
That's true.
Or just straight up take it away, because we know that both teams can play it now. But I really do feel like Fen is better for the team. I like that Suning are giving DN a chance, especially when they're a game up, but I just feel like Fen is straight up better.
Well, I actually disagree with that, because I think that this is the
there,
one team that I do believe both players do have outright strengths, right?
Okay.
Fen, when I've seen him on Talia, when I've seen him on, quite honestly, most champions that isn't named Kassadin, there isn't a cheeky game. I'll say this one is a good example of him having a good Cho'Gath game, so to extend that pool. I'm not impressed by it. In fact, I actually thought that he just had a bad Talia game constantly. So I think that Fen has innate strengths in his own champion pool, and you could say the same about DN. Now, with that being said, Orianna was just not a good game from him. So you could probably just say maybe it was not a good day, not a good game from him. Maybe that's just not a champion that he can play consistently. Sure. That is a big question, but I still think Fen needs to prove himself, especially since he is not going to be gifted the Kassadin in this set.
You know, I think my argument there, Raz, is like, yes, we saw him on the Cho'Gath, but we've also seen him on Echo, Karma, on which the champions he's actually picked up wins on, and also look very good. That's not also been on the Kassadin. Of course, yeah, we still kind of know him as a one-trick on the Kassadin. I'm not going to deny that fact whatsoever. But we do need to see more. So I think we can find a middle ground here where we're definitely saying that we just need to see if he can actually win on a different champion.
That's true. And I think that the Karma matchup usually has a very strong laning phase, so you get the gift after that one, and a very clear way to play the mid to late game, so we still have to see how that goes.
Yes, we do. Kassadin, of course, banned against Fen. Callista. Why was it so hard to find the words? Callista and Elise from Snake. I believe that's Kane with Talia and Kog'Maw as well towards Snake. That does leave open the prize Zac, and that will go over to Hacker.
Okay, all right. So the Zac coming through from Hacker. Now, it is SOFM. Now, if you're going to play a tank up against him, a tank that can't skirmish all too well, you're going to expect him to look towards, let's say, a Rek'Sai. I wonder if, because I can't see the first ban, I wonder if that's going to be the Kayn ban.
Oh, it's definitely Kayn.
It's definitely Kayn, okay. So we're going to have to see if he does go back towards the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, you'd have to assume so, but that means that first pick of the Zac coming in will leave open the Cho'Gath, and we saw how good it was for FLICKR last game. At the same time, it's also a flex here, Mr. Raz, so we can see where it could go for the rest of the map.
That's true. I do expect it to be top lane, because I think FLICKR had a very good game off that. So Snake should just go straight towards comfort. Right? We saw these picks coming out of Snake in game 2. They got the win off of it. They're definitely feeling incredibly high off it, so you might expect, once again, the Gragas to be coming out from SOFM, and even though you can't look to walk into the enemy jungle, start messing with him, you're actually going to be scaling along with that Zac, so it kind of counteracts to the point that I believe that Rek'Sai is another pick. Yep. So he has 2 picks that he can go towards. It's either the Gragas or the Rek'Sai. it's just two completely different mentalities there, and it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. Now, it's not going to be a Scion.
Ah, do it.
I would love a mid lane Scion. I would love it.
I would love it too. I'm just getting to see Scion again, but it hasn't really changed much. I mean, it is the tank patch, so, you know, they could push him back in. But I do want to talk about the Galio.
All right.
And the fact that Rumble's just been poked up. Like, Xiao has done very well on that champion. And Zach Galio, like, that should be, theoretically, like, you come out of champions, like, yeah, free win. But we've seen this composition before. We saw it yesterday. It did not do so hard.
Yeah, 7.13, 7.12. Big matchup. You'd think that, okay, you know, someone coming in with Zach and Galio, you've just insta-lost the set, as you said. But this time around, I actually think that it's still fine because the Rumble is there. Because a lot of times the worry is that, okay, you've dived into the back line with Zach Galio. Where's the follow-up? And a lot of teams have actually know how to play a comp into it, where you just see so much disengage. A good example is actually like Jaina now. That you can't find good enough follow-up to really make it worthwhile. This time around, you have the Rumble ulti to help you out. So I think that Suning Gaming, at the very least, with the first 3 picks that they have, is pretty decent backline damage.
Yeah, definitely. Rengar also coming out there for SOFM. A couple question marks there, obviously, because you know, Lee Sin's still open. Rek'Sai was still open as well, you know, so he could have gone in that direction, but chooses to go for the Rengar.
Yeah, Rengar is a very interesting, questionable one. I think that while the lethality and the Duskblade patch does help out Rengar, especially when he's snowballing, that does mean that with the Cho'Gath that he has on his team, that he might go pure damage instead of the usual Rengar, you know, get warriors and then go straight into tanky after Black Cleaver. He might go left field and just try to assassinate topside map with level 6 and just jump on top of the Rumble, or whatever Fury is about to pick himself.
It's actually crazy the respect that Snake pays towards Suning Gaming right here with the Jace ban and the Lucian ban. It's saying, well, there's a possibility you could bring that into the mid lane and flex the Galio down into support. But it's actually just going to be straight up the duo. Not quite locked in yet. It was the Xayah part, but if you lock in Xayah, you might as well just lock in the Rakan as well.
That's pretty fun. It's fun because even though they're going to have a rough lane matchup against Braum and Varus, their whole focus is to get into these team fights. That's so much engage coming out of Suning Gaming. They can play off Rakan, off of Galio, off of Zach. And in fact, the combination of Rakan engaging into the Galio ulti. Is that?
Malzahar.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go.
This is great. This is a beautiful game. All right. So I love Suning Gaming's composition. But the champion Malzahar specifically, also love him. Highest win rate mid laner right now in solo queue.
Yep.
It's a lot of damage he can output. There are a few changes that happened to Malzahar so long ago that if you cancel out his ulti, you're still going to be taking damage. It's a lot of damage coming out of that, man. And even though the nerf to his Voidlings are kind of, it feels bad because you can just one-hit them in lane, it is a melee matchup. So it's going to be very hard for Galio to do that while still, you know, not taking damage. So he's going to have to face with a pushed in lane constantly. And with how they buffed up Malzahar's scaling on his Q and E, or whatever the silence is.
Call of the Void.
Yep.
Visions.
He's going to be doing a lot of damage once he has items underneath him. So right now, Malzahar is such a good tank buster. And there's a lot of tanks right now in Suning Gaming's lineup.
There are indeed. I believe this is the first Malzahar we've seen in the LPL as well, right? So many times we've been like, come on, play it. Play it.
That's
I want
true.
someone to play it.
Yep. What's really funny?
Get it.
What's really funny is that Snake have played. I remember when Malzahar was such a good support once upon a time. Oh, see, I love that fan. I love that fan because, you know, don't hide behind that sign. Go out and meet that camera.
That was some proactivity.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I really do. But just to hit it, Snake was the team once upon a time. Accidentally drafted Malzahar with Taric and a mid laner, and they just was like, okay, maybe we're going Malzahar jungle. And it was a very sad day for them. A very sad pick ban.
I remember that.
That was a good time for everybody else.
They got annihilated.
That was I just love that memory. You got a few memories with Snake, but this time around they're here to make some good memories. The Malzahar in the mid lane, good memory. I love this champion. I want to see how it does in the composition because even though the mid lane matchup is actually very free for him right now, how he does in the composition, once they start meeting 5v5, 4v4 in these skirmishes, Malzahar has a lot of value. I'll have to see how he plays this one out.
And we're on to the Rift, and then the first dragon's going to be Mountain as well. That's pretty hype. So Snake and Suning all comes down to this in this best of 3. I'm so happy I get to cast a Malzahar game as well. It's been too long. Last time I saw him, he was in support. Now he's come back into the mid lane, and no one touched him for the longest time.
Now we finally get to see him. You get to see a few Malzahars, one in LSPL, one in LMS, here and there. You're like, please, just
Scattered.
please give it to me.
Across the land.
I want this Malzahar. We finally get the Malzahar.
God bless the Thai. The hero we needed.
Yep.
And even banned up the Jace as well. This could be a game that he could have gone for the Jace. I mean, to be fair, the team would have had absolutely no AP damage whatsoever if he did go for the Jace.
Yeah.
But, you know, it was a possibility, and he gave it up for the chance at the Malzahar.
Love him. And so now with the tanks being Galio and Zac, actually it's going to be really difficult for Zac to find time to get into the backline, because we were with Zac recently. We're always worried now about if he does engage, is there follow-up, but also is there a lot of damage flying at him, right? Is there, like, the disengage here still exists from Snake. They still have the silence for when he comes in. He can't really do too much. They still have the Braum passive to work around. Now they have Malzahar. Malzahar is not a champion you want to jump on top of, because suddenly, hey, he has the shield.
Yep.
That you can't proc. You can't get the CC off because he's just, unless if you take it off just before you jump in. Talk about jumping in.
Yeah, nice engage down onto Crystal. He's going to have to jump away here. Turns around onto Yoon, and Fury also took a bunch of damage, so it's not too bad. What was that in terms of summoners? It was an Ignite for a Exhaust, it looks like, from Hootie.
Yeah, and it's not too bad for Crystal, even though he took a lot of damage and all of that. He has Doran Shield, so he's going to be able to heal up just a little bit more with the Potion Doran Shield. It's actually Fury that took a lot of damage back, and he doesn't have much of an ability to regen it, just unless if he utilizes his Doran's Blade, the lifesteal off that. So it's going to be a lot of them just trying to regen and hopefully not get pressured by jungle. I wonder if SOFM is going for Krugs or if he's going for this life.
Probably both.
I think this man is only invested in Krugs. He is in the Church of Krugs. Oh, but if they walk to him,
spotting him out. Yeah, he's going to jump right on top of Yoon.
And then back to the Krugs.
Yeah, classic SOFM.
Yeah.
I know you see me, but I'm still going to take your Krugs.
I love the Church of Krugs. You know, if there's one church you're going to join, it's this. You get gold back. You get so much experience, life experience. You get so much off of it. Now, Zac has to answer, but it's going to take him a long time to get the Krugs himself. A long time for him to be a believer. Just kidding. He's bursting right through it.
Yeah, JK. Zac's clear speed is still nutty.
But with that ward being placed down, because Flandre was told, I'm going to be, you know, I'm taking Krugs. Please place that ward down. So if Zac goes there, I see him doing it, and I can continue pushing forward.
Hacker's going to jump away with that insane jump range. Finally just not get the stop. Oh, Flandre, hello?
What are you doing?
Hello,
Are
Flandre.
you looking somewhere?
Flandre.
Your eyes down, no. My eyes are right here.
Well, Flandre actually just walked into Chow Out and lost all of his HP. So now he has to go back to base. SOFM getting caught out by Hacker. He wants to jump on FenFen, but he's taunched up on top of that. So Tai moves into this fight, but what's he really got to offer? Colossal smash for the kill, and FenFen, what do you say about me? I'm going to come for you as well. Hacker zoning away Zatai. First blood over to Suning.
Yeah, that's a lot of CC that was just piling on top of him. I actually think there was a little bit of time in which SOFM stood there himself. He was in CC lockdown, and he had the ability to use his W to just kind of shrug it off and walk away. But he was invested in that potential fight with Malzahar coming over. So it's just like it's a small thing that happened, but ultimately it was a good pick off by FenFen and Hacker.
That was really nice. Catching out SOFM in the early game as well, because I feel like the early game is so important for SOFM more than any other jungler, because it's like, it sets him up for the entire game and how you expect him to play. It's like if he gets the momentum, he just keeps on rolling and he comes at you like the Juggernaut, but if you stop him in the early game, he completely kind of stalls out.
Exactly. His #1 priority is inexperience, if he can get the jungle experience, but of course he has double longsword. If he can get that kill, he's going to be... If he gets it, then he can look to really snowball off that. But as you mentioned, without that, you might actually be able to win out that jungle matchup. And the definition of winning, Hacker, is just be able to survive the early levels and look for a gank. Speaking of surviving...
Yeah, so Tai having to respect FenFen, even though he didn't have a lot of mana, but he had enough for that one combo that could have killed him.
Yeah.
There's a lot of CS denied there. That was like a good wave and a bit.
Yeah, you have to respect that damage, especially since Galio's passive auto attack is a little bit too much to deal with. So it was a good call from Zatai, but ultimately it's a call he made just based off of that skirmish that he unfortunately took.
It's insane how much distance that can clear. My god. He's been nerfed again, I believe, in the next patch, but he's been nerfed multiple times.
Yeah.
He's still just good.
Yeah. At least this time, like the nerfs I would be interested in are nerfs to his Q range. That would be nice. Just find a way to force Zach to have to really invest in hitting someone with his E. The E knockup, if you get that, then you should have a successful gank. If you don't get that, then you shouldn't have a successful gank, or at least that should be limited. But they're hitting his sustain in his jungle clear, the damage on his W, which I think that's fair, because with Bami Cinders getting buffed, you want him to not have a nutty clear. But also I just feel like hitting his numbers makes him a sad Zach. Hitting his kit, I think it's a fair way to go.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense in that one. But I'm looking towards the lanes how they are right now, and Suning have a pretty hefty advantage in top lane and mid lane. Fen's winning that one out as Galio, I might add. And we were talking in Champion Select, and we was like, well, how's this matchup going to work out? Raz, well, you know, Malzahar's going to click his E button, and he's going to click his W button, and then Fen's going to farm on the tower for the rest of eternity. But that's not really how it's worked out, since that pressure has been there from Hacker.
That's true. It should happen. Like that's pressure that can constantly come out, even though he's coming out with CS deficits. Ultimately, that pressure should still remain. But it's still good for Fen that he's coming out of these trades actually clearly ahead. And what that means, like Fen's whole focus this game should actually just be in looking for these dives. I like the fact that he's roaming upwards to be able to clear vision, because if he can work with the Zac to get those top lane dives onto Cho'Gath, or maybe even bottom lane dives, either way, that's a proactive play you can make with Galio. And I like the fact that he's able to deal with this mid lane pressure to do just that.
Yep, so Ty at least gets the push off on this one. So he's starting to stabilize at the very least, which is pretty good. Top lane's getting worse and worse. We haven't seen it in a while. I want to see what's going on in that lane, because that's, what, 20 CS advance. Okay, there's a mini wave resolving, so it's about 3 waves still. But that's a lot into Vladre.
Yeah.
I don't know what's been going on up there.
Rumble into Cho'Gath is usually pretty good for Rumble. I mean, Rumble just has so many strong lanes. I know there are a few teams right now that just really, really prioritize Rumble. Like, have so much value towards it. Snake was one of them. And a lot of it was just based off the fact that you just push in the lane, even if it's like Camille or Jarvan, where you're just going to have a tough time in 1v1s. It's just about the early laning phase, first 10 minutes, where you just shove in constantly, and you force Flandre or whatever top laner to just sit under turret and farm, and you let your own jungler, if it's a farming jungler like a Kayn or Rek'Sai, then you can get an invade topside, or if it's like a Zac, you can just get a free ticket to the mid game. You get to see that free ticket made. Hacker's doing a great job in keeping up in CS, not only just because of that pick onto SOFM, but also just because of how his lanes are actually picking up the pace for him.
It's always like how much are you giving away as well in the early game, because we've seen a lot of drafts recently in the LPL, but it's just like, we're going to draft 3 losing lanes, and what's that? We just lost the game.
Yeah.
It's like, at least draft 1 winning lane, all right? And that's what Snake have kind of done here. Like, they had the bottom lane, Crystal's doing really well with Hootie, and is ahead in that one. It's not like they just have triple losing lanes.
That's true. I actually, like, throughout the entire series here, I love the pick bans from both teams. They had very clear goals set in mind, just very well thought out. You get teams like OMG, like in the last set we saw. Yeah, sure, they still won the game, but those pick bans were god awful. So thank God we get to be blessed by this.
Yeah, this is good. I appreciate this.
Yeah.
Also, I just realized a thing, and that's that Fen's console smash is incredibly good
Into Voidlings. That's true. They come at him. If he has the passive up, he just knocks down the ground.
That actually might be swaying that matchup.
That's
the
true.
more I think about it.
At the very least, if the Voidling cooldown comes up pretty often.
Yep.
Passive on Galio, not so much. So if he can keep the pressure up,
Still pretty often if you're hitting spells.
Well, if you're hitting spells, yes. That's still an if, and it's not going to happen.
Seems to be happening in this lane, Raz. Explain that.
Look at this. That's a wave advantage for Malzahar.
No, it's not. Look at the CS numbers.
I'm not talking about the CS numbers, all right? I'm talking about the fact that he had pressure there with the cannon minion. He's losing hard in the CS numbers, but I'm just telling you right now, in the pressure game, it's there.
Has the pressure game turned into anything, Raz?
Not in the early 10 minutes. It hasn't. I'll give you that. But now, the pressure's on.
I'm just seeing it from Hacker right now more than anything.
Yeah, speaking about the pressure, Zach wants this pressure. And Galio should have the free ticket to come top.
He might dive this.
Yeah, he has
Galio
Galio
with a shot. Flying instantly going to flash away.
Flandre has to walk away from this. He can't stick under turret. Galio has pressure mid lane. He can actually roam up for a Galio ulti. Now, he doesn't have the wave, but the next wave's coming up pretty soon, so Zach doesn't have to completely walk away.
Here comes the tie. Just kidding. He's going for the minion wave. Yeah, top lane, I was expecting a potential dive. Fenfren turning it around back onto SOFM. It's like, yeah, nice gank.
That's funny.
I know the tie's going to go for the mini wave.
There are a few people in Halloween that if you catch them by surprise, they scream, they run away. This man punches a person when he gets caught off surprise. He just jumps right in.
People have done that before. I've seen a lot of Halloween videos where
I've seen that.
People have jumped out of like trash cans and it's just like
punch. It's a very weird reaction.
It's always a risk as well. If you're making like a YouTube video, you're coming up with a prank, and then sometimes what happens, that's someone's natural response is just to toss out a right hook.
Yeah. Animalistic instinct.
And then you've got a bloody nose.
That's why if you go up to a bear, you don't try and surprise a bear. You don't do that. The bear's going to swipe at you.
Nope.
Right.
What's the animal that you have to like punch in the nose to dissuade? It's a shark, right? You punch the shark in the nose and then it freaks out or something.
I feel like that's
Don't try it on a bear.
Yeah, you shouldn't. I mean, I feel like you shouldn't try it on a shark either. Even though people are going to be able to say, yeah, you know what? The shark will run away. That's what the shark will do. That's your life. You punch that shark in the face, that's the last thing you see. Is it getting angry at you?
Yeah, well, hold on, Raz. Like, what else would you do in that situation? Like, shark's coming at you. You've got one chance, one opportunity, and you're like, well, screw it.
You communicate with it. You act like a shark brother itself. Just a very deformed
Is that what
shark.
you would do in that moment? In the moment of panic and the shark's coming towards you, you're alone in the water, and you'd be like, good day, shark.
You can't swim away from the shark, Pulse.
Well, yeah, so what do? You go on the offensive.
Maybe try and ride it.
Try and ride the shark.
Try and ride the shark.
Master.
Tame the shark. It can't eat its back. It's a shark.
It's true, actually. Yeah, it's not like it has a neck that it can turn around with. So
doesn't have arms. If it does, then you have some problems.
Yeah, catch that fin. I think we may have just figured out how to survive against the shark attack right here.
There you go. You ride that damn shark.
Yep. Excellent. Don't do that in real life. You'll get eaten. But
yep. If you're in a pool with a shark, you know what? No explanation, no advice will help you. All right, just remember that. You're in that pool with that shark. You're dead.
I'm still giving the shot, man. Like, if I'm in that situation, I'm going to punch it on the nose.
All right.
And that's what, to go back to the original point, Fen did. Hacker, well, he burnt the flash. Good job, Hacker.
Okay.
You get a thumbs up from me. You see how deep we can go?
We
like,
can go deep.
Fen red punches SWFM, and we went right down the rabbit hole, Raz.
That's a scary power we have.
Yep. It's a skill. I'm not sure if it's a good one, but it's definitely a skill.
Yeah, it's definitely something.
It's been 14 minutes, and these two teams have been playing Farmville.
Ooh.
Oh, ultimate from Zatai, and the minions are going ham as well, plus the Voidlings. SOFM going to try and get this kill off. Also with the lockdown, Fen. He's tanking so much damage.
Voidlings!
No. Okay, he got away.
That's 50 HP.
There was definitely some butt clenchy going on right there. And Hacker having a good time. He gets to the mid lane. All this farm goes over to him.
And so ultimately, that's the gameplay right there. That's what you should be expecting with the Malzahar, Rengar, and hopefully once the laning phase is over in the bot side of the map, Crystal can have at it with his own ulti.
They also just dropped everything on him. They dropped the payload, and what happened? Fen walked away, and now he's picked up Abyssal Mass. So
well, he had it before. He had it before, thankfully.
Okay, all right, so that's fine then.
Yeah,
I'll give you
that.
a free pass.
Exactly. So that. But the thing is, the damage is still going to be coming through from Zatai. Zatai should be going towards a Leandri's Torment himself. So once he just keeps getting more damage, a lot of that play will still, it will keep happening. Now, honestly, it should not happen on Fen because he's a Galio. So he's probably going to be able to get out of there, especially once the team starts coming in to help him out. But it should happen on Fury, Yoon, even Hacker. There are actually a lot of options for Okay, actually, speaking of that.
Hacker getting the gank off. Oh, Fen ready to follow up as well. And somehow gets knocked up on the outside of the radius. But Yoon's here, making sure that this kill will happen. Feast comes off onto Xiao Ao. And really, that was just a pipe dream. 5 people in his lane.
How did that knock-up happen? Pulse?
I don't know. I've seen people near the epicenter and not getting knocked up, and that one knocked him up, and he was like 6 screens away. So I'm feeling pretty salty, Van Flandre,
Yep.
but I was still pretty dead because there were 5 people there.
Yeah, but you can't. For every second in which you're salty is a second in which you're not telling your team what to do while you're dead. He's probably already typing down what flashes went through, telling his team, push mid, take Dragon, Dragon's up, please. The solo queue training that you've had all your life has amounted to this. 4 people in my lane, please do something.
5 people in my lane. Take
Please.
anything.
Anything, please.
And what did Snake do? Well, they pushed him mid, didn't get the tower. They pushed him bot, didn't get the tower. And they've gone to the Dragon and will probably get this one. However, Suning will trade with Rift Herald on the top side.
All right, so that's a trade deal in which you just don't want to be a part of, but at least they got a trade deal. At the very least, it's got that Dragon. It should be this tower itself, but the problem is with, yeah, sure, they get the tower and the Dragon, but they took a little bit of time. Crystal wants to push this extra wave so he can back and have the peace of mind of this lane getting bounced back. Problem is, he's going to be really slow in basing. Once he is, like usually what that means is that Suning Gaming will have that extra bit of time to set up for their next play. Their next play, they're already putting Fury into the mid lane, so you'd have to think that Crystal now has to book it towards the mid lane. We'll have to see, but that time frame in which Suning Gaming were able to get the objective of tower and Rift Herald and still be on the map at a much faster pace usually amounts to something.
At the same time, Snake did pick a tower in the bottom lane, so it did go better for them in the end, though it was big menu going to Fury. I'm looking towards this Rift Herald and seeing how much value that Suning can get off of it. I'm seeing like kind of staggered recalls coming in from Snake at this point in time, so there's a possibility they could open up in mid lane. Yeah, if there's a high recall there, he was losing mid tower, so I'm glad he cancelled.
Yeah,
but no one's helping him.
I wonder how much gold he has in his box.
And this will happen. So I'm literally looking at the map right now from Snake and I'm being like, why isn't anybody mid lane?
Yep. And that's what you get. Suning Gaming had proper back timings on both bottom lane, mid lane. They were ready to just pretty much set up on the map. Snake did not. Crystal was topside setting up for a future play. Wait a minute.
In comes Herald, pops the guy ultimate as well, and you're going to go flying into the air, Flandre, and back down 6 feet under. Hoodie gets pulled in with the taunt, jumps away to Crystal, but the tower's already dead in the mid lane, and Suning may look for a second push as Herald is charging up.
There we go. They could probably look for it.
Fen zoning and another minion wave coming in after that double tower pickup from Suning. Optimal.
I'm surprised they just stopped right there for it because that Rift Herald still had a bit of life 8 on it. But Suning are a patient team. They want to be on the map once again, so they're channeling their backs at the same time as Snake coming back onto the map so they don't lose too much vision that they already had on the field.
And that was the question though, Raz, wasn't it? For Suning, how much are they going to get off this Herald? Because that will be the extra tempo they can get back off that bottom tower being lost. And 2 mid lane towers, I'm going to say that was pretty damn good.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. And it's only going to get better for Suning because they're scaling up. Right now, Fury, he did that all while he still had Essence Reaver, which is usually the weakest part of your build, just getting that first item, Essence Reaver. But once he's able to come back onto the field with a Static Shiv or Rapid Fire Cannon, one of those two, now that he has the Kerche's Shard, is it?
I have no idea how to pronounce that name,
okay.
So I've never tried.
Well, thankfully, I took the bullet for you.
You did.
So once he builds an attack speed item, it gets much better for him. You'd have to think it's Static Shift so he can actually help out the team in wave clear. And then he gets the third item, which is usually IE, and then suddenly you're fighting against a Feather Throwing, crit having, AD carry. Does a lot of damage.
I have to assume that item is named after somebody.
Kerche?
Yeah, because usually a lot of these items are. Like, for example, Maud Malmortius. Do you know the origins of Maud Malmortius?
No, I do not.
Malmortius was a Poppy 1 trick from Season 1 or 2.
Oh.
All he played was Poppy. He was like a gold player. Back then, that was like a platinum, diamond type player. And yeah, they made the item, and it was named after Malmortius.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I know the Morello's one is an easy one.
Yeah.
There's a few more.
But you know what? I actually wondered how many people, because like I often see on Reddit nowadays, it's like, did you know the meaning of this? And I'm just like, all of these things are so obvious to us because we've been here since Season 1, so we're just like, yeah, we know all the references to everything. But it's like a lot of people joined in like Season 3, Season 4, even like Season 7, don't know the history of like any of these things.
That's true. That's actually pretty scary, especially for me. That like I put in, let's say, So many normal games, actually. Like, actually disastrously so many normal games. And of course, the game will tell you, or at least everybody in your party, at least in the old client, how many games you played. And, and you get these people with like 200 normal game wins or 100, and you're like, wow, you play that much? And I was like, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. It just stacks up from when I first started playing in Season 2. So, yeah, that's always fun to see. Yeah, you get a lot of new players. They don't get that reference, which is fun.
Yeah.
They also just judge you.
Exactly. You know, I was looking at patch notes and it was Irelia buffs, and I was just like, looked at the comments and there's no better enough Irelia memes. I'm like, what happened?
That is a dead horse, but you're right. People probably just don't know the meme to start with. It's a rapid fire cannon. Sadness. I would have liked the static shiv. But you're right about that.
Makes me sad. All these whippersnappers.
Mm-hmm.
Doing the good old days.
You gotta teach them a lesson.
Shotgun mid lane Ashe, when she'd walk up to you, hit you with all 7 arrows, and you just insta-die. Or Twisted Fate, who had the same. And
even
also
I
his
wasn't.
ultimate being like his E ability.
I was about to say, I wasn't around when Twisted Fate was able to head across the map for free. I was not, wasn't there.
Like a 20-second cooldown.
And when the actual Summoner's Rift map looked like an absolute polygon. Every single thing on the map was just a box.
Yeah, you could count the number of pixels on your 2 hands.
Yeah.
Oh, hacker. Okay, we're all good. It's fine. I'm not sure if did he actually see? Well, he sees them now.
Yeah,
he'll see Snake turn in the corner.
Okay, he just goes right at him.
Yeah, he's going to try and slam someone to get it, but couldn't get in range for the auto attack. Now he can pull up against the ward. I'll hit you even if it kills me, in which it probably will. In comes the Galio. Everybody gets knocked up from Snake and Fen as well. Nobody can deal with this Galio. He literally hasn't taken any damage as they blow up Flandre. Fury chasing after SOFM. Crystal stepping forward. Could be a mistake. In comes Xiao Ao. Another taunt from Fen. This man is on fire. As SOFM will jump in and jump back out, realizing that was a grave error he just made. Another kill to Suning, and that's sieging the mid lane, Raz.
You're starting to see why Snake should be afraid of Suning Gaming's composition. Hacker face plants into the wall, and he still gets so much off of it because Fen gets a massive knockup.
Oh, dragged in, hit against the tower. That should be illegal. Hacker demolishes the AD carry and takes the mid lane inner turret. And the inhib with the tower and the inhib.
And you have to wonder if this is going to be the end of it, because even if they don't take this inhib, they might just re-engage for another fight.
Flandre stepping forward, you better know it. In comes SOFM from the side. He has no flash, remember, from the last fight. Fen just wants to walk up and hit the tower. Someone needs to finish it off, though.
Here's the thing. Hacker has Warmog, so he can actually just stay still, regen up, and then rejoin the fight.
Zatai catching out Rumble, takes him out, and Fury turns around. He's gone real deep, flashes away with the Featherstorm, and Flandre will eat that AD carry. Mid-inhib didn't die, Raz.
It did not. And you know what? With Xiao Ao and Fury down for 30 seconds, you have to believe that Snake have to be quick about this because Baron is up and available. But here's how this all started. Hacker tries to get the knock into each other. Didn't happen. He actually gets locked down and isolated. But this Galio ulti is some kind of crazy. I actually don't understand how it knocks up 3 people, but it does anyways. And you get to see Fen play defense, deal with 4 people at one time. And so immediately, members go down one after another. But it's going to be Snake that start up on this Baron.
I've seen this one before, Raz, and honestly, Snake plus Baron does not equal good things usually. Fen's going to get into a pit, and this is going to be the biggest taunt of the century. Turning it onto the Baron. SOFM secures it, but at what cost? They lose the mid laner, they lose the AD carry. Flandre's locked in as well, and SOFM, yes, he takes one with him, but it was the Zac, and he's gone down into the passive. Fen with the taunt, 4 kills for 0, triple kill for Xiao Ao, but the Baron to Snake.
Yeah, so you have to wonder what Suning Gaming get off of this. The inhib is open, so they should be able to get it. But do they get more? Because if they don't, Hoodie still has Baron. So he should be able to help Snake when they all get back up and look to recoup the gold that they lost.
10-2 now, Raz. 5,000 gold advantage to Suning, and they'll come back and finish the job that they started, finally. That must have been on sub 10 HP. I think Suning honestly thought it had fallen at that point, but they'll get it in the end. Down goes the inhib in the mid lane, pushing the top lane from Fen, shoving in this wave. Next Dragon's also up for them, and everything is going Suning's way as we take a look at this replay one more time.
You have to believe it's a sigh of relief for SOFM to be able to get the smite off this. He's lost so many Barons before, he didn't want to lose that one. But at a major cost, because the rest of Snake, except for Hoodie, sneaks out of there, the rest of them dead. So the fact that they still have Baron is at least something, but you have to wonder what it turns into, because that was a major gold swing in favor of Suning.
Yeah, plus you get the Mountain Dragon on top of that. Suning are in such a good situation right now off what looked like an almost blundered play in the mid lane. And Snake doubled down, they went towards the Baron. And yes, SOFM secured the smite, but the play itself was flawed. It was fundamentally flawed in this one, Raz. And we see this all the time from Snake. Like, Baron is the bane of their existence.
And so here's the real question. Like, do we even see an opening for Snake in these team fights? Because off of that fumble, sure, they get something off of it. But right now, FenFen and Hacker are both just about to get their Gargoyle Stoneplate if the game doesn't end up until that point. And they were already winning team fights handily up until then. So Suning Gaming, they're at a major power spike for themselves, especially with Xiao hitting those major 3 items, Void Staff, Leandri's Torment, and Zhonya's Hourglass. So right now, Suning Gaming want to be able to get a fight going.
I want to take a second actually just to compliment FenFen. I'm sure another fight is going to open up in the second Raz, but we might have to hold that thought. Yeah, she's looking for the flank here. The rest of Snake will back away. But, you know, FenFen, we criticized him in the early game. It's just like, is this guy actually best for the team, you know, compared to Diane? He came in game 2. And FenFen, yes, we've seen his casting games. He draws the respect from teams now. They always have to target ban him against him. And then what other games have we seen from him? The today has not been so hot, but now he's performing on the Galio as well. Like, he's expanding a champion pool, and Yoon will get the biggest charge in with the ultimate. Everybody goes flying from Snake, and then just multiple casualties. Another double kill to Xiao Ao. SOFM, where are you going? Because you've just lost your entire team.
Yeah, for him, it's probably all hope lost. You have to believe he's just trying to play the minion game as he usually does up until this point, to try anything to stop the push coming in. But this is such a massive wave with Suning Gaming that even he can't do much about that. 2 members up and none of them do damage. You have to believe Suning Gaming have this.
Suning Gaming ramming it down the mid lane. This is just the definition of an open mid right now. Whereas SOFM, he recalls back to base. Hoodie, he just still have the Baron buff. That's not going to stop the assault from Suning Gaming. 4 seconds left on Crystal. 10 seconds left into tie. And Suning Gaming are looking for the game right now. SOFM behind, trying to get them off of this one. Hoodie looking for the CC. I'm not sure if they can do it because everyone from Suning Gaming are wailing down on the Nexus. It's going to be close. Just kidding. Suning Gaming take the Nexus and take the series.
And what a game. I mean, Suning Gaming being able to take it. It was a tough set. It really was. But their team fighting is what won them that set at the end of the day. Great win at Baron once again. Clear calls coming through. And they just, as a team, they come back and they win out this game. So beautiful from Suning.
I mean, Yoon and FenFen, absolute gods at team fights. I praised FenFen just a couple seconds ago, but you've got to extend that as well to Yoon. You know, we talk about Yoon and Fury all the time as a duo, but Yoon by himself, that engage over the wall, hitting everybody into the Galio combination. I mean, absolute whitewash of a team fight, if you can even call it that, because they were caught right in the mousetrap.
Yeah, that was really well done. That was my favorite team fight of the week, I'd have to say. At that point, the dominoes were set up. It felt like there really was just that one team fight needed to win that game for Suning, and they all had it planned out. There was no ward to catch out Yoon behind that wall. Had there been at least one control ward, then it would have probably saved Snake a little bit of time. But now once again, Snake have to go to the back and recognize that's another loss on the board.
Yep, another one to add to that very big tally already, Raz. But Suning Gaming looking better and better from week to week, and yes, game 2 was a bit of them faltering, but at the same time, that's just a Snake game. That's what I'll call it. Like, Snake turn up all at the same time. They have the team play, they take a game. It doesn't matter who you are. We've literally seen it against the best in the league, against WE. So hard to criticize them there. But when Suning come at you with the same punch every single time, and it is that consistent punch, they'll get you.
Exactly. And what's really fun about this, what's fun about cross-conference is you get to see that these individual teams, their trajectories. What do they even come out with? Like, for instance, Snake come out of this, they are 2-9 now, right? And they have been inconsistent. It's actually Snake that comes out with a weird sense of consistency here, just to hit that point further. And now they tie up with LGD in cross-conference. Both of them 5-6 now because LGD lose to EDG, Suning beat EDG, and with consistent plays or games like these, suddenly the race for 4th place is a lot hotter.
Race for fourth place, but it's all over the place as well because we're looking towards Worlds, we're looking towards playoffs. We're looking at Xiao right now with insane damage numbers on Rumble.
He had double magic penetration, and his ultis were spot on every time. And a lot of it honestly just comes off the fact that the combination that we were looking for based off pick ban. Zach jumps in, Galio jumps in, Rumble ulti on top of that. And even though at times we were questioning whether the Zach jump in was proper, Galio got some amazing knockups to hit off Fen Fen. Fen Fen played it incredibly well. His team fighting was immaculate. And then we get to see the Rumble ulti to follow it up. And so even though we talked about, you know, the tank busting Malzahar, the percentage damage on Varus, you get to see maybe he can play the tanks, or at least the team fights front to back well. They never got the fight set up for themselves because they were always finally getting out of the CC and the burn damage with about 30% HP, so they instantly lost these fights.
All right, I'm going to strike while the iron's hot, Raz.
Go for it, go for it.
So Fen Fen, has your opinion changed of him?
Yes, it has. It has. You know what? Even though Hacker, by the way, you don't see the back of his jersey. It actually says Hack. There's no R in it. So someone needs to fix that. He gets the MVP once again, and it has changed. I do believe that Fen Fen had another great game, and we should probably start to see a little bit more of Fen Fen from now on.
I was a believer. I had the faith.
I didn't have the faith. I didn't have it.
And like Hacker, you know, deserving of this one, but I actually I feel like you have to extend the praise here to mid lane. You know, support as well from those engagers, like top lane as well. Yes, the Zach was getting in there, he was making the plays, but I really feel like it was actually the rest of the team in this one, which I think he deserves it for the entire series, but like when I'm looking at this game in particular, like I look towards Shower, getting the constant triple kills, look at the damage he did, like insane damage numbers in the top lane. Mid lane, Fen Fen getting his multi-man taunts. I think back to that fight in the jungle where he's literally tanking 4 people, not taking any damage, amazing taunts time after time, and then that, of course, the engage at the very end from Yoon. It's just like, it's difficult to give it to Hacker in this one.
It's funny because the first game we got to Hacker, I would have wanted it on Yoon because he had an amazing Tom Kench game, and you're like, you know what, fine, you get it. This time around, he gets MVP once again, and I was like, well, I mean, Fen Fen had an amazing game. So he's definitely racking up MVP points. And even though Sinning Gaming, team players, this man's hogging all the trophies. We need to stop this from happening.
He's feeling pretty happy though. It's just like after the team success, it's like, yes, give me all of the MVPs. I'll take all of these for myself.
Just hoarding it all.
Still, it's not like Hacker is playing particularly badly, and I actually think he is the best jungler for the team when I look at Soothing over and over again. And it's difficult, like especially when you have a jungler like a Voidless back on the roster on the bench, and it's just like why wouldn't you play a Voidless? Because he's so smart. But for this team and how they play and how the team just like in the mid game you know, operates, it just seems like Hacker just does better.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the strength of Soothing going forward, learning as a team, having such a strong 10-man roster that they can go to Hacker, who does have competitive experience, formerly being known as Moppet when he was on Gamma Esports on the LSPL. He's a strong jungler. He's shown that. A Voidless, strong jungler, he doesn't have to prove much because he already did that on a world stage, right? And then you look towards the mid lane position of Fen Fen and Dian. It's not that Dian is necessarily bad, but you get to see strong competition within the mid lane as well on the same team. So it's going to be interesting to see how this team goes forward, especially if they do get into playoffs, and how do they utilize that in an actual best of 5.
It's just for me, there's some intangibles for us when we look at a jungler like Hacker for the team. It's just like, clearly they're playing better. And at the same time, look at the top lane for IG, and it's just like when you have the Shy coming in over Duke, and you're just like, you put the Shy in over a world champion, but then they start picking up wins, and at some point you have to say this correlation is more than the correlation. Something is actually, you know, coming together. It's not just coincidence anymore. Yeah. And the same thing with Hacker when he comes into the jungle. It's, you know.
That's funny. It's very true because you also see that in RNG when MLXG comes in, has a major name for himself, but then you just see Yihan coming in and performing better. It seems like there is actual young gun talent coming through in these organizations, and they are getting a fair shake. And the fair shake is netting them actual starting roles. Now, MLXG is still getting some play, and we'll see him later tonight. But it's fun to see that there is real challenge within these rosters and that the team as a whole benefits from it.
It's also combinations, right? It's just like you put MLXG with Uzi, for some reason it doesn't work, even though you have the star power of both. And it's like, surely this is going to be better. Then you look at Snake and you're just like, well, these are 5 talented players, and for some reason it doesn't come together. So at the end of the day, whether it's personality clash, whether it's how they communicate on the Rift, which again, difficult for us to look into as analysts and as casters, but something is happening there. And if the roster changes do click, I look at Newbie, Kobe right now because they've put in different players, and that rotation I completely agree with because they're picking up wins. Then you can actually say, yes, you know, this is good for the team.
Yeah, that's what's beautiful about the LPL as a whole, because you have so many players that are in the backline and a lot of subs that you just don't expect. It's like, well, why is Fire Lolly coming in? Or you look towards, let's say, of course, the teams of Suning Gaming, you see members coming in as well. And LGD, you see Banana coming in. You're like, well, why is all of this happening? But a lot of it does come down to communication, how the communications work in scrim culture. Like maybe he just does really well in scrims, not so much individual performance, but how he communicates to his jungler. And a lot of the times when you finally come onto stage, I know that RNG comes out with the explanation that we pick our jungler based off of the performance recently. Like MLXG may have great scrim performances, and we just get to see more of MLXG. And then it's just based off that we, if he starts to perform poorly, you bring out Yihan. It's nice to see the variety, and you may not understand why it's there, but you get to see it day after day with performances like these from FenFen, for example.
And sometimes it works, right? Sometimes it really hits the mark, and that'll be a good question for our next series, which is the match of the week, you know, coming into that one. So excited to watch that one. But just to recap this one just a little bit further, looking at Snake and putting a lens on them, you know, we're just constantly put in this position. And, like, I feel like a broken record at this point, because, like, in the same way that I say, hey, you watch WE's game, and always they're going to sack the early game, and they'll come back in the mid game, and I'm just like, I say that every single game. I feel like that, but we say the same things about Snake as well.
Yeah, and they have to really start taking wins. We say that as well. There's still 2 wins or 2 games, 2 sets behind Dan Gaming, so they really have to hope that Dan starts to continue to lose.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them, but still, there's a chance they can do it. We'll have to see how they perform through the rest of the split rounds. We are going to take a short break while we set up for our match of the week, where Dom and the rest of the gang will be taking over the desk.
Folks, from that last song we just heard in the LPL, we are getting ready to cast out the weak and bring in the strong. It is time for our match of the week, the Clash of the Titans. It's WE taking on RNG in just a few minutes. And Pulse, thank you so much for setting me up for this best of three because it is going to be sick. My name is Dom Romer. Joining me here on the broadcast, we've got Indiana FLICKR in black and Zach Rusty Pie. The two of you look like professors today. I just want you to know that this is a very
look. Yeah, I know.
yeah. So
He
what's
looks like a boat captain, a very nice boat. Like this is definitely
take it.
a nice like Wolf on Wall Street yacht going on.
just throwing money off the sides. Well, that's what we're going to be looking for these two big teams because, again, we've got WE first place taking on RNG, previously first place of Group B. More importantly, this is also a rematch of the Spring Split Finals in which WE 3-0'd them. And what's the lessons plan for today, folks?
Hopefully not fall behind before 20 minutes. If you think all the way back to that, final from RNG and Team WE, RNG had the lead multiple times, pretty much that entire series, and then yet Team WE just rolled through them. So RNG, grab your lead, don't let go of it, grab the Baron in the game.
Or make it, like more KT-esque and actually have the lead and use the lead and don't let it go to the SKT point of the game, I feel like is an interesting dynamic we'll have to watch.
Yeah, but for me, going into this, I'm much favoring Team WE. I don't think it's going out on a limb to say that they're the heavy favorites here, especially how they've taken down pretty much every other top team in their league. And now RNG, it's just this matter of how far behind the best are they?
It's a really tough question to ask. The last time we saw WE lose a game, not a series, but a single game, was against SKT and Rift Rivals. That was 3 weeks ago. They've played in 3 best-of-3s since and against SKT, and they have not dropped a single Nexus.
Yeah, WE have looked really good coming back. Remember, they didn't just lose a game to SKT. They then beat SKT and continued that rampant run forwards. RNG on the opposite side. Again, these were the two teams we sent to Rift Rivals. They'd say we're our top 2 teams, Dom.
Yeah, well, we're running through the rosters to see them clash in just a few. We've got 957, Condi, Shie, Mystic, and Ben.
If it's not broke, don't fix it. This is the tried and true lineup of Team WE. They've pretty much changed nothing. Occasionally you'll see Zero pop his face in, and I bet he's given Ben some tips on how to read Uzi.
Certainly hope so from Zero, of course. He's had his fair share of getting to play around Uzi's existence.
But on the other side, it's also the tried and true lineup. It's Let Me in the top lane, Amalek Sheen, not Ehan in the jungle, Xiaohu in the mid lane, and then Uzi and Ming.
So let's bounce back to the point that you mentioned earlier, FLICKR, because we all know Team WE, they are the S tier in the LPL. They are the top, the highest that we are at. The big question for their opponents, though, RNG, are they S tier? Can they compete? And if not, how big is this gap that we're looking at?
It's a hard question to really say because the last time we watched this, last time there was a really big match of the top teams was WE against EDG, and expectations were looking at a rampant EDG that was smashing everybody, and there's always that feeling of, but I don't know, WE, they'll play up to the big games, and I think RNG is no exception to that rule in that we've seen them playing, we know that WE are fantastic, I'd still give them heavy favorites coming into this, but there's always that possibility that RNG play up to the stage, up to the occasion. All of their preparation this week could have been for just Team WE.
And ultimately, they still have this guy on your screen. And we know, even if I don't think Uzi's the best ADC, Uzi can prove everyone wrong and just win games by himself. He just has that miracle opportunity. He's looking across from Mystic and Ben again, and I'm sure he wants revenge after the finals performance he had. But I do want to talk about meta. I think that the current tank meta is so much better for Team WE. I mean, they like to play a slow, controlled game. They like to play around Mystic. And theoretically, you could flip that and say, well, that makes perfect sense for RNG as well. Let's go back to the old Starhorn World Cup days. Let's just raise the puppy, put him on the hyper carry, put a bunch of meat shields in front of him, and just have these cannons clash. But the problem is 957 versus Let Me. 957 is a tried and true tank player. Let Me is not. And I think this meta will certainly expose him.
On your screen right now, we can't see 957, some of his stats in that top lane to match up against Let Me. He's been all over the place with these champions. Bit of assassination, bit of tanks. Let's see how he follows.
You can see the last time they played against RNG and the champions that 957 did play was a Shen and a Nautilus, so that can only bode well, as FLICKR has been mentioning, towards the matchup itself. Let Me, he does have a good Gragas. There's been some really high moments for him as a player, and he comes into this set. You don't have those high moments readily available and visible from him, but they're needed. if he's going to have a star performance here or if RNG want to win at all.
And I think it's just, he still has stepping champions to get to that tank meta, but it's things like the Renekton, like the Gnar. Rusty mentioned his Gragas. It is a good pickup. Usually we're seeing more of the Gragas in the jungle, though, because MLXG's been taking that champion. But I don't think we're going to see a Maokai, or if we do, I'm going to be really suspect around it. Let Me has not been known as one of those big champion players.
And regarding that pick in particular as well, when we're on 7.14, it's often seen at least as a flex, and it's one of the few champions that you're going to have to be able to play right now. And whether that is a disconnect, you've seen it played by the jungler of the team, and it's still something that has to be there as a lingering, like, we need to flex this sometimes. You will have to play it sometimes, and if it's forced upon you, can you?
And that's one of the beautiful things about WE right now, is that they're flexing every single pick. They seem to grab hold of the 14 meta and just ran with it. They came flying out of the gates. They've put Maokai in the jungle. They've put Maokai up into the top lane. Their draft is incredibly versatile.
Obviously, these coaches know each other very well, considering the history of these two teams and how they have played so recently. And as we get closer to pick and ban, it's going to be exciting to see how they prioritize this 7-14, because there have been so many different styles in setting up, prioritizing the AD carries versus prioritizing those tanks.
What I always find very interesting is actually where Coach Ohm is always standing. He's always talking to his two Korean players, that bot lane, Mystic and Bin, much more than kind of interacting with the rest of his team, which makes sense. Obviously, there's no language barrier, but watch him. Between every single match, before every single match, he'll be down on one knee and he'll be whispering in Bin's ear.
The tiny trade secrets. It's the tiny things that they need to beat RNG in this set. We'll have to see if that's what it comes down to, or if we are going to get an explosive rematch of the Spring Split Finals, because everybody knows RNG are a hungry team, and now they're up against WE, the team that beat them in those finals just a few months ago. With 4 bans already on the board, you can see Thresh and Talia, Karma and Kog'Maw following.
And the big names missing are Zac and Galio. Now, we saw Zac and Galio get picked up multiple times, just the last series, in fact, and we know Team WE loved their Galio pick. They've gone on multiple interviews and said, if you give us this champion, we will not lose the game. So RNG, they're going to trade one of the big secrets.
Yeah, there's a pretty big obsession with Galio between both respective mid laners. There's also the Talia that's been banned and the Kog'Maw that's been banned, so there's a lot of target focus here opposed to that super strong meta. So those champions of choice like the Galio do stand to attention.
And I feel like because it is the Zac last ban, that they're trying to goat Team WE into picking the Galio. Like Rusty said, everyone knows that both these mid laners want to play it, and now it's that threat of Xiao who's like, if you take the Galio, I'm 100% locking in the Lucian and I will beat you.
And that also goes both. It's not just the Galio that's shed, it's the counters to the Galio that's shed. If you're both a Galio main, you both know what beats it, and it is a game of chicken essentially, so no surprises. It won't get locked in early, there's higher priorities, but it probably still will.
Yeah, speaking of those higher priorities, Maokai is the first pickup for WE in this pick and ban. RNG, they're going to be the ones who follow through with the Galio.
And this is Xiaohu. He understands what Xie is going to do, and even if he doesn't get his Lucian, I'm sure Xie's got multiple options like that Cassiopeia that we've also seen taken into the pick. So if there's one place that I think RNG do win on the map, it is in the mid lane, but it is such a tiny difference between Xie and Xiaohu. These are both the elite mid laners, top 3 in their respective roles.
And I think it's fair to say with the 2 champions they've got for themselves already, it's not just the mid lane, it's the mid game. That's pretty much where they win already, and it's only 2 of the 5 picks in the draft secured for themselves. That is the combo, the quintessential WE combo, now reinvented for RNG.
Cannonball!
Yeah, just set the arena and lay down the crowd control, the Jarvan Galio. However, to dissuade that, we do see Rakan now locked in for Ben, and this very well could be a very showing of the duo.
Is it dissuading Dom, or is it just pretty much like, you want to fight us? Let's fight us. We've locked in so much hard CC and engage potential just between the first 4 picks. Now, the Xayah, we've seen her increasing in priority. Now, Kallista's still available, and I think they're just suspecting that Uzi's going to go towards that Kalista, because Xayah has a great matchup, because Kalista wants to rock forward into people, and walking into Xayah is a rather terrifying thing to do.
Yeah, Uzi's also got his Tristana there as well if he wants to play something just that bit different. Again, Kalista, whilst she does walk towards you, you've got the combos that Kalista works well with still up and available, and it does make the most sense. Like, you can, honestly, you can still flex Galio to the support role when Kallista's a champion that's locked in. It means that your laning phase isn't that bad.
Oh, that'd be genius, and then bait out one of the counters.
Pick a carry top lane.
They are, yeah, they are on red side, so we'll see where that ends up going, as that Kalista has now been locked for Uzi. In RNG, we're still looking for the mid lane of Xie and the jungle for Condi if they're sending that Maokai up top.
Yeah, the expected ban was going to follow pretty much immediately, and this is the strength of being on red side. You get to ban away champions that counter the Galio, and because the picks here from WE were the duo, they didn't go for just Xayah or just Rakan. Usually they're picked together, the other gets taken away. This is what happens.
I mean, the trend right now is just flex picks for both teams. We know that Condi can take Maokai in the jungle. We know he can sit up into the top lane. We have no idea what combination of top, mid, or support we're going to get from those two picks shown on RNG side, so things are starting to become a little bit more clear, but we can still take a very dramatic right-hand turn as this draft closes.
I'm so ready for Leona. Is that or Atlas Star? I'm ready.
My
Ming
body is ready.
Throws it down. The Nocturne, Leona, Galio, Jarvan, Callista. Oh man, if we return back to that mega composition that RNG ran in spring, that would be amazing. But a little bit unlikely here. We haven't seen Nocturne in quite some time. Leona in that same boat. Rumble going to be banned away from 957, and Orianna taken from Xiaohu.
Yeah, and that's suspect, you know, the fact that they're still respecting that these could be flex picks. So trying to trim the pool. Okay, I don't want to face Xiaohu's Orianna if that is a support Galio, and Condi could very well take that Maokai, so let's get rid of the Rumble.
Think of the combos. There's Jarvan Orianna, there's Jarvan Galio, there's Callista Galio. Like, you're denying one of the many combos that were there just with a respect ban.
There's a very large tree of champions that they're slowly removing branches from, but it is still quite bountiful in selection. Now this is going to be Sejuani locked in for MLXG.
So things starting to get a little bit more clear there as Jarvan will now slot up into the top lane. We haven't seen, I guess we've seen one top lane Galio or a couple of them, but usually it's not a thing that happens in the LPL, much more about the LMS.
You'd be looking towards not just the top lane pick here, but maybe even a Corki for Xie to round the composition out, have 280 carries, 2 frontliners, and Rakan that can weave back and forth between them both, and potentially that is where the combination will end. They have enough crowd control as it stands, so just something that has damage to get through the million tanks that stand there. Probably the way to go for WE here.
Ever the eternal problem of 714. Oh, how do I kill their tanks? Lots and lots of time. Or perhaps some shred.
Yes!
Well, I mean, the point was kill tanks. He went to the extreme. We did just see it lose, but it's very good to see it picked.
Okay, so I've been experimenting a lot with Malzahar. I actually think he's very secretly a bit overtuned right now in the patch, especially in 714. A lot of times when his Voidlings were changed, people took a step back away from him, but I actually think the change feels really good when you're in the lane, specifically mid-lane Malzahar. I think he's been firmly moved out of the support position. His ratios still feel good, his build paths look good, and his lockdown is amazing still. And like you said, you have the ability to shred those tanks.
Final pick in the mid lane to match that Malzahar is Xiaohu's Syndra. And with our compositions now locked in, we are prepped and ready. We've got hyper tanks, we've got mega mages, we've got hyper carries, we've got just about everything.
We haven't locked our champions in the correct places yet.
There
we go.
We're just running through it, yeah.
You sure Rakan isn't a mid laner?
That scaling.
He's also
it's very low.
looking to run the teleport here from the looks of it. Xie, of course, he is the teleport user. Just in Summoner's Rift, he'll run teleport Z and has done it in the past. He's that extreme. So he'll be running that one. And against the Galio, this usually means teleport in a laning phase for a mid laner is early bullying, early use of resources, then controlling the lane against the Galio. But because he is a Galio, which is flexed, by the way, it's not, it's a Syndra, it's all about controlling it and roaming first. I got so flexed by that. Like,
Which is why I also really like the Malzahar. So Malz has always had really good wave push to keep the Syndra locked in, because obviously if Syndra beats out to one of those side lanes, stands in Fog of War, there's nothing Xie can do. He can't leave that lane. He can't walk into Syndra, spell shield or not on his passive. But his ability to push lanes because of how low his cooldowns are right now is pretty absurd. The Voidlings come out rather fast and furious, and it's pretty much like old Malzahar, but almost a little bit faster. You just drop your E, you let the Voidlings do all the work, and you just auto push.
Yeah, and I guess it's funny that if you ask any shoutcaster in the world right now, they've been on the Malzahar train for a couple of weeks, and this is one of the few times we have started to see it crop up in competitive, and it's the second game in a row that we are going to see it, and we know what it's capable of doing. In game number 1, it was against the tank, however, in the Galio, which is why it was in my mind. In game number 2, it's against a carry, and so there is a higher possibility that with the lane control that naturally comes out, you'd expect more from the Malzahar in this game of Xie. but Syndra a very good wave clear mid lane, a very good lane control respectively, and so to me it's more about when he's roaming and how he's helping his jungler in instances where they're aggressive.
Absolutely, and I think it's just beautiful that it's one of those champions that can absorb a lot of the pressure that Syndra puts out, either by locking her down or just having that spell shield for added safety. And against Xiaohu, that's all you need to do is just survive him.
We'll have to see if he will be able to pull that off or if he's going to be the one pressing R to kill his opponent, because you know the heat is going to be turned up here on the Rift. As we've loaded in, it is game number 1 between first place WE and second place RNG. On the other side, they've still got a bit of time to try to reclaim their title.
And while we've been talking so much about the mid lane, ultimately, I have a feeling that this is going to be about the bot lane. Uzi on the Kalista, Ming on the Galio, so much playmaking potential there. We know that Ming's the shot caller for RNG. Usually everything does happen around him. It just tends to also happen around Uzi.
It certainly does. We know how important Uzi is to the entire team for RNG, how many resources are dedicated towards him. And on that Kalista, he has an opportunity to show us why that's the case. As the fans, you could see, they were just about 50-50 in the audience, even sitting side by side, amicably celebrating this rivalry between the two.
I don't know if it's amicable, but we do have a bit of a Raptor invade early, so Condi's at least going to get cheated some experience there.
Yeah, it looked like he was setting up for the red buff, still having all the saplings there early, so it'll be matched and 1 CS missing, just going to slow him down.
That's Ignite onto Uzi immediately used.
See you, Flash.
Learn your place, Mr. Uzi, I suppose.
The 1-for-1 trade. The red buff was cleared out by MLXG leashless.
I mean, we said that actually would happen in the bot lane. I didn't quite expect it at 2 minutes, though.
No, I don't think anybody did, including Uzi, which is why he flashed away. That was, and this is a very WE thing. You have to remember the one time they beat SKT, it's Mystic going forwards, Ben saying, what the heck, we're going forwards, and then slowly catching up to him. And Mystic has slowly but surely shaved himself out to be, I am the aggressive AD carry that is always going forward so you miss type of player.
I mean, effectively, he's pulling an Uzi on Uzi himself. They get the level 2, and they're just trying to contest for every single CS, and this is what defined Uzi as such a dominant AD carry in his time. Mystic and Ben are not backing down.
They just might have to, though, as MLXG, now spotted out by a defensive ward, sneaks into try and just runs straight on through. They're holding on, trying to catch these gold.
There's Flash on Ming.
Looks like he's caught onto Ben. He's going to be the target. Dashes under the turret.
And of course, note that during this time, with the knowledge that MLXG is down there, they still have to assume that with the Krugs up and available, he's in one of 2 places. And they take the aggressive choice and say, we're going to continue to stand forwards and disrespect where he is on the map to give free time to Condi and to make MLXG sit around and waste time. Where if he's ganking, we're back far enough because Ben's the one forwards that will still be out alive.
Condi's now looking to gank mid, but he's spotted out by MLXG.
This is awkward.
Tries to turn around. Double buff on both, and first blood for RNG.
Right place, right time there for MLXG, and that's a huge swing for him. I was just about to say, you know, one of the suspect things about MLXG right now is his pathing, that he will go for those very early ganks, won't connect with them, and then loses a lot of grounded time, and especially against someone like Condi, that can be devastating, but happens to be wandering across.
That was actually just really good movements coming out of Sejuani. Again, didn't go towards the Krugs, this place where WE is still expecting him to be, but the Krugs are alive, and just walks back up the river, finds the jungler ganking the mid lane. Yes, it was a little bit lucky that Condi was ganking mid, but MLXG was walking up to defend his own jungle camps and find the Maokai at the Krugs, knowing that he wants to fight him right now, and it just got even better than what he wanted.
Now with this first blood, RNG find themselves with their hyper tank scaling well, their Syndra with an assist, and their lane's still holding rather strong this early game.
Some inflated stats for the record. Uzi hasn't played all that much this season. Mystic's played every game, though the stats look very good for Uzi.
Very talented player as Ben takes a bit more harass, just the strength of that lane Galio. And Xie with his recall and teleport heads back up to burn onto Xiaohu and trade back the damage that he took earlier.
Should get a good back timing here. In fact, Xie, we didn't catch it. He's already actually spent his back. It's now bottom.
Just more trading and more knockups. This is not going to be a calm game, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm always very hesitant. I'm like, you know, probably nothing will happen, but I feel like we've been trading so aggressively as now MLXG. That's rude.
Over the wall.
That's great.
No recall for you.
That
Today
was
I learned.
the most efficient cancel of a recall that I've ever seen, because he still did Raptors at the same time.
Okay, I'm a little bit tilted about this Sejuani skin. I've never seen it, and as we say that...
The dash 1-2 from Ben, along with Ignite on cooldown. Back onto Uzi. This time he only uses heal instead of flash.
Doesn't have the flash. So he kind of had to heal this time around. But yeah, that's both Summoner Spells gone from Uzi, and the pressure's still there. WE, if nothing else, that is the highest assertion of dominance that I've ever seen onto just Uzi. Just Uzi.
Oh, check out Xiaohu's back. Okay, so now we get to check in on mid laners. Double Doran's ring, Xiaohu's like QSS. I am not playing this game with you, Malzahar.
There are things I could say about that, Frost. One would call it extreme.
He was already doing great during the early laning phase, and he does have that assist, just doesn't want to play the numbers game against Xie. Can you kill me? I don't know, but I don't want to take the chance.
It's extreme. It's pretty hardcore.
Like, that's... We went from, like, 0 to 100 real quick there.
You know what would be good is, like, a null magic mantle. You could get, like, a small amount of magic resistance. Still go towards your lost chapter first before your QSS, just to have some extra mana sustain. Maybe even a second Dorans, but nope. He is the quickest of Silver Sashes.
And it effectively means that he's just going to be the CC bot there. So if it comes to a 2v2, we're going to be really dependent on XG for the damage. Not that Syndra can't do damage. I mean, her ultimate's still going to be a big factor there, and maybe he's just banking on, you know, press R win game. I can do it without any sort of battle stats, but...
The thing is, right, in this 1v1 matchup,
QSS into Mana Crystal.
The base damage of Syndra is very high, yes, but you'll need to have lots of orbs out on the ground or spheres to have the extra damage there for it to be high. And with no mana regeneration like a Lost Chapter provides, then it's not that ideal regarding trades. If the trade's there for longer than a minute and a half before you fight, you have to fight. You have to fight straight away.
Which is why the Mana Crystal is helpful there, so he can get those orbs down, make sure that he can get enough of the flat damage.
Well aware of this, we see Condi invading the blue as Mystic and Ben are trading it out with Uzi and Ming, just getting some wards on that timer.
But check out Condi and Renekton. This is a dive, a very early dive. Only level 6 on Renekton, no ult on Maokai.
Oh, even taunting on top of
Uzi
the ward.
has flash again.
This is definitely seen. The dominance is dropped. 957 takes aggro. He's crowd controlled. Flash, and they get their own kill as Ming makes for the hills.
Frankly, just very clean from WE. That's firstly the strength of what a Maokai can provide when a Renekton is level 6 as well. They don't even use summoner spells to secure the kill. They just pick him apart.
And the waves are perfectly balanced that they're going to be able to trade this tower. Now, RNG are trying to do their work into the top lane, but it's just the Jarvan and just his flag. Maybe Sejuani gets involved, but I do like that MLXG is prioritizing getting deep vision and denying that blue buff.
In addition, the follow-up after this means that Mountain Dragon is the first one on the Rift, as 650 gold picked up for Mystic, that first brick for Team WE, and they're going to steal away the blue buff here. Meanwhile, the blue is being taken by MLXG, but not quite being passed over to Xiaohu, as Ben caught window shopping just a bit.
I think it was one of those moments where he was watching Ming walk over and like, come on, please
Let
don't.
me go.
Don't do that.
Let me out of here.
Yeah. We do have the recalls completed. They're not rushing straight onto that dragon, as MLXG just invades everything, and the top tower still stands for WE.
Which skin is that?
Dawn Chaser, I believe? It's the Dungeons and Dragons with the...
It looks like Lion Witch in the Wardrobe is what it looks like to me.
She's supposed to be like a paladin.
I see.
Wearing rune armor.
Maybe druidic. Look, there are inspirations, not directly lifted word for word.
I don't know. I've
Control
seen
C,
Lionheart
Control V.
We do see Mystic now with his recall. He's got a sword and hammer.
Yeah, we gotta check in on the itemization. Uzi is not having a good time. Vampire accepted a longsword. He wants to stay away from Mystic. I mean, maybe he feels confident enough that he can safely farm, especially because he has both summoners back up and available. At least I think heal's about to tick over. But ultimately, this is babysit Uzi because he cannot fight Mystic right now.
Yeah, and Ming doesn't really have summoners of his own to deal with this, so the 2v2 is still super risky from the side of RNG. And the thing that you're looking at here that is almost confusing as RNG are trying to set up a play bottom is that WE have gone back bottom almost to match the 2v2 because RNG went bottom again to try and dodge it. Usually when the first tower goes down, you'll swap lanes, you go and accelerate on the other side of the map. It's close to Rift Herald timing, but there is that Mountain Drake that is perhaps a higher priority.
It also just emphasizes kind of their mentality. They want to sit here and they want to punish Uzi. And you can see that, you know, Ming and Uzi can't walk back into the lane. And so now they're forced to rotate onto the Mountain Drake. But if Team WE get a whiff of this, they're just going to rock over and contest.
Ben shows up. His ward over the wall sees this happening. Not to mention Condi's there. Level 7 to level 7 on these smites, and it is going to be picked up. Smite secure for RNG.
And this is a very good read on the situation for RNG and how their lanes were going. Uzi can't beat bottom. He's still not wanting to go down there, so they take the next best objective.
Clever stuff from Xie as well by being a teleporting user. Again, one strength of this situation, knowing they're at the Drake, is that he looks towards the top side of the map. Not going to happen this time around, but even if he stays up there, even if he's the one that tanks it, gets super low, he's got the teleport to reset mid lane, and there's not all that much pressure coming out of a Syndra in terms of kill threat onto him, so he can farm under turrets perfectly fine.
We finally do have some items on those mid laners now. Merc treads for Xie. He's also going the defensive route, along with an amplifying tome. Xiaohu, he's finished off his own lost chapter, so he's finally got some mana and AP.
This is really dangerous for 957.
LXG follows.
Have to hit that flash.
He's got the flash.
Yeah,
Ooh, there he goes. 957 makes it to safety.
He wasn't sure on the Sejuani ult range, and he waited till it was coming
about
out.
it.
He was like,
Yeah.
oh, no, I have to.
To be fair, I was like, I think he's cleared the distance. But no.
He actually walks right back into top lane, and MLXG clearing the sword. He's spotted by Xie. Ooh, good movement to the blast cone to get away from that Malzahar.
That's very Lion.
It looks like...
It is a lion. You're not wrong.
I just can't believe I've never seen it until this point. You know, normally we see a giant hamster poro thing.
But that's the question.
Yeah, that's
would you rather
true,
ride
yeah.
a Poro
Absolutely.
or...
You don't even have to
I
compare
was
it
just
to
gonna say,
anything.
yeah, the Dawn Chaser. Ah, well.
Lane swap. Again, Uzi doesn't want to be in that lane. He's doing a little bit better now because he does have his Cutlass, so see what he can get here. Is they're probably going to just, since they're bringing Jarvan, try to push down the structure.
MLXG's back on this side of the map. It's a recall for Ben. He set it up there, and Mystic is only just now completing his recall.
And what this is doing is trying to take small windows of opportunity to punish Mystic. We talk about this all the time. Mystic is so greedy with his farm, but Team WE are good enough to compensate for it and allow him the space to do this. But it creates situations like this where, you know, he's 15 or 30 seconds out from defending a structure. But the rest of the team collapses under. Ming and Uzi can't contest forward, even though Mystic's not in position, and Team WE absorb that pressure.
And even without a flash on the Renekton, he's still a very hard champion to dive. Without vision of the rest of the team, of course, this is a 4-level advantage. I was going to assume Ben died if the Q connected, but it didn't, so I kept talking. He's able to barely survive. But again, all of this time is spent with Xayah is not next to Rakan, then Rakan isn't as safe. And Mystic down in the bottom lane, Rakan comes up, Ben tries to help his top laner, and that time wasted gives opportunities for RNG to make these roams, make these plays.
They're following through on the top lane. Mystic is now the one who's all alone now that they bullied Ben away. He's fighting 1v2 and pushes them away from a try.
Oh, that's so dangerous. I love how ballsy he is.
MLXG was right there. His ultimate is off of cooldown again, along with Ming and Uzi pushing in.
He literally knows that there's two people underneath him. He steps forward to contest Uzi over the CS. What are you doing?
I'll tell you what he's doing. He's got an Essence Reaver. That man knows.
They're fighting over blue buff right now. MLXG prepping it for Xiaohu, who pulls it away at very high health. Ooh, and it's picked up by Uzi.
Of course it is. Who else would it go to on this team, Dom? It's got to go to Uzi. No, they made sure it died before it could reset, and so it just happened to go to Uzi.
But this is inside track now for Team WE. Because Mystic's not there, it doesn't mean that they have pressure on the tower, but they have pressure on either mid or Rift Herald. And with all of those pings, it looks like it's going to be Herald.
They know
pressing
that someone recalled, I'm pretty sure, here. So the Herald, whilst it's free, I might actually expect them to even look towards the top lane turret.
They want something.
Uzi's completed his recall for Blade of the Ruined King, and he's racing back over there. Teleport's ready for the 2 as Mystic and Ben make their way towards that top turret. Ming sidesteps the feathers and clears out the wave.
Just some damage. And they'll be pretty happy with just the damage. Again, if that pressure continues, then it's 2 outer turrets that aren't going to be traded from RNG, and they start to ramp up more.
And it's really well timed to contest top tower when the blue buff is spawning on the other side, because you know that the Syndra's not going to be able to make the rotation, and with mid shadowing underneath, you can see Xie, he's standing in Fog of War. It just means that they have numbers advantage to continue to chip this down confidently.
Just working away at the health for that turret. There's the assist ping coming out for Xiaohu. His own lane is very dark as well. Teleport's ready on both top laners as 957 actually will be completing a recall here.
Remember, Xie has the teleport, so Xiaohu has to walk up here, and WE, whilst they look to pressure, RNG might turn this on a dime and actually try to engage the second Syndra gets nearby, but obviously not this time around. That's more of a future thing.
Instead, they're just going to take the chip damage and be happy with it. 15 minutes in. It's a 400 gold lead for WE, but they're dictating the pace of this game one step after the next.
Huh? Malzahar presses 3 buttons and a whole wave dies, and then he leaves lane as they die.
Free ELO I've gotten after Malzahar. I was like, wow, let's see what changes. He feels good. He feels easy.
Top tier 1 now broken down by WE.
No recall together.
Wow. I'm disappointed.
They're clearly having a really rough patch.
They just need to sit down and talk it out.
I told you, you were supposed to flash forward. Why do I keep having to do your job for you?
Plan? What's that? 30 seconds until that Infernal Dragon spawns. RNG was able to pick up Mountain, and looks like they've got their sights set on this next Infernal as well, as they've cleared out a lot of vision on this side of the map, and they're even bringing Uzi over here.
But they don't have the item breakpoint advantage, but they do have the, let's call it the composition advantage. Rusty talked about mid-game. Their mid-game is very strong, and if they get the wombo combo off and they have the superior vision denial game, then it becomes very scary still for Team WE. But in terms of gold favor and just item breaking points, WE are still head and shoulders above them.
It's actually a very interesting dynamic to kind of watch as these fights happen. WE are the engagers onto the Drake, and at the same time, RNG, good mid-game composition. WE are sculpted so that if RNG cook it wrong, or they just mess it up, then WE win.
Double teleport coming in. The Baron's Dragon is secured by MLXG, and it's a melee in the front. The big knockup locks WE down. Condi's in the back as Ben is just getting so much crowd control. That's allowing Mystic to shoot. He blocks the Justice Punch with his face, and 4 members of RNG return to the graveyard.
And the only good thing about this situation is that it's only 17 minutes in the game, so they can't immediately just rock over to the Baron. That said, mid lane tower's open, the Rift Herald's open, they have a wealth of options. So good job on the smite. Not sure if that fight was worth it.
Yeah, they'll be happy to have the Infernal Drake here, so compliments to MLXG for having it nonetheless, but absolutely the fight, it wasn't correct. And that's the thing, when you talk about RNG's mid-game composition, the wombo is fantastic, but if you mess up that wombo in the slightest way against a Maokai Malzahar, Kalista Rakan, you get punished.
There's just so much control in front of Xayah, and ultimately this composition needs to get back there, and that's where she really thrives. So there's so much CC, like Ben plays this phenomenally as well.
Yeah,
Gets quickness through multiple members, but there's just so much CC to try to get through to Xayah, and then she also thrives when you're trying to run front to back at her anyway.
And of course, Mystic was free hitting most of the time, barring the Sejuani ultimate that connected at the start, as was Uzi. The difference being that one of them was slightly more fed at the moment, and right now after that fight, you can see the difference in items. It's pretty much the end of the game type of fed amounts for Mystic.
Yeah, that's a full Phantom Dancer and Boots 2 to the Null Magic Mantle and Boots 1 of Uzi. Let's see if this recall actually gets him a little bit closer. Hoping for a Zeal at the very least.
He's got magic resistance, so he's going for the QSS.
Yeah, going for the full Quicksilver Sash.
And this is kind of the one thing. The Infernal, while they've kind of lost a lot of their power in their mid-game comp because they decided to itemize 2 defensive QSS, at least the Infernal will mean that as the game continues to scale up, that Xiaohu will have kill threat on the viable targets, like the Malzahar, like the Xayah.
But what's so stupid about Malzahar and why he's, like, in a competitive sense, actually just very good by being picked, just by being picked, is that that's 2,600 gold that's been sunk into surviving on carries. As, you know what, Mystic might just come down here first.
Yeah, lumbering
Let's
down.
let him survive before I keep going. And the gold difference is about 3,000 between WE and RNG right now, so you can make that about 5,600 is the gold difference between these teams. And Malzahar can still kill the carries. Like, Malzahar's job in this team fight is to kill Jarvan, probably, and get onto him because he doesn't have a QSS now. And so the 2,600 gold is just null.
That's what we saw with that fight at the Dragon. Jarvan leaped in for the Cataclysm, and immediately Xie just dropped the Nether Zone underneath it to make that whole pit unsafe.
And even if Xie has to focus, like, eventually down the line, someone like Ming is still on the Galio. He's an incredibly important part of this composition. He needs to get into the air to allow his team the damage reduction. So, I mean, there's every viable target in the world for him. He's like, I don't care, build the QSS.
It just means that with that gold investment that Uzi's now put from being behind, you'll look at the amount of gold that Mystic has spare in the 1,300. That's the BF sword that's close to the Infinity Edge, and that's going to be meaningful damage because RNG's composition, the only way it succeeds is by going forwards towards their opponents, by having the combo. That's exactly what WE want right now with this lead.
That's meaningful damage that's denied to RNG, despite the slight benefit of that Infernal Dragon. Now, 20 minutes in, Baron has spawned. WE already, they are on top of it. Covering that Baron all over in wards, starting to press in with Condi and Ben to clear out some wards by that red buff in addition, and just continuing to roll their momentum further and further forward. They know they've got the power spikes here. Can they find an opportunity to use it?
They don't just have the power spikes, they have the vision. Look at all of the control wards everywhere over that Baron pit area. This is the waiting game, and by waiting game, I mean this is the amplified, like accelerated pace for Team WE. They very clearly want to turn and shred this Baron. And that's the other cool thing about Malzahar, that, you know, he's been kind of away from the spotlight for so long. He shreds Barons so effectively.
It certainly does. That's one really nice ward from RNG. Potentially, if Xie starts to move left and up just a bit more, because right now, the Distraction Herald.
We actually did just see the blue trinket used by Uzi to spot out that Baron. The Distracted Herald will rush towards the turret and charge it up.
Not going to do much.
Yeah, it took a lot of damage from Uzi.
Unfortunately, the blue trinket hitting just as the Herald was also being channeled. You have to think that if Team W had seen that they had vision on the Baron, they would have stopped and just waited, reset for that. But notice how they were super confident to look for a two-man Baron. It doesn't have to be Condi. It can be 957, or it could be any combination of the two, as long as Malz is also there.
I'm just happy to see creative use of Rift Herald. It wasn't a successful Herald in the end, but the idea is something that's just so cool to me, that you summon that and you give them two options. And you know what? They come over, they defend it. They forcibly walk over. You just back away and watch as the Herald takes a turret. And then if they go to Herald, you walk back over to the Baron. It's that forced trade. In a way, it's like what a split pusher does. It's like your forced Jax has just been summoned in the mid lane.
Oh man, maybe that'll be the next addition to League of Legends, when we get pocket Jax that we can drop at 50 minutes to try pushing side lanes.
What you could do with it is have Jax in one lane, Herald in the other, and the 3 of you or 4 of you go mid lane and just have multiple threats as well. Like, that's the other way that you could look at using it, which is very rarely done.
Especially Maokai, because his siege potential is so high with his ultimate. Can you imagine that? Like, where do you go on the map? What would you do?
Any choice you make is going to be a bad one. These are really clever wards being placed by RNG, and we've still not seen WE grown wise to it yet.
So the history of this ward, I call it the Baron Gate ward. It first appeared in the 2014 KT versus Blue, when FLICKR was kind of reinventing, because, you know, that was season 2 and 3 where he would stand at the pit and just pick someone off behind and then it immediately turned into a Baron. Yeah. But it's just, they put the control ward in the pit, and so it can't see it while you also get vision when they walk into the Baron pit. Other clever wards for Baron is, as you're walking into the pit, to place it behind the Baron's head. Now that one will be caught up by a control ward, but it's much harder to spot visually with your eye if just glancing at the pit, and it's also much harder to click on. Increases chance that in solo queue, someone's going to accidentally hit the Baron and lose half their health trying to clear your ward.
Yeah, the other thing here though is that, like, when you look at the control wards WE have placed down, the fact that there was 3 or 4 of them now in a line, the 5th one's down on the bottom side of the map for a safe point for the Drake, RNG had to walk through one of them to still place the warders. They're looking for Let Me.
Yeah, they're trying to run him down. The flag and drag flash gets him to safety as the Righteous Glory times out for Condi.
Now, he does have flash, and RNG are trying to grapple control over this pit, but the big key thing is that WE also secured the Scuttler while they sent their AD
They'll
carry
do
bottom.
this, actually. There is no reason for Mystic to be down here.
He shows himself. That's an immediate teleport onto this Baron. 5 members of RNG to burn through its health with their Mountain. That's a Callista, too.
And this
teleport
is without
coming
Isaiah.
in. She is on the side. They turn to force the fight. That's the mid laner for WE, getting burned down and dead. The Nether Zone plus the Cataclysm does a healthy amount of damage, but it's still 4 versus 5.
Oh, you know they're fighting.
Mystic is still so far behind.
And again, while I respect what RNG was saying, and yes, I do agree that Mystic didn't need to be there, again, the intelligence is that they took the Scuttler before they committed bottom. So they still got a tower advantage and ultimately traded the 2 teleport summoners, so still advantage to Team WE in the end.
Oh, they're actually using their own Scryer's Bloom on top of it to clear out any wards from RNG, but luckily a very intelligent team. They did stagger their own backs. So MLXG still hanging out along with Xiaohu and Uzi just in case, and they keep themselves safe. But we do now have teleports burned by 957 and Let Me, and Xie is only just now respawning.
Yeah, Xie was a necessary casualty of war there just to be able to prevent them from getting the Baron. So it's unfortunate for Xie, but just the way that it pans out, you wouldn't want anybody else on the team to die given that he is the teleporting member that comes back alive. And RNG, by getting pushed off that Baron, means the next time WE push in bottom lane, knowing that Jarvan has no teleport, it could be Xie that goes down there, and that's where WE forced the objective.
Try to break down that inhibitor turret if they find an opportunity to.
It's the laziest champion in League of Legends.
So much interactive play.
Malzahar.
Go my minions, take everything that I can't be bothered last hitting.
But how much of a god do you feel like when you just have a horde in front of you? Get 'em, boys.
Run them down. Now we can see the split push beginning once again. Xie's hanging out top side as Letme still holding on bottom without that teleport. Finishing off his Titanic Hydra with this recall. Oh, not quite enough to catch up to 957, who's already finished off his own. Looking at the other itemization, double Leandries plus double Morellos for both of our mid laners. Still that BF sword advantage for Mystic over Uzi, though he does have that Quicksilver Sash.
And it does need to be noted how much farm Xiaohu's actually got for himself as well. That man has actually managed to overcome the fact that he's got a QSS purchase and just be far enough ahead of his opponent that the QSS is just equal gold now.
Yeah.
Also, the big buy just came in for Mystic, so now it's got a little bit...
The Infinity Edge,
yeah. It got a little bit worse.
A little more spicy.
26 minutes is fairly early as well.
26 minutes, all 3 big core items on Zion, no problem.
They're currently skirmishing for vision around this Baron pit. MLXG and Ming trying not to take too much harass here. They have to deal with the Ocean Dragon.
Split.
Forces the engage. That's Flash and Cleanse, but Condi chasing him down, which is his target. That's a ward.
Yeah, that's the target.
All right.
He doesn't want to commit to Jarvan because Jarvan could look to extend him. I believe he still had Flag and Drag, so depending on how that interaction would work and when he gets the W, he could pull him away from the team.
Ooh,
but he does like that.
Sedge.
MLXG, he's still got the ultimate ready. Holds on to it. This is a hair trigger game. Everyone is ready to engage, but nobody's found it quite yet.
Bit of a stalemate. It's just so hard to engage on a Mystic when he has the ultimate and both summoner spells up. Ben doesn't have a lot left, and so that's why RNG can look towards it. A big part of WE's engage is missing, but they are so strong that you have to engage perfectly on top of everything else.
Exactly, and that's the thing. The fact that Ben doesn't have his flash, doesn't have quickness, and the Righteous Glory was also popped. It means that Team WE can no longer just sit and do this ARAM, that they're going to try to force RNG's hands in other ways.
That's why they're doing the Baron right here. MLXG, control ward over the wall.
Already.
They've burned it down, but they turn onto Ming. Shield of Durandar, no. He takes a lot of damage. Uzi pulls him back with the Fate's Call, and he retreats. They see him back as Baron did get a chance to fully reset these wards. Slowly getting ticked down.
They just don't take damage from it, Dom. They can continue to do this all day and force the fight.
Ming is doing damage. It's at 4,000.
Letme has to go. He's the only one with the engage spell left.
Condi uses the roots.
Maokai's on.
He's managed to tag on to MLXG, but that's the tank. He's
Condi's
actually rather
dying.
low health. They engage now, dropping all of the AoE. They knock out 2, and Mystic, he's firing, using the Baron as backup, but he's doing a lot of AoE.
Whoa.
He dies to the burst from Xiaohu, however, as Condi and 957, the sole survivors, retreat.
And they smartly wait for the Baron to do its effort to take them down low. Letme then pulls the trigger, and great follow-up from Ming. So RNG were patient and just called WE's bluff.
The dance continued for just a little bit too long if you were WE, and you're correct. RNG, the way they played around it, they just waited as long as they could. It hit the point where Mystic was tanking the Baron and then just gets one-tapped by Xiaohu's ultimate on the Syndra. And that's the thing, Condi, look at the health that he's taken, because 957 was standing in the front lines. Galio, the best interception basically to block the Malzahar ultimate's completion. And remember, during all of this, Ben didn't have everything up. And if he had his ultimate, was able to crowd control them all, probably a clean ace there for WE. It just wasn't as accessible.
Very well could have been, but as it turns out, RNG win the fight and now find themselves only 1,000 gold behind WE.
But all this means is that they're still playing catch-up, and they're playing catch-up to a composition that will continue to scale very hard with that Xayah. Now, the good thing is they still have that Infernal. Second Infernal is now up and available, and just hyper-emphasis. They really need that to just tip Syndra over the edge, to tip Uzi back into competitiveness.
They're taking it right now, but RNG are rushing towards the Baron, clearing out the wards of WE just to reclaim control of that side of the map. So perhaps a worthy sacrifice to ensure that there's no Baron to follow this. But this is now 2 dragons to 2 for both WE and RNG.
And a really early Elder.
Yeah, it certainly will be, of course. The most important part of this is that RNG don't have 2 Infernals. That's the last thing you want to give them, and you're waiting for that Hex Drinker probably to be seen from Mystic before they fight one more time. It's been proven now, and Mystic's finally learned his lesson that, you know what, Syndra exists. I forgot the champion can one-hit me. Maybe we just slow down for a second. It would be ideal.
It was actually really cool to watch him use the Feather Storm to leap over the Galio knockup and just drop all of the AoE on the outside, but a bit tragic that a single button press can deny you on the outside of that. So
Also,
still a great job for Xiaohu.
The fact that he had to burn his flash to disengage from the Baron damage. Obviously a huge miss there, and like we said, it was just because there weren't the viable cooldowns up from his front line to offer protection for him.
Top tier 1 did break down to the side wave control from RNG. That wave is cleared up by 957. We've got teleport ready for Xie, which is why we see him hanging out bottom right now. Looks like he too is a Krug Fiend, Rusty, as he snags that away for himself before heading back towards mid.
Gotta get all the free gold that you can running around on Summoner's Rift, especially for the Malzahar in a situation where there's nothing else on the map for him to take. Mystic is securing most of that, and you can see the comms here between the two is that Xie needed gold. Like, he needed that Void Staff.
Yeah. He's only going to be completing it just now with this recall, whereas Xiaohu, he's had his prior. He actually had it for that fight at the Baron buff. He's way ahead of the clock, 330 CS at 31 minutes.
And again, it's where that gold is distributed. The fact that it's all on Syndra versus it's all on Xayah. Difference is that Syndra has kill threat on Xayah, but she just now needs to reach her.
It's about what you use your ultimate on here if you are Mystic. That big combo that forced that early is WE. No, they're just trying to do the Baron, it looks like.
They got a massive cooldown for their efforts as well.
Forcing the fight does look like the name of the game here.
Just trying to find an opportunity to tear RNG apart, as this is just a very delicate tug of war all around the pit. Should these fights explode, they could be very dangerous. And now as we get back into it, that Baron is still up. WE seem to have fallen back to the mid lane as Xiaohu. Oh man, he's just looking for the range on Mystic.
But check out where Condi is. He is very deep looking for the engage. And again, this is what this comes down to. Can Xiaohu kill Mystic, or will Mystic kill all of RNG?
Oh, Condi tries to force it.
Teleport's
that's a teleport
in the back.
That's Xie. No, excuse me, that's 957. He's now in the front line for Team WE. They looked for the opportunity and they did not find it.
And it's both teleports now gone from WE. So RNG suddenly have a strategy in the playbook of putting their Jarvan down in the bottom lane, but the risk of being engaged on is great. As WE, they're forcing the issue. They're preventing RNG from clearing the mid wave, pushing down to the structures. They want this to be in the river around the Baron.
Just moving slowly forward. Uzi pushes the wave even further before they pull in.
They're looking for the pick.
Ben's got a flank.
He's found the damage onto the side. They managed to get the knock-up. The damage reduction is not enough. Xie kills Let Me as Ming leaps in. 957 follows through. Mystic in the back. Uzi flashes as MLXG chases his way to safety, but he's slowly being whittled down. Uzi's kiting it out. They managed to kill Ben. Xiaohu finally joins the fight, drops his ultimate, but he only manages to get one. In the end, it's 2-for-1 WE.
I think that was like Captain Jack level of sick from Uzi to keep himself alive there after the charm connected. So RNG, not a lot of health to their name, but they're still kicking. WE with the tempo, they're pushing the Baron now.
And there's not a lot of, like you said, a lot of health for them to contest this, so they need to peek in, but with the control ward, I think the Baron's gone.
Xiaohu steps forward.
No!
He steals the Baron! A huge play from Xiaohu!
And this is why I rank Xiaohu over Xie. Now, yes, that is a 1 in a million shot, but this guy hits those all the time.
I don't even... How did he...
He's done that so many times!
But that doesn't matter. He did it now. And
Condi's smite is not on cooldown as well.
Oh,
it is now, yeah.
Wow.
Whatever he smote afterwards. Yeah, you can better believe it's dead.
Oh, Xiaohu. And here's the thing, like, yes, that's a 1 in a million times. You know, lightning strikes, it's struck multiple times for Xiaohu, but it's also just how he plays out these fights. How in all of RNG's even losses, that Xiaohu will just be a one-man army trying to hard carry the team through their jungle issues.
To be fair to Condi in this instance, he's level 14. Yeah. Xiaohu's level 18, especially at the time that he stole that. So max level damage coming out of a 3.5 item Syndra. He actually does more than the smite would do in that instance. Yeah. And so the W and the Q, if you shove that in and do maximum damage, that's more than a smite will ever achieve. There was no Kalista or anything like that on the side of WE. He just picks it up with really good timing.
And take a look at how RNG are using this advantage. They're prepping their side waves, they're setting up some vision, but more importantly, they're getting ready for that Elder Dragon that's coming up in 60 seconds. Lots of wards around the pit, and they've still got Baron for a full 2 minutes, so This very well could be another opportunity to try their luck.
He's Flame Horizoned officially.
He has, yeah. Full 100 CS as they turn on to Condi. He's got no flash. Stun. Tanky though he might be, it's not enough as Xiaohu locks down the kill and they scare 957 back.
Keeping their dreams alive, Xiaohu. That's all that's going through my mind right now.
He is indeed the survivor here.
If they win this game, it's because the Baron allowed them to dig themselves out of the hole to get pressure over the Elder, then use the Elder to win a 5v5. Like, the blueprint has been set. The roadmap is there for RNG, and what has been a game that's been entirely controlled by Team WE. I mean, this feels like the finals all over again, but shoes on the other foot. Team WE are playing from behind.
Yeah, the gold lead isn't that great from RNG. It's still present, and the advantage and the tempo that can come from the Baron is this ever-present threat now for WE to deal with. Mystic's still a super carry. He's going to be obnoxiously powerful if he's ever allowed to free hit, but you have to look at RNG's composition when ahead again. They want to go forwards to execute properly. They've kicked off the Elder Drake, and WE doesn't look like they're going to get there.
And again, with Callista, it means that they would have to fight it, so they just choose to disengage. Now, we've seen the superhero levels that Xayah can reach. I think everyone will remember AHQ versus EDG, especially these two teams at Rift Rivals. But he's going to have another similar performance to stop Elder and the charging RNG.
Got that Hex Drinker finally finished, so perhaps that can give him an extra half second against a very nearly 6-item Syndra, as Rabadon's Death Cap is now picked up for Xiaohu, not to mention the Elder Dragon, giving 50% amplification to that Infernal Dragon buff.
It changes the target. Now the comms are, everyone kill Xiaohu. We have to kill the Syndra.
And then Uzi free hits the whole time. He's got a Guardian Angel and a QSS. He's got armor boots. There's not a lot that takes him apart. Malzahar starts to run out of targets. And if the primary purpose of their team fighting is to kill Xiaohu, well, he's got a QSS himself, and Malzahar's the big threat. That's where you look at WE's composition and say, where is your damage and where is it meaningful?
RNG barreling down the mid lane, break a tier 2 and escort the minion wave even further. Baron buff finally wears off, but this is still a big push out of RNG. Despite having teleport, they still feel safer in a huge 5v5 as they group up and just push WE back into their base.
Still being very respectful and very cautious.
It's really cool that Letme has been with them the whole time. He's never split pushed, he's consistently trying to group, and it just means he knows how important he is, or RNG know how important Letme is to the team's team fighting success and preventing WE from forcing plays and making plays. And it felt like this cat and mouse game of WE saying, we'll wait for Letme to go bottom. He just never went bottom, ever.
Oh, wow. Just the ultimate onto Condi. I imagine he was also tagged by a Q and a stun, but that much damage is very scary, especially when he's already got his magic resist, and it's not enough. Another tier 2 is broken as the tank of WE has to pack and heal up.
But they haven't cracked the inhib line, and the Elder will be falling off soon, so ultimately this will fall to another massive 5v5 around one of these epic monster objectives.
Most likely the Baron. Of course, it'll come up well before the Elder Dragon, and if there's one place that WE will draw that line and say, we're meeting you, it will be the Baron.
And then the importance here is tracking this vision and the denial game and how they're setting up these picks. Both of the teleports are up for Team WE, so again, they still have versatility, maybe put Xie in one of these side lanes. But I don't know how safe he would feel across from Jarvan.
I mean, he'd be perfectly fine across from the Jarvan, I think, for Xie. He's got enough shred to kill him probably anyway. I think that the concern here for RNG is just getting picked off. When you look at WE's composition, if we're fighting for an objective and one of us is dead, well then it's just super dangerous and we can't fight. So we need to have 5 alive. Letme has been grouped for that purpose pretty much the entire time, and he's not letting the double teleport composition of WE go to his lane, kill him, and then teleport into the objective. And that's a super scary thing when a Malzahar walks into your lane as a tank and teleports to the Baron afterwards.
Just that global threat, so characteristic for Xie's style to be all across the map. However, we do see everyone heading back towards that Baron buff as the timer is down to 70 seconds. The wards are slowly expiring, and it is now being refreshed by WE and RNG all around this pit.
But there's a slow push being set up in the bottom side, so RNG will eventually have to answer that.
That big minion wave is just growing larger and larger. Recall from Letme. think he's outside of vision right there. Don't see any pings onto him from WE, but they will see him once he crashes into that wave.
It's just the signs of a more prepared team on the fundamentals at times here. Like WE having that bottom lane pushing, it just shows how scared RNG are and how they're giving these opportunities for WE to get back in the game almost out of necessity. Like, there shouldn't be a reason that with a 7k gold lead, they have to recall when Baron's about to spawn to clear bottom wave. They should be the ones clearing it, forcing WE to go there so that they get the Baron pressure.
This is a 19-second timer on Baron, and Mystic takes it back. Now, he will barely get there in time for it to start. And I don't know. He does this all the time, and it's the confidence that they're not just going to immediately turn and burn it. But with the Kalista comp, that could have been a very real threat, especially when RNG have vision control over the area.
It's also the importance of the item that he was picking up for himself, being a Last Whisper, and they know they need it, so he recalls where he knows there's no vision from RNG and hopes they don't commit to it. At the same time, yes, they could have, but they didn't know where he was. They didn't know he was in base.
It's why I'm just so torn about it. Like, you can understand the logic behind it, but eventually on a big stage, someone will just turn, and then you only have Mystic to look at and be like, why were you in base?
We'll have to see if that item is worth it. As it turns out, they're able to group up as 5v5 and reposition around this Baron. We just saw the gold for both of these teams. It's just about even for those 80 carries. So Uzi, despite the laning phase, is keeping pace. And he's actually 2 levels up as Condi eats the ultimate and survives. That's Xiao, who's power unleashed on cooldown.
But Condi's not making his back.
He's holding on to it right now, still has that ultimate ready. Perhaps going to try to rely on that sap magic.
He needs to stay, but it's a Kalista, it's a Syndra burst as well, but WE, they've committed.
957 is flanking from behind. They tag onto Condi. He gets the ultimate across. Knock up into the back from Ming. They're chasing down Mystic, and they've got him locked down. Once again, a huge ultimate keeps him standing, but the stun from Xiao, who tags him on the way down. He drops as Uzi kites down a kill onto the tanks, and 957, great flank though it was, could not save his carries. Xie will finally drop to Let Me, and in the end, it's 4 members of WE dead.
And they don't turn for the Baron, they turn for the base. They're at least going to break some of the inhibs, but with very long death timers, I'm curious how far RNG will press their luck.
I have a feeling they're going to push this all the way, Frosk, and this may actually be game number 1 for RNG if they're able to do it successfully. WE, I mean, this is desperate from 957. He's clearing the minion wave so they can't end. That's what his life is worth.
At the cost of his life, he managed to get most of these minions. It's still 2, and there's a wave pushing mid and bottom.
Exactly.
They'll tank it.
They have Sejuani.
Uzi leaps in. They're going to try to finish this off right here. The damage reduction. Ben charges forward, tries to get the knock-up, and dies immediately. RNG chase it down. They bring down the Nexus. And against all odds, they take game number 1 against WE.
And huge credit to Let Me that last fight. It was Jarvan that got into the backline that allowed Galio to follow up, get on top of Mystic, and kill the Xayah.
And one of those moments where you're not really sure who to give more credit to, though, where the last fight, yes, it went well for Let Me, but the whole game, they had a 7-1 Syndra, and Xiao had an absolutely fantastic performance. Hard carry for the team of RNG. Uzi still did his job. There was no moment where it looked like he was having a bad time out of laning phase, where WE started to run away with it. And the fact that RNG as a team slowed down WE's game plan for that long to get themselves the team fights, to get the steals. This is WE's game that goes away to RNG, but the way RNG brought it back was still impressive.
Certainly was. Seems like we finally saw RNG returning to that style. You just have to bring it up.
I don't know if it's... I don't want to say RNG return, because the RNG style that we really loved was just how decisive, how strong they played their lane phase, how they snowballed that into a very strong mid game, got a Baron, and then immediately closed on it. This is them getting a miraculous Baron steal, and then holding late game 5v5s. Like, still very impressive, but if Xiao had not stolen the Baron, there's no way that gold graph looks like that.
You can see the critical moment when it was turned around. Only a slight advantage for WE over the course of the game. Traditional to WE style. They were in it for the long haul. They were in it for the late game. And look at that Syndra damage.
It's kind of crazy how the game plan from RNG was use your Syndra ultimate onto a Maokai.
Yeah.
Kill the Maokai because you're just that fed. And then take the objective or then force the fight. And it's a small thing, but I've never seen many Syndras around the world that'll still alter Maokai to push him out before they do the objective. It's always to kill the carry, but that's just such good awareness from RNG on what the game plan is and how to play it, to know that killing the jungler, or at least pushing him out of the fight by being that low, is the easiest way to win the game.
And specifically, the individual choices from Xiao, making great individual choices multiple times over the course of this game. And we've said it before, he's just having a phenomenal career split. But I cannot emphasize how good this guy is. I said that, you know, looking at this pound for pound, talent for talent, Team WE are probably stronger in pretty much every single role except for mid lane. And I didn't think that the difference between Xie and Xiaohu would be enough for RNG to even come close to cracking this open. And I just love that Xiaohu proved me wrong in such flair.
Yeah, like over 100 CS the difference, pretty much hard carrying in most team fights. And realistically, yes, you'd still say that WE in individual level are stronger than every single lane opponent they're against besides mid lane. But even in mid lane, you don't say that Xiaohu is explicitly better than Xie. You say there is a style difference between the two. And not that one is better, but the two styles will clash and someone will still come out on top, and that often changes. But this was an incredible win from Xiaohu.
Rather unexpected, because I think we said in the beginning of the game, it is a style difference between the two. We were expecting Xie to be able to absorb this pressure, and no surprise, Xiaohu takes the MVP for this performance because of that massive advantage, because of those individual decisions.
The target selection, the Baron steal, the lane phase, I mean, Xiaohu had it all. The CS difference can't compliment his performance enough. We'll see if they can get it again in game number 2 and close out this series, because I have a feeling that they're not going to let the Syndra slide. They're not going to give him another strong matchup like that.
Yeah, and it's very interesting for me as well that the third rotation was the Xayah and the Rakan, rather the second rotation, the second and third pick from WE. Setting up their bottom lane, usually that's a fine place to go and look towards, but that priority kind of opened up the second ban and pick phase for RNG to get exactly what they'd want, and that was flexing the Galio, picking up the Syndra, and using that flex by having the last part of the draft as priority to get what they wanted, and that really did prove to bear fruit.
Yeah, it's so interesting that we're seeing both of these teams utilize the flex meta so well to confuse each other. I'm actually pretty excited to see who's going to end up on blue side and red side in game number 2. It will be RNG's choice, and I honestly wouldn't be too surprised if they go back towards that red side to save that counter pick for Xiaohu and use some of those flexes.
But I feel like it's not just a champion change, it needs to be a style change. We need to see the bloodthirsty Xie raise his head.
We'll have to find out if he can. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for game 2 of the rivalry, WE versus RNG.
Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go.
It has been 3 weeks since we've seen WE last suffer a loss here in the LPL. The team that did it to them previously was SKT in Rift Rivals. Now RNG came back, and in game number 1, they delivered the Nexus swing to drop WE down, and now they find themselves up 1-0 in this series. Welcome back, everyone. We're just about ready to get into game number 2, and let's get right back to it because game number 1 was so exciting. Xiaohu with the Baron steal to keep his team in the game. But turning our attention towards WE, they very clearly had a plan. Focus bottom lane, camp Uzi, get Mystic super empowered, and run him around the map to break down turrets. If that strategy worked, if they secured the Baron, do they try to run that strategy here again in game number 2?
I want to go out on a limb and say that it almost had nothing to do with Uzi. Like, I don't think step 1 is camp Uzi. I think step 1 is camp Mystic. And I think that's kind of the defining thing about Mystic. I mean, Rusty talked about it on Cast. He's kind of trimmed away the fat, and you just now have this lean, mean 80 carry machine where he's now the aggressor. You know, he's no longer that quiet, sleepy Korean ADC.
And it wasn't quite the Cogmore performance out of Mystic, though. They did put him on something like the Xayah, and perhaps that is one of the things that will change for them here. I know that the Rakan is a fantastic pick, and I know that it works super well with Xayah. The meta started to shift towards it, but Mystic's got other champions that he could pull out and be an absolute beast on, and the Xayah was fine. It started to get outscaled super heavily, and I just have this feeling that after the defeat, he'll change his champion up, and he'll play something that is still super good, can carry well, but it won't be Xayah. Yeah, well, that got banned. Rightly so, of course.
And again, this is the LPL. While it's not being played just about everywhere else in the world, it's still a huge, huge fan favorite and player favorite in the LPL. We'll have to see what that's going to be. My attention is actually going to be looking towards that mid lane, though, because Xiaohu was so instrumental on that Syndra, and Xie did find himself falling behind a little bit on that Malzahar.
I mean, we were discussing this a bit during the break phase, and it I know I said this in the past block. It's like, yeah, I want to see the aggressive Xie come out. I want to see him go toe-to-toe with Xiaohu because we know he can play, you know, cool things like the Talia and be that hard carry. But we've seen this all the time. You know, against SKT, he gets blasted, Galio versus Cassiopeia, and then he just immediately goes back to the matchup and he just says redo. And he's just a defensive player. Like Rusty said, it's a different stylistic matchup, and I'm really unsure if Xie is going to try to match Xiaohu or if he's just going to be like, you know, that was bad on me. It was that Baron steal. That was the problem. We can do the exact same thing, but this time execute better.
And of course, what I like about Xiaohu and Xie in particular is that, like, even after a loss, they can play the same style. They can just do it better. And they can learn from game number 1. They start to download each other as a matchup goes on. Xiaohu didn't necessarily have the best laning phase. He just scaled up, just had a really good time in team fights and started to find some kills and found those picks with the Syndra. And so laning phase wasn't a problem for Xie. But what you want to see from him is a bit more acceleration, just a bit more aggressiveness in that lane to be able to push that one step further to then get to the top lane and have that gank off, not have let me run away from the turret, to actually dive him, make that successful by having extra tempo.
And that is what's so exciting about WE in general, because they are that brick wall of a team. They are so stable and never willing to really have any sort of volatile changes. Ignoring, of course, 957's performance during the final weeks of Spring Split. He was able to pull it back together really well. On the other hand, RNG, they are a little bit more emotional. They're going to take this win and hopefully run with it.
But I think what's something that we have to talk about in game number 1 before the second was how RNG played out their early game, how they played out their mid game, and what their goals were as a team, right? Because WE got the lead. They got a pretty substantial lead. They had all of the map control, and they were setting up, but RNG built, they played, they set up to not die. That was all they wanted. They were expecting the Baron to be a big focal point, and the second the Baron got looked at, got touched, completely eradicated as an option. RNG are fighting it suddenly, and the aggression's there. The item spikes weren't there, but the vision was always there. They knew the goals. They knew how to play it out. They just needed to not die. The fact that Let Me was leaving turrets instead of trying to get a teleport in and a counter gank, it was smart play.
It certainly was, and you can see the fans are celebrating that smart play. There are a lot of signs in the audience, very many for Uzi, just as many for Mystic on the other side, as everyone's looking to see how that matchup is going to balance out here today, as it really is quite a thrilling matchup to see RNG now actually come back and take this win against WE. Again, they've been undefeated, and RNG, they've been on a bit of a downward trend, though they have taken some wins in the past weeks.
You know, at Rift Rivals, RNG were put under a pressure circumstance where in the best of 5 that they got to go last, and they did this multiple times. They did it against LMS as well as the LCK, and it was reported that Xiaohu was quite emotional when it was Team WE that was picked as being the killing blow to give LPL the win, and not RNG, especially when put in a situation under pressure that they did perform. So can you imagine where you want to be that representative, you want to wave the LPL flag to carry the region to victory, you're denied that opportunity, and then you get to face the team that took the opportunity away from you. If you could 2-0 them here, I think that is Xiaohu's revenge.
What a statement indeed. We've entered into picks and bans for game number 2. We've already got Karma and Cho'Gath banned away with this first round. And seems like we're seeing similar bans so far, just in a little bit of a different order. Of course, RNG with side selection, they have opted to take blue. Kog'Maw, again, banned away from Mystic. You do not want to let him get on that late game champion, just on the off chance that the game goes 30 minutes.
Off chance? It's going to 30 minutes, Dom. Both of these teams, they're going to 30
absolutely.
minutes, whether you like it or not.
Zach to follow it up. And now we're looking for the final ban of RNG. It was Karma, Kog'Maw, and Zach. They are going to ban away Galio on blue side because that Zach was banned by WE this time.
And it means that they want a higher priority pick. Now, oftentimes when Galio or Zach are banned from blue side, it does mean, like Rusty's saying, the Maokai or the Kalista. For me, I feel like it's weighted towards the Kalista just because it's Letme and Uzi, but who knows? Maybe Letme's been practicing it. Maybe they can try to deny that away from Condi and 957.
With the Kalista now the final ban, that Maokai is open.
I feel like they saw it coming. And now Letme's like, crap.
Uh-oh. Alrighty. He's got 16 seconds to decide, though. Not sure he's going to go quite for the full duration as he immediately hovers that Maokai, the huge mega tank, locked in for RNG.
Yeah, this one makes sense, of course. You lock in your Maokai, you flex it, you use it primarily in the jungle role, but let me, if it comes to it, if you get a matchup that's okay for him, then straight away they go towards something like that. WE on the flip side, of course, knowing that Kalista and Kog'Maw are gone, now need to assess their priorities in champions, and AD carries may start to come out in the first 3 rotations here before the second ban phase.
If they lock in Xayah here, this is such a, this is defined now as pulling a WE. You lose game 1 with the exact same composition, fine, re-roll it, let's do it again.
We'll go round 2 up to the execution. Rakan is locked in for Ben back in that bottom lane. He had some huge crowd control in game number 1, but crowd control can only do so much when there's a Maokai and a Jarvan chasing you down. And we just set the conditions, and they have met it. They are pulling a WE here.
But there are still hyper carries left available for Uzi. Like, with all of the focus and the attention on AD carry, there's still options. He can go for the Tristana and be perfectly fine to meet WE at that 30-35 minute mark.
In my head, I just completed, oh yeah, there's still the Imp. Wait, no, the Twitch. That's the one. Jarvan going to follow through for RNG as they're building out this front line. And the fans are swooning in the audience.
Oh man, the other champion that I'd love to see with a Jarvan Maokai, Sivir.
Ooh.
I mean, that's pretty in Uzi's wheelhouse.
Yeah.
I've heard he's played the champion a few times.
Couple
Whether he
of
likes
times.
it or not, almost, one would say.
And look at this front line. If this Alistar gets locked in, which it is now locked in for Ming, that is massive. Oh, that's a lot of health to get through.
Which now Team WE need to start looking at either some sort of disengage or engage tools of their own. I like to see that Xie is not going the defensive route. I would love to see him pick up the Talia. I think that this is just a game-changing champion for him.
And this was banned in game number 1 by WE, of course, something you want to remove off the board from Xiaohu. So what's curious here is that WE, they pick at 3rd, they're going to the next ban phase, most likely to target either matchups that suck for Talia, which isn't many, just Orianna, or you go towards the AD carry role and start to take those extra things from Uzi. Because yes, RNG, they have a lot of tanks, but there's only so many carries that can go with them.
The LeBlanc now banned away from Xiaohu.
You have to ban Orianna here. You can't give Orianna to Jarvan, Maokai, Alistar.
You just can't give it to a tank comp. Orianna's best suited with tanks in front of her.
Absolutely. Just swinging that battle ball around.
But this means that RNG now gets so much freedom to sculpt the top lane matchup of what they want. Now, 957 will probably have to pick it coming out of this, because there's one.
That's Renekton banned away.
Yeah, most likely the Kled to follow with it, RNG, if you're banning things specifically from 957. It's just too good on it.
Oh man. Could he actually go back and take something like Shen here?
Oh, they
As
left
Tristana is banned away, and that Orianna is open.
Okay. Right-hand turn. Seems a bit scary when Xiaohu pretty much dunked you in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand the Tristana ban. This is something that we've mentioned already as a big Uzi pick that makes sense here. To lock that one in when you've got all of this displacement and tank line to stand in front of you. Orianna is a similar prospect in that respect. So I guess it's a WE gameplay. And Orianna is a very killable champion if you can get to the Orianna. It's just a lot to get through, and Kled maybe not ideal to get through it.
But they do need some form of engage from 957 at this point. So while I agree, I think that they almost just have to go for the Kled because they need just some way to get into those team fights. Because right now, all they had was Rakan.
They do have the charge now. How did Caitlyn make it that far? Hold on. This is 714, right? We are talking about one of the most banned champions in this patch.
This patch, she fell down a little bit, at least in LPL bans. And she got her attack speed tuned down, I believe, or is that 15? Oh no!
He did it!
Oh no!
Look at the fans as well.
Oh boy!
They're just as surprised as we are, as we have a Vayne and a Corki locked in by Uzi and Xiaohu.
Only Uzi has permission to do this, so nobody at home look at this lock-in and say, "I'm going to play." You're banned.
Meta?
Just Uzi's allowed. I want the napkins. I want him to get the napkins on. I want him to go full serious Uzi.
All the Vayne mains are saying, our time has come. Uzi has picked it. That means it's meta again.
He's literally just ruined my solo queue experience for the next 3 weeks.
We shall rise again. Gragas is now locked in for Condi to deal with that. The immediate left turn, and this is amazing. Huge front line, huge damage with the double 80 carries. We've got some engage. We've got some movement from WE on the other side.
It's actually good as well.
Yes.
The thing is, like, you've got this really cool composition from RNG that should never work, right? But if it does, then you've got an Alistar for laning phase that can headbutt you into walls, which is then a condemn and a knock up and another stun, so the 2v2 combo is okay. You've got a Jarvan ultimate that then creates walls around the person you might be condemning, just throwing that one out there. And Maokai and everybody, all these tanks that control spaces, control zones to stand in front of a Vayne that will kill carries faster than any other carry and to kill tanks faster than any other carry when you hit late game.
Like, real talk, here's the thing. We've got signature picks, we have pocket picks, and then we have legacy picks. And Uzi's Vayne is a legacy champion. When he locks us in, this is him saying, trust me, I'm going to get this fall for us. I'm going to take the win. Just get my backpack. Buckle up. You're going for a ride.
I might feed a few times early, but I'm still Vayne.
Well, Xiaohu was able to pick up the brunt of that weight in game number 1. Uzi, looks like it's his turn to try to lift his team towards that game number 2 win. A 2-0 victory could be on the cards here if they can pull it out.
If you haven't seen Uzi's pentakill on Vayne, it's probably one of the most impressive pentakills that I've ever seen. I feel like we get a lot of pentakills where it's just one guy that's just kind of standing in the
Walks
back.
up, cleans up,
yeah, he's just doing all of the damage. He's like, whoa, I got a pentakill. It's like, yeah, but you didn't really do anything. Uzi's Vayne pentakill is pretty much 2v5, dodging skill shots back and forth, timing who he's
the 10
using.
HP,
yeah, the condemn on, so they can't proc the barrel. So this guy has a lot to play around, though.
Yeah.
That's a Gragas, that's a Talia. Vayne is still very short range, and while she's okay with the itemization on the current patch, she shreds through tank lines like that, trying to get close to Talia, try to get around that Gragas cast. He has to be on his best behavior.
Certainly does. For those of you who have got a few seconds, I actually recommend pop open a new tab. Just pick any set of those keywords of like Uzi, Pentakill, Vayne, and just watch it. It's like 30 seconds.
I can tell you exactly which game it is. It's Star Home Royal Club versus Invictus Gaming when Insec is playing Shaco in the LPL.
Absolutely incredible.
Woohoo, Insec and LPL champions. You want to know what Master Year's win rate is in the LPL? 100%. You know why? Because Insec played it once.
Fiddlesticks also played at Worlds.
yeah. Oh, man. So we'll just give it 30 seconds while we let our viewers go and watch that and come back.
Then they come
No,
back
you're not
super
allowed to
hyped.
go anywhere.
Yeah. No? We're not telling them to pop up and go check it out?
You're not allowed to mute this stream. If Dom randomly yells, you have to come back.
We'll keep it. Well, for now, we have a defensive line, so we're not expecting anything as MLXG is prepping a few saplings on his blue buff. And everybody else is just hanging out on their own sides of the map, so not seeing any skirmishes.
So the cool thing is that he is starting blue buff. This is Uzi on an Alistar Vayne lane. Like, this is not going to be a good time for Vayne, and he's pretty much saying, MLXG, you're on your own. I cannot afford to give you any sort of leash. I need to get into lane immediately because I need to survive.
And I guess we're looking at it, so we have to discuss it just slightly as well. Vayne, low range AD carry, but so is Xayah. Rakan presence at level 1 is non-existent. If you start W, then you don't really have any sustain in the lane, and Alistar can match that anyway. We have seen Alistar's Mata pick it up into Rakan, acknowledging that he likes the matchup. He thinks that Alistar can keep up with Rakan decently well. They have very similar kits in that respect. And so this level 1, whilst Mystic and Ben have control, it doesn't really do anything. The control isn't kill threat until level 2, where it does start to open up more, and then Uzi respects the big boys in the bottom lane.
It also means that while MLXG started topside, that he's going to have a clear-cut path if he wants to get a bit cheesy
Or
and
die
look
to
for
camp.
a very early gank. Cheesy, Rusty, not die to camp.
MLXG is almost synonymous with dying to camps, isn't it?
It's not Cug camp, though.
It's true. No, he's going to die to that next.
Yeah. He is actually racing towards
He's
bottom lane
literally
right now.
sprinting in.
Yeah, with double buff.
He's checking to make sure Condi's not there with Sapling. Here he
Oh,
goes.
that's the engage. He's looping around from behind right now.
RNG
Condi's still
too.
at
There we
blue.
go.
They turn onto Ben as he's knocked back into the wall. Uzi is still level 1, and he gets first blood on this Uzi as Ben returns to the graveyard.
You better believe that Uzi's going to become a threat in this game. Whether you like it or not, WE, RNG have a game plan. The game plan is to get Uzi going, and he was not even level 2 at that time. Couldn't even condemn it into the wall. And WE, they engage not knowing where the Maokai is, not knowing that he started blue buff. They should have known that, though. The ward at level 1 spotted the bottom lane of RNG there.
And now I'm excited about RNG. The thing is if you look at this roster, Xiaohu and Uzi both together, you're like, there's so many options. If MLXG can manage to get back into form of 2016 MSI, they are terrifying. They are hands down full of superstars. But Team WE, they were just the superior team for the majority of this split. And now I feel like slowly that's starting to tilt.
RNG are just big game players.
The scales are shifting. Flash engaged. They've even brought Let Me as Xie flashes, but he dies to Xiaohu. It's 2-0 to RNG.
And that is twice that junglers have met in the mid lane, but one of them has come out ahead from it. This time around, it's MLXG ganking with Condi trying to counter gank, but he's not even there in time. His mid lane is just gone, and Xie, that's both summoner spells burn against the Maokai. You know that MLXG is coming back.
And MLXG is really creating a new identity for himself. You know, he started out early on in his career. He's the hardcore, he's the carry, the battle ward jungler. Then he turns into kind of the Ivern support player. And yeah, he's on Maokai right now, but he's just super heavy snowball gank mechanic. That's from bot to mid.
Now with this momentum, it's barely 5 minutes into the game, and there's 1,000 gold lead for RNG. That's 200 gold more than WE per minute that they're earning right now. You've got a advantage in the mid lane for Xiaohu in CS. Advantage in the bot lane as Uzi is happily catching these minions.
Yeah, it's the gold on the right people, Xiaohu and Uzi. The fact that it's a very early Sheen coming out of Corki, those trades are going to get pretty disgusting. And like Rusty said, without the flash there, there's just a huge target on Xie, and now there's so much damage available with the Sheen to do it.
And there's a world where if Jarvan gets unlocked from the top lane, he even looks towards the mid lane as a gank opportunity. He has the teleport advantage, and he hasn't shocked yet, so the back timing of Let Me might actually be better than that of 957. We'll be able to pick up the Tiamat if he chooses, control the top wave, and start roaming around the map working with MLXG. He's already set everything up to fall down. He just needs someone to push it.
We can see a lot of wards on that side of the map for RNG as MLXG really prioritized it. Ming taking health damage to hold the way for Uzi.
Literally, welcome to hell. That's a freeze. You're against Uzi's Vayne. He got his first back. He has the BF sword, and he wants to punish.
Yeah, it's actually a matched BF sword. The advantage is in the dagger, perhaps, for Uzi in this situation. So you'd say the kill, whilst it's very handy, doesn't mean something straight away. And we're also seeing the fact that it is a BF sword from Uzi for that lane control, for the base AD.
Which is really interesting because a lot of times Vayne would prioritize looking for the attack speed because when she gets her ultimate, she gets the flat AD damage anyway, so she can kind of get the best of both worlds during the 6-second cooldown window of final hour because you get that bonus AD, and then you have the attack speed on top of it. Now he's just going to hit even harder.
You know, a lot of people experiment with Vayne and item builds when lethality comes out. People rush Ghost Blade, Max Q, try and run at people aggressively. And I think that's what usually going for AD signifies, if nothing else. It's that you are going to Max Q. You're going to be doing tumble damage, reducing the cooldown, opposed to a W attack speed where your Silver Bolt's damage is there.
And that's what we see from Uzi right now with that Q max build bottom. He's just catching this freeze quite happily. 10 CS ahead as Mystic will complete his own recall. Finally head bottom. Meanwhile, both supports and junglers completed their own recalls to get vision on this bottom side of the map because it is such a priority for both teams. And now that there's a Mountain Dragon on the Rift as well, even more potential for volatility later on as Xiaohu picks up his own blue buff. And let's see where MLXG goes with this. RNG, they've got vision all over the map right now. They're controlling top, they've got wards, setting up a line bottom.
And it's the control ward specifically that's hidden Maokai, and so now they want to try to kill 957.
He has ultimate, he has Kled, but he doesn't have a lot of health.
MLXG steps in, actually
right,
dives
mate.
this
That's
here.
deep.
Gets pulled right back in and
He's asserted his dominance. He's making it crash under the turret, and it looks like both of them perhaps are going to disappear as well. And I mean, it doesn't mean there's going to be a gank anywhere else. It's just some pressure from MLXG. He was recalling anyway, I assume, for his Barmies.
Interesting thing is that there is a pretty significant TP mismatch. 957's TP is just about to come up, whereas Let Me still is about half on that. Now, we did see a very early TP play from Team WE in game number 1, and I kind of feel like that's their next best option, especially if Uzi's going to be playing this far forward.
Yeah, I guess the concern here is, like, WE want to be able to punish Uzi in some way for being a pushing Vayne, but RNG also can't really dive WE. It's a Rakan Xayah that are level 6 now. And to actually dive that might be suicide even in a 2v3. They'll need 4 people minimum, and they'll probably need Xiaohu with his teleport for extra damage to secure that. But the 2v2, still going well for them.
Ooh, excellent timing as they catch Ben, and push him away. Just walking forward, they did have that package ready, and they did have MLXG on the
this
side
is the
of
big
map.
play. A ward can be placed by MLXG and Xiaohu at any moment if they would like. Of course, the baby steps being blue buff, still a big win away from a Talia. But if it comes to it, if they find an opportunity to move into that bottom lane, the package is the best thing to lock someone into place and not let them escape, so they have to stand and fight.
He's going to return towards mid lane now with his next blue buff as MLXG returns back towards the jungle. And Uzi heads back to farming these minions.
He's got a pretty significant CS lead. Of course, it's going to get padded a little bit as Mystic's picking up a sizable wave. Yeah, there we go. It's not as big as it once was.
I will say the big CS lead, though, does lie with Condi. He's been able to hard farm in the jungle. We haven't seen him at all. Of course, we've seen MLXG invade here and there, but all the big camps have still gone to the Gragas. He's still gotten towards his item, and he's there well before MLXG is because of all the time spent ganking, and now Condi looks for some present.
Thinking of ganking mid lane, but Xiaohu just Valks right on back. The package times out. Rift Herald's up in 20 seconds, so this early game no longer quite as volatile for WE. But now they've got to start worrying about what's going to happen after that early game once we transition towards mid. They had a very clear game plan in game number 1 and how they ganked Mystic and got him moving around the map to secure early objectives in turrets and dragons. That's not an option here in game 2.
No. It's certainly not.
Are we just looking for them to sit and farm that?
I'm actually looking at Uzi's item build. I'm just trying to work out where he's going.
I see we were looking at the same thing.
Okay. No, I was in the middle of about to ask Frosker that as well. I went on a tangent.
Let's get back to that then. What do you think?
Come on, man.
Uzi's
Uzi's playing Vayne.
Rapid fire cannon for the big tumble hits?
I think he needs it because, like you said, we're looking for more of a burst Vayne build. As good dodge by Ben.
No, he's a static shift guy.
He is a static shift guy, but he doesn't need the wave clear. Like with Xiaohu on Corki, he doesn't need to be responsible for that. So if he goes static shift, it's because they say, A, I want to have that chasing maneuver and then get the static shiv burst damage as well in elongated 5v5s, as well as offer wave clear for my team. But I feel like he needs the rapid fire cannon, because if he wants to start poking people out or being more of a burst threat, and then also sieging's going to be a big problem for this composition. Yes, they have 2 AD carries, but you're still against a Gragas and a Talia. They're going to be really reliant on one of them being dead or not having their available cooldowns, because they have to get really close to the structure to do so.
You can see why this just came randomly to mind, of course. There's a lot of thought behind Uzi and how he builds items, as well as what the Vayne wants to build, and how he's already innovated just a little bit by going towards the BF side. Of course, it's a standard crit item build in general now on this patch, but it hasn't always been the standard for something like a Vayne, which we very rarely see.
Yes. He's actually starting to alter his skill points now as he ticks over to level 8. He took 3 points in Tumble, and now he's on his 3rd point of True Silver instead of Max. He's trying to force a fight right here as MLXG is ganking
Almost
from behind, and they nearly have the 2v2. He snared down the Ignite. There's another snare. Mystic leaps over, but he's tagged and followed through. Uzi diving the turret. Can they kill the Vayne? And that's Mystic dead to Let Me. Ben will die to Let Me as well, and that is the teleport kill.
And they get themselves 2 big kills here, RNG, and that's not just the kills. It's the pressure, it's the turret, it's the minion waves crashing at the perfect time. And that gold lead that RNG have got for themselves will only continue to accelerate here further. They're even giving the solo tower gold potentially. Potentially, yeah, they are. Yeah. Let Me was trying to be cute.
What's also interesting is that Let Me picked up the double kill there, whereas they could have given the kills over to Uzi. Now, naturally, you're diving a tower, so you just kind of grab what is available to you, but they had the option to do so. So now Jarvan's going to be even more comfortable in a side lane should it come to the matching across from Kled.
Speaking of grabbing what's available, Mountain Dragon and
Rift
the
Herald?
Rift Herald now being cleaned up for both of them.
Yeah, you know, interestingly enough, WE were able to trade at the same time. You need to stop staring at Dom. As, like Kled.
I was waiting for the thank you.
I'm talking. He's not gonna Kled got a turret. They also get the Rift Herald, as you guys mentioned. So Condi's able to make a play with that, and with the usual lane swap that starts to come out from most teams after the first turret falls, we watch not only where RNG's bottom lane assigns themselves, but where Condi wants to situate himself, and where WE respond to that. And do they just stay bottom and bring the Herald to them, which makes the most sense? But from the looks of it, RNG want to continue this lane.
Sending that duo right back down bottom. Mystic is pushing in, but the static Shiv has been completed for Uzi, and Xiao, who just picked up his own Triforce.
There was a really deep ping, and there's the teleport.
He's actually got
With
the
a package.
Racing in now, it's Ming trying to catch up to Mystic. He's slowed out of his boots. Xiaohu from over the wall, the Foss Bomb, the damage. And just in case he were to escape, they're gifting the kill over to Uzi. Ben, he follows up onto Xie and escapes with his life. As,
no,
man.
Here it comes.
Here comes the cats racing across. You do not want to play with those two, though, as the quickness still doesn't even get them away. That is huge range.
But they got a lot of damage done on multiple health bars. I'm curious if they feel it's enough to use the inside track for mid lane, and as we see, it's not.
Yeah, blue buff there. So.
On Tulia, yeah.
And they're able to steal that blue buff from their opponents, as you can see RNG are doing the opposite here.
Yeah, take a look at that gold right now. 1,300 gold advantage for Uzi. In the mid lane, about 400 gold up for Xiaohu. And even in the top lane, we're seeing Let Me open up an advantage with that double kill that he picked up.
And it is the static Shiv out of Uzi.
Nailed it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. So then, how are you looking for Uzi to continue to push this forward? Just standard Tristana, finish off the Infinity Edge, and then maybe another attack speed item?
I mean, to me, with item builds,
yes.
He'll probably need to go towards the Infinity Edge next.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just going to match Xayah for that super hyper late game build, and then on top of it, on top of a Vayne.
Yeah, of course, the changes to Rapid Fire and Shiv being able to stack. It was one of those moments where Vayne was played a lot when you could stack them both. They stacked differently, of course, back then, but the same principle applies in that you're an on-hit champion that wants 3 hits, and when you've got 2 items that each do damage with the respective hit,
you'll pop someone at like 50%.
Exactly right.
And if you get the Q on the Silver Bolt.
We see Rift Herald being used bottom. Uzi was trying to be a little bit cute and catch the minion wave as it came in by delaying with Krugs. However, no support from his team, and the charge from Rift Herald breaks it down, and Mystic will happily collect that gold.
But Team WE is still playing from the back foot. They need to make something happen. It's going to be the difficulty in breaking this mid lane tower, especially with Corki here, who has blue buff, can just sit tight and allow Uzi to clean up more and more free CS in a side lane.
Yeah, they both have a really hard time breaking the mid lane outer structure, and a lot of that will come down to if they can dive it successfully. You know, with the compositions we're seeing running around patch 7.14 and beyond, it's a lot of A-ramming. And the curious part of this for me is that RNG, they let that turret go down. They don't put themselves there to hard defend if a bottom lane Herald is used. They just keep Uzi farming. They just keep accelerating that AD carry further. The item breakpoints that a Vayne gets is always massive. Same thing with the Xayah, though. And that's where WE are pretty content with this. You know, the gold lead isn't that big for RNG.
Only 1,400 separating the teams at the 16-minute mark as WE actually find themselves up in turrets, having broken top in their trade for the bottom tier 1, and then using that Herald bottom to follow up with a second. But while that neutral objective is currently in their favor, The next neutral objective will be coming up soon. We've got Ocean Dragon in just a few minutes.
There is a tempo drive, though, from RNG because they're getting superior back timers. And they're looking to continue to trade these structures.
Knock up onto Ben. They slam him down. The auto attack from Xiao, who picks the kill. As Xie will chase this down for some damage. He's finished his Leandries for some burn onto Let Me as the threaded volley.
And this is
a lot.
And it's massive that he chunked them out because it means that they can't sneak down to defend this. So what looked like a tempo advantage for RNG has now been swayed by Xie.
We saw the duo and MLXG head top to look for a tier 1. It's traded now for a tier 2 as Uzi is going to actually duck into the jungle.
Mystic's not
breaks
stopping,
it down.
though.
I think he's just trying to bounce it, though.
Yeah, just clears that wave out. And now that it is 3 turrets to 2 in favor of RNGs, Uzi finally makes his way back towards this minion wave. But the Kled has finished his recall. 957 will be here to defend in time.
Yeah, he'll be able to stop. He won't get the minions, per se. Here, WE is still pressuring this mid lane turret, which is one of the hardest to crack because Xiaohu was so low. And the fact that it got so chipped down means that in this trade, in the back and forth, it's still WE that come out slightly ahead if that breaks down in future. And if it stays that low, WE can dive for the turret to go down with it if they choose to team fight. And so far, so good for Xie.
And it also means that now they have such a wider point to fight over. You know, they can use the advantage of having that inner tower pressed down bottom to set up things for this Ocean Dragon spawning in 49 minutes.
Seconds, preferably.
There you go.
As RNG
I can count.
Follow
Spawning
through
in
for
game
some
3.
damage. Yeah, onto this mid-tier 1. Just finding Ben on the rotation as he was warding to push him back.
Mid-game 3. Yes, the Ocean, finally.
That's the one. That's what we want. It's 2 seconds before that Baron spawns as Xiaohu picks up another blue buff for himself. And this is a very different game that we're seeing out of Xie. You mentioned that a little bit earlier, Rusty. He's keeping even in CS. He's starting to push forward and harass.
He's matching pressure. He's matching trades. Yeah. He's there at the right time, even against a Corki with a package. And you know what? Corki's making these plays. He'll always be there first, but Xie's there on time by his standards. The problem here is that Xiaohu is still having a very good performance. He has found those kills before the answer from Xie is there. And I wouldn't fault Xie for that. I would say it's just so good from Xiaohu to be in all these places at the right time. Again, you cast your mind to the teleport bottom lane.
Yeah.
There's no way Atelier is matching that, but he did pressure at the blue buff, which then forced the damage on the mid, and so he's doing his part in response.
He does have his teleport ready, and we can see a potential skirmish now building up around this Ocean Dragon. That Triforce and the Zeal, he retrieves his package.
Package and teleports available. There's the ward.
He's right behind WE.
Malachi
Here comes
ult.
the root as it drops across. Xiaohu's ready to dash in. Cataclysm into the back. Look at the AoE being layered. They managed to stagger it out. The dragon was picked up by Condi, but Let Me gets the kill onto
WE
Xie.
are in
They
trouble.
chase it down. Uzi, he's looking for one, but he's not quite found it just yet. The heal onto Ben and
He's
the
still
cast
going.
to disengage. But there's no escape from this vein. Let Me with the flank. Uzi is even gifted another kill for the double as 4 members of WE die for the dragon. And Condi, he's so low, he's slowed. Xiaohu with the big one will lock it down. Ace for RNG, 11 kills to 0.
And Uzi's patience pays off that fight. For the first, 10 seconds of it, he wasn't hitting anyone. He was just watching, waiting for the cooldowns, waiting for the zoning ultimates to come down. Watch him on this. Now, Xiaohu starts this off brilliantly. He has massive chunk damage on both the Talia, but Uzi, he's just kiting back on the vein. He's just biding his time.
And he knows that during all of this time, Letby's being an absolute superstar for the roster. He gets the flash flag drag. He's able to come back over on the back end here as well because Uzi continues to dodge the cast, keep kiting, and then the double knock up here. And that's basically the final nail in the coffin. Nobody from RNG dies after all of this. Uzi's awareness to know he's going to body slam back over because Corki's cutting him off and being able to pick up this final kill just knowing the limits of their champions. RNG are schooling WE.
Completely unexpected. I don't think anyone saw this coming. We expected the teams to play up, but RNG, they are mad after the performance they suffered, the defeat they suffered in the spring finals.
And we had huge questions. You know, how big was the gap being created in the LPL between Team WE and everyone else below them? Team WE dissected OMG, and OMG have looked the strongest in Group B. And yeah, RNG, they have a bunch of players that are, big performance miracle workers, but I wasn't expecting Uzi's Vayne to come flying out of the gate 4-0 and 4 right now.
You'd usually say that RNG are big game players, just not domestically. And somehow they've managed to do it domestically against WE. And then that's the curious thing here. They've come into this. The fact that WE don't have a kill and that the goal difference 5k is basically reflected through kills.
Whoa, they're turning right onto the Baron right now.
They're two-manning it, so it's really hard to actually detect this if you're WE. They still have the awareness to put a ward onto it, but can they even get here?
That's teleport.
Look at Xiaohu's damage.
He's trying to get in there, but Xiaohu is bullying him away. That's Mystic now. Xiaohu is almost
1v5ing.
single-handedly keeping the team of WE out. That's Baron locked down by MLXG. The chase from Uzi and Xiaohu to scare them back.
Uzi's going.
Yeah, the Weaver's Wall will finally dissuade RNG from chasing further.
And everyone is taking their turn on RNG, just being the god, being the hard carry of this team. It's not just Uzi's backpack. It's Let Me showing up huge in that last team fight. It's Xiaohu 1v5ing on the back of the Baron pit. And it's Uzi still, now picking up his second Zeal item and so far ahead on this Vayne.
And one step past that as well, you have to appreciate the shot calling from Ming to go for the Baron, the ward placement from RNG to know where WE are coming from, and then the decision from Xiaohu to pressure all of that. And they're playing this hard and fast, but they're still making it work successfully through that hard and fast style, and that is the quintessential LPL actually being played well.
RNG looking very good here. They've got a 6,000 gold lead and almost 3 minutes on that Baron to try to make it even bigger. All of the tier 2s are still up for WE, but now they have to defend against a 404 Vayne, against a 404 Corki.
If anyone can do it, it is Team WE. Yes, they are pretty deep in the hole right now as this gold lead is ballooning towards RNG, but they still have the late game insurance policy. They still have a ton of wave clear, so I doubt RNG will be able to crack inhibs here.
You know what they still have? They still have a Vayne that will probably find a way to die. Like I know it goes without saying, right? But Uzi will find a way to be 2-hero.
Yep.
He's going into those inhibitors. He's going to be at the fountain. It's going to be outie.
Now here's the one thing. Tanks are so good at diving when they are ahead.
And that's exactly what we see as Let Me and the rest of the team ride MLXG's righteous glory to push WE back. They break the inhibitor line.
And see, I'm still getting used to 7-14. You see a Talia, you still see a Zai, you're like, there's no way they can break inhibs. I'm like, this is a wave clear for days. Tank Meta's like, no, we're diving the tower.
It is 23 minutes in the flash knockup. They're trying to kill Xiaohu. He dashes back, but he's pulled back in, and look at the shields. He's still firing. Uzi's caught the tank on the side. 1 kill down.
Ben's
He's
next.
turned onto Ben, but the exhaust. He dodges out of the knockup for a double while the rest of his team has cleaned it up. It is 24 minutes. The second ace for RNG.
That's it. Game over. They've got the creep wave behind them and the Baron buff. RNG just dismantled WE in 24 minutes.
16 kills to 0 as they break down the base and the hopes of WE, and they answer back. A 2-0 win to RNG.
And 3 turrets off a perfect game. That's how close RNG were. They actually just put in work in this series. And WE left respondent with no idea what happened. How did we lose that quickly? How did we lose that easily?
At the start of this week, RNG were in 5th place in their group. Team WE head and shoulders above the competition. Every team they came across, decisive, commanding 2-0 victories. And they just got their clock cleaned.
Well, hopefully it'll tell the correct time now because RNG seems like it's their time to shine.
It's the return of the Kings. We have the Dynasty in Team WE. We have the Kings and Starhorn Royal Club. Now RNG. And Uzi, on his legacy pick of Vayne, just put the final nail in that coffin.
Quite impressive performance from them there. And with that win, I think we have to start moving forwards because RNG, now returning back to that huge form, the question we asked in the beginning that you talked a little bit about during the broadcast was how big is this gap between the S tier and the A tier teams? How big is the jump between the two of them? I think we can pretty comfortably say not that much now if RNG continue to play like this.
And we just don't know what it looks like.
Yeah.
When all of these teams come to the big stage and they play in ways that are never expected. When WE beat EDG and made it look really easy in game number 3, a couple of weeks after a really good undefeated run from WE, RNG come through and show that perhaps they are the better team in certain situations. Games like this, it actually just confuses you.
It's always the rock, paper, scissors. And I've said this about Starhorn Royal Club. I'm going to say it about RNG. They've never been best in the region, but they can beat the best teams. You know, EDG, they come through, they beat RNG. RNG now come through, they take down WE. WE takes down EDG. You know, it keeps going, round and round it goes. But big moments, big arenas, big stages, Uzi, Xiaohu, MLXG, they'll all stand up, and that's what you need.
You can see the damage dealt by Xiaohu and Uzi on Corky and Vayne. Absolutely huge, as they were relentless in taking hold of this victory from, what, minute 3?
Yeah.
And not letting go.
And that's the important part. You have to remember how all of that actually started. And it wasn't just the draft. It was how MLXG played the early game. It was how they played on the blue side of the Rift, which is, in my opinion, just absolutely the strongest side of the Rift because of super leashes. The fact that you can actually get supported buffs. And that's not how they played this game out.
Yeah.
It was a bit different from them. They start on the opposite side of the map. He goes buff to buff, straight to bottom at level 3, and gets a gank off onto the Vayne. The fact that WE didn't expect it is not to their detriment in any way besides knowing that he was on the opposite side of the map. Condi wasn't really playing to get the gank off down there. They were just trying to 2v2 pressure. Suddenly Maokai gets first blood, but then he also goes straight to mid lane, gets another kill. And that was pretty much the moment where MLXG sets this team up and everyone knocks it down at the same time.
And then just to add on to that, he then immediately goes into Condi's jungle and he places down Deep Vision. Now he's created a safety net for Let Me up into the top lane. So MLXG was so effective. And yeah, it's high risk, high reward. Because if those ganks don't work out, he's so far behind. But to have the trust because you have the Uzi, you have the Xiaohu, you don't need to be the carry. And that's all MLXG has ever needed to be.
Yeah, there is no doubt in my mind that MLXG doesn't even get close to the MVP, but he is still close to deserving of it, I'd have to say, in comparison to who he's playing with. Because once again, if he does give them an early game, he does give RNG an early game, they always look like a better team. You have to remember at Rift Rivals, he played well, and suddenly RNG looked like one of the best teams at this tournament, even keeping up with the LCK squads that were there.
Yeah, it is so important for the team that he does perform well, because we've seen what happens when he suffers. They brought in Yeehan for a few days, and Yeehan was actually able to take wins and synergize a little bit better with the roster, but when MLXG really wants it, when he's willing to play this style, it comes up spades.
And it's just nice because RNG have been very turbulent. And so I hope that with this victory, we said that, you know, Xiaohu was very emotional. They wanted to prove that RNG should have been the deciding factor for the LPL, that now they can ride this momentum. We know that it's not just Xiaohu, it's also Uzi, it's also MLXG. This is a very emotional team, and I hope this just drives them to the next level, and they keep charging forward and they don't drop this type of form and this type of confidence.
Well, we'll have to maintain that because, again, in the next few weeks when we return back to intra-conference play, their opponents are going to be Jingdong and Suning Gaming.
Nice little warm-up.
Yeah, not exactly teams you would be too concerned about if you just 2-0'd WE with nearly a perfect game in game number 2. MVP
Oh, he actually
goes
got it.
to MLXG.
I said he wasn't going to get it. I didn't trust him. The one time I don't trust them and say it out loud, they come back. They're listening. I'm onto you.
I was just going to say, he's MVP in our hearts.
It's Raz, isn't it?
I totally thought it was going to be Uzi on his Vayne pick. Oh, I'm so proud of him.
It's definitely Raz that does this.
Just message them just
I
to make
see
sure.
You, Raz.
Yeah.
Pull up WeChat, getting the DMs.
But with this, MLXG now picks up his third MVP for the team, and this is MLXG actually looking good with Uzi, playing towards this style, setting up Xiaohu, setting up Uzi for success, and then protecting Let Me as well. We already talked about how he set them all up, and it's exciting to see him actually pull through with this because it has been so turbulent for him.
Yeah, and it's the evolution of RNG. You know, back in their heyday at MSI, it was all about MLXG. It was the MLXG and Mata show. Mata would just pilot him around. It was a battle ward, very skirmish heavy, how they played around their jungler. Now it's all about their laners. So that's what's really interesting and very cool is RNG are back onto their rise towards the top, and hopefully, again, they can take this performance all the way to Worlds, which if they play like that, they're definitely going. But it's like a shout out to old Starhorn Welcome. I just love the full cycle. Like history repeating itself just makes me so pleased.
And in a way, rebuilding as well, right? Like, you know, Mata disappears from the team and suddenly MLXG's left without his father telling him where to be, and he's just really confused as a League of Legends player. They find Ming. It's going to take some time for Ming to develop his skills and shot call well, but MLXG's found his own early game pathing once again. That it may not be the best jungle clear path, but it works for his team the best because he's setting those lanes up that you mentioned where the priority has to go.
And likewise, while we're complimenting the entire squad, we can't forget Let Me up there. I had a lot of suspects about Let Me. He's not a tank player. I said that he'd probably look for those stepping stones like the Renekton's, like the Jarvans. But the nice thing about taking Jarvan is that he gets the Gargoyle Stone Plate on that item. So he's like, I get to be a bruiser and I get to be a tank. It's almost like the perfect band-aid for everything that Let Me is poor at.
Then slap a Black Cleaver on top of that so he can shred through the armor and let Uzi do even more damage. It's just win-win for him. We saw how he was setting up for his team with those Cataclysms, chasing down, communicating to be like, okay, they're running this way. I'm going to flank around from the other side so we can just pick up these extra kills off of the back. I just think it's so impressive how we're complimenting RNG so much, considering how early game we said pound for pound, WE look like the better team in each of their lanes, with maybe the slight exception in mid.
I mean, you look towards, as an example, right, 957, you'd say that he is probably the better top laner out of the two, but in this set, it didn't really look to be the case. And 957 has always been the big game player, which was a surprise for such a young player, but Let Me's been around for long enough. The experience does often come through on the big stage that it'll just be that little bit extra. You know, he hasn't always been a top laner in Let Me, but he's always been there. He's always comfortable there, and he can come back to new metas, and he can adjust very quickly.
And again, I just want to set the record straight.
Okay.
For me, this was still an upset. I still had Team WE favorited. You know, they're much higher on the scoreboard. They've been dismantling opponents much cleaner than RNG, and this is why it's so important to recognize, because it's very easy to look at the analyst post games and be like, oh, you know, we always had faith in RNG. Like, the RNG fans get behind them. These analysts are crazy. How could they not see Uzi's the best team? But these wins are not as sweet without really taking a look at RNG's story. They have been suffering. It has been shaky. And so now to see them climb to the top, if you're not true to that narrative, then you don't get this sweet payoff where they just put Team WE in the ground.
So I'm going to bend the rules a little bit here, and I'm going to ask you a question. So
you're the host.
Before the game,
by the rule book.
We said, all right, WE, they're still favored in this matchup. We got to see RNG come out and 2-0 them. If we could take RNG from after this game versus the WE from last week, how do you weight those two? Because obviously we don't want to compare the WE that we saw today to the WE from last week when they were still looking so strong. But are we still favoring that in terms of WE if RNG looked this good?
Oh man,
I'm
yeah, but
making you jump through
so
hoops.
The example and the way that I'm balancing this is I saw them both play at Rift Rivals and they both won at Rift Rivals.
Okay.
And my question in my mind is if I put them against each other at that tournament, who would win? Because in my opinion, that was when they both looked fantastic, right? And so you have that situation. I would still give it to WE. I still believe that they are better individual players besides Xiaohu. Uzi, yes, he's a very good player. He got his signature champion. I still don't think he's as good as Mystic when Mystic's playing his absolute best, and Mystic and Ben as a duo I still think are better than Uzi and Ming as a duo, and all of these things compound on themselves. I still don't think that MLXG is as good as Condi in a 1v1 sense. Obviously that's all been proven wrong today in the best of 3, but if we take the best of WE against this RNG, I still think WE have it.
And it's expanding that context. You know, if you make these teams play, 100 games, where do you weight it? And I have to weight it towards Team WE. They've just been consistently so much better, but
yeah,
today,
WE,
that wasn't the case.
They are the brick wall, and even in that defeat, they still remained stoic. We didn't see them look too defeated at the end, but of course, how can you be when RNG comes swinging out like that, completely unexpected with that performance change?
I think it's going to be one of those series where Coach Ohm will take them backstage and be like, okay, Mystic Band, if you guys are going to be that far forward, if you know that MLXG started top side of the map, you need to ward earlier. You can't get caught out like that.
So we can see the standings have now been updated. RNG returned rightfully back to second place. They're now tied with Newbie. And WE find themselves at 8-3, tied for first with EDG.
And suddenly EDG playing against WE again just gets a bit more exciting, Dom. On the flip side, though, we've seen the rise of Newbie. We know that RNG have just surged back and that OMG looks shaky. So we've found ourselves in these situations with Group A and B where we don't actually know who the best team is in either of them, and we don't know who the best team is in our entire league. We just know that we have elite teams.
Yes.
And we have a lot of contenders is what it comes down to. If Newbie are going to be our dark horse, we have, I think, 5 teams right now that we're really looking at, or we have our magnifying glass on, and we only have 3 spots at Worlds. So this race is actually getting very, very tight.
Maybe even IG at this stage start to come into that conversation. Suddenly there might be 6 teams that you look at, and then you've got your IMA having a miracle run. We didn't get to see a lot of them them again this week, and like there is a chance they continue something going forwards, and everyone gets confused more.
I made the great upset. If they can make the miracle run once again, it would be quite impressive. But again, this is the last game of cross conference. We're now wrapping up the chance to see these two teams clash at each other, and now our focus is turning towards the individual groups. Only 4 teams from each of the groups will advance towards those playoffs. We very clearly have an upper echelon, and now we are going to be looking at those lower tier teams. Any specifics that you're looking forward to as we get back into inter-conference?
I'm actually looking forward to RNG against Newbie. I feel like that's going to be a surprisingly exciting matchup to really kind of define who is the best in Group B, because it does feel like it's the fighting pit of the LPL where the other side's meant to be more refined. It's weird that that's consistent through a couple of splits now, but, you know, that's the case. So I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, Frosco?
I'm actually looking at LGD. I do agree, though, with
Oh,
Rusty's points. I know, right? LGD, you know, speaking of emotional roller coasters, that team needs to get it in gear. We are in sprint season for Worlds, and you can still see the fire. I was suspect that LGD, once they got knocked down, that they wouldn't get back up, but they keep marching forward. And so I think that they have the fortitude, and they want to go the distance.
Well, they've got their work cut out for them if they want to lock down that final spot. For that, though, that's going to wrap up the broadcast for us. Ladies and gentlemen, RNG with the 2-0 victory close out cross-conference here in week number 7. Now, be sure to come back for week 8 when we return to intra-group play. But on behalf of myself, my co-casters, our whole broadcast and production team, thank you for watching, and we'll see you in just a few days for our intra-conference play.
Something's